Is this invention a Voss motor? Is it a Wimhurst? Well, the answer is it's probably a little bit of both, but it's also something bigger than that. We're looking at a machine that takes potential, transfers it into a usable voltage. As you can see the process in this thing, the two wheels spin. As they spin, they bring in a potential. That potential is then brought into a transformer where it is put in mineral oil and it's oscillating. For anybody who knows the Tesla coil, we understand oscillation. If you take it out of the correct oscillation, you get heat and you get amps. Therefore, the energy coming out of that turns into an AC voltage. Right there, we're already way further ahead than we are on any other machine that we looked at. This machine has a great potential to it. Now, in order to get it to do things the right way, we're actually going to have to start to think about how energy is produced, when does energy need to be captured, what's the geometry of energy. Those types of things have to be thought of in this. If you think this is a simple machine where you can just take a few parts and put it into it and say, man, we got this great machine and we can make it work. It doesn't always work like that. It's the understanding that makes this machine work. And I hope today, with all the great minds in this room or around the world, we can figure this thing out. This is an energy machine that everybody should have. All right, guys, we are live. I am the old man, and this is the benefactor, and we are checking out this machine today. And it's pretty cool, man. Known as an over Unity device, they use this in another country to power the whole town. So it was a pretty interesting device. Just in the way it's done way different than the Wimhurst machine in the fact that it has an actual transformer that's in mineral oil in it. So just like the big pole when you see on the pole outside of your house there that comes into your house, that's exactly what this is. So you get an immediate transfer of potential to energy. So it's a pretty interesting device. What do you think, Ben?
I'm ready to check this device out. I've only seen a couple of small clips about it, but I don't know really anything about it. It looks amazing. Honestly, it looks like a Rube Goldberg contraption, doesn't it?
What's that? Go ahead and explain.
The Testatika. It just looks so complicated, so complex. So I'm eager to break it down.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, guys. Give me just a second. I'm going to pull up the screen on this thing. And there's some people who actually have tried to replicate this, and they did a little different than I would have done. So let me go ahead and get my screen shared here for you. So let's go ahead and take a look at this right here. And then I will hit full screen layout. There we go. Can you still hear me, Ben?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's take a look at this machine here. Now, this gentleman, you can see the picture right here. He's using like Tesla coils in order to transfer the energy. I don't think this is the way to go. And you see he changed it a little bit right here.
It looks like he also has those horseshoe-shaped magnets we were talking about the other night at the bottom.
Yeah, there's a little piece missing in there. It's like a dielectric material that they put in the center of that horseshoe. And he's missing it in this. And then, like I said, doesn't have the mineral oil in there. So he's not accounting for the heat and taking the heat away and getting it transferred into energy as efficiently.
So he's missing key components here.
Yeah, just a little bit of a different understanding of how things work. But the idea of the coil to Tesla coil is probably the right idea, except for you want it in thicker coils a little bit, and you want it in the mineral oil together so that you can get an immediate transference.
Okay, so the mineral oil reduces the impedance?
It reduces the heat. So your energy loss is less, is what the mineral oil does, especially if you have it under a vacuum.
Right, that makes sense. I mean, we submerge computer components in mineral oil and they still work.
Yeah. Oh, they still work?
Well, for a little while.
Did you dry them off before you started them again?
Well, no, it's a common. Isn't that a common science experiment where you build a computer and submerge it in mineral oil?
That's not common at all, buddy. No.
What's the fluid that they submerge the computers in?
Uh, you can put it in mineral oil, it'll work. That's usually somebody you see on the internet with a fish tank, and they put it in mineral oil, and they
Yeah. Well, I seen one at my local computer shop too, just sitting on the desk.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay, so we put this back to the regular mode here.
Okay.
Sorry, bring it back in, and then we'll put this back up. Put this back up. Sorry. Anyway, what we're looking at is this material right here. So, man, I should have put this whole thing in English. Anyway, you need this material right here in between the magnets here, because you're going to put in the energy into it, and it's going to pull it out in different ways. It's just a different understanding. This right here is probably the best part. Let me see if I can't pull the actual pictures I got for this. So let me do this. All right, here we go. I'll switch this on the screen. Sorry, guys, still working out how this thing works.
What's going on, everybody in chat? How you doing, Mike? Fast Dad. Forgive me if I mispronounce this. Ankaby.
So take a look at this right here, Benny. So this is the. Sorry, let me zoom this in. This right here is the transformer I was talking about. Sorry, I'm going back and forth between screens while I'm talking to you.
No, you're fine.
So you see it comes in right here in the center, and then it goes down to that big coil in the center. And then if you've ever taken a flyback transformer apart, it has different layers that go inside of it. And there's different amount of wraps of the coil on it. So in the flyback, it's just like a piece of tape or a piece of mylar that's in there, something like that, of copper. In this, I would imagine they'd be a little different, but the whole idea is the same. They're going to act as a one-way diode for the power to go all the way to the outside, and you're going to submerge this.
Right. Yeah. Okay. It just looks a little different than a normal transformer, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit different in the fact that normally you wouldn't have these wrappings in there. Normally, it'd just be a secondary coil in there. So, yeah, you'd have a real thin primary, and the secondary is a bit thicker on the outside of it. Then
right.
You're able to produce a lot more energy out of it.
Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of cool in that, because it's like you're taking potential like it is on the high voltage line, and then you're bringing it into this bucket thing right here, which would be your transformer. And then just like high voltage, it brings the line to your house. You know what I mean?
Right. So then you can limit the current as you see fit.
Yes. Limit the current, change how it works. You know what I mean? Put it into more of an AC or a DC. At that point, that's why I say it's like a power plant, because you're getting everything in it. You're not just getting, a capacitor, just like a Wilmhurst would do.
Right. Ankaby said in chat that it's like layered and also using asymmetric effects efficiently. So yeah, that's interesting, because Tom Bearden talks about instability in a system, and creating instability can create an influx of vacuum energy, right?
Yeah, I don't know about this as being vacuum energy. This is simply just a transference on this one.
Oh, so this isn't using vacuum energy at all?
No, it's more just using potential coming from the things just like a Wilmhurst would. Sorry.
Oh, so it's it's utilizing the electricity more efficiently and reducing the amount of loss.
Yeah, that's about what it's doing. Since it's an immediate transfer, they're not wasting everything. They also built the two things in the back a bit different. It's now hard metal in there. It's no longer that tape that they put on there that tears up. So they're getting a more consistent things. You see all the mesh in here? I'll see if I can't zoom it in for you.
Yeah, I do see on those big cylinders, and then the mesh on the big plate in the back.
Yeah. So like I said, it's producing a lot more energy. It's more like a Van der Graaf generator with the amount of energy it's putting out. Mm-hmm. So it captures it twice as fast and it's able to put it in there. Now, this little machine wouldn't power any kind of big giant thing, but it's enough to kind of get your shop going.
Right. So what you're saying is basically it's acting faster than our normal system to kind of capture that extra energy that's being lost.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hey, Gerald, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Gerald?
Where am I
You
here?
you guys get your benefactor beverage containment units yet?
No? Can you hear me though?
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay, cool. It's a different camera, so I'm not used to it quite yet.
Mm.
And I'd go on camera today, but I just got off work and I'm all messy.
Oh, no, you're good.
You're good, man.
Oh, yeah. So how you guys doing? This thing, the test it. I always say it wrong. Testatika? Is that what it's called? I always say that. It sounds like testicle. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
That's exactly what I say.
I'm not even going to try.
I can't say it right either.
I know. I don't know what it is. My brain just goes to cheese and goes testicle. No, it's a. Come on now, you know. I'm kidding, but yeah. Testatika.
Testatika, I think.
Hey, I can't say it. That's funny. Amazing system. Funny.
Yeah, no, it looks amazing. Who built this anyway? Who's the inventor of this? I was meaning to ask you guys.
You know what?
I don't know.
I think it's in Switzerland or somewhere over there. I can see real quick.
I don't know who invented it, but isn't there a town in the United States that's based, like, they're cut off from the rest of the world and they run from just this technology? They don't have Wi-Fi. They don't have internet computers.
That's awesome. If you can find out the name of that country, I'll do a video on it for sure.
I think it's a town.
Yeah, it's
if
a
I
town.
remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a
That's
Christian town or something like that.
Yeah, I believe it is. And they held the technology because they didn't believe that the world was ready for it yet. They did get predictions in their beliefs that it was going to be released in the future. But when, that's not up to us, I guess, right? So
I guess not.
it's very interesting, the stories behind this thing.
Yeah, it's fascinating device already, and I don't even know jack about it yet.
From my understanding, it's a electrostatic system that builds to a point where they can release that power to ground, and as it's flowing to ground, they're collecting all that current. So they define how much power they use or have.
Right. So the system's power is based on the load.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly it. That's funny you say that, because that's kind of how I was going to explain my system in the presentation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how I see your system too. I think that's how you kind of explained it before, is, you know, that the power output is dependent on the load. So it really doesn't matter how much input power you have compared to how much load you have.
Exactly. I've put, well, it does depending how low you go. Like, I can run my system on a watch battery, but that's more for like PEMF, like for healing at certain
so like low amounts of power you're talking about.
Yeah, but I can still use like a car battery for doing the same thing. It's just the system has the ability to use a very low level of volts to get started to do that particular thing. But if you wanted to light lights or generate power, you got to put a little bit more in. It's not a free lunch. You got to pay a little, but you get a you get a lot for what you pay, right?
Okay,
right.
Yeah.
It says created by a Swiss Christian group known as Met Antia. Okay, this enigmatic device has allegedly been in operation for 5 decades.
Wow. I didn't think it was that old.
You know, some of those older religions and sects, they might have some ancient knowledge that, you know, they don't release to the public. You don't know.
Oh, I guarantee you they do.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. I'm going to shut this one down and go to a picture of it.
Yeah, you got some good diagrams here. You found a lot of good information on this.
Oh yeah, well, I'm
Like I
trying.
said, I know 3 people that have built free energy systems and have disappeared off the grid. Not because the men in black came for them or whatever, but because they realized that the patent office and patent system is nothing more than a professional thieving ring. And they didn't want to have their system stolen or shelved.
That's right.
They wanted to use them and teach the people around them how to build them. So there's literally groups of people right now that grassroots, and this is what I'm told, if you get taught how to build one of these systems, it's under a condition that you teach 2 friends. And each of those 2 friends
I like that.
teach 2 friends, and so on and so on. And that's the rule. So
No, that's good.
if it's true, from what I'm hearing, then there's groups out there that are teaching these systems in order to help those that need it. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, we're kind of one of those groups here too, you know, like with my rodent coil system, I put that guide out. I'm trying to encourage people to try to build one themselves. So far, it's a little difficult to encourage people to do it. You know, people don't have a lot of time, and quite frankly, the coil can be kind of expensive to build.
Rodent's a little difficult because of the way that it's wrapped.
Yeah, and like you said, it can be difficult, and you know, you got to wear gloves because sometimes the frame, it cuts into your skin a little bit if you're not careful.
Oh yeah, yeah. When I teach you guys how to make my coils, you're gonna laugh how easy it is.
Okay.
You will. Like, it
Sounds
seems
good.
complicated,
Sounds good to me.
but once you start doing it, like I get into this swing of things and I'm building a coil, and it's almost like I'm sewing pants or a patch on a jacket or something. It's just fast, right? So you'll get there. It's just I honestly think I should do a series of private courses to teach people how to build these things.
Yeah, like a WikiHow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, you can teach people and make a couple of bucks at the same time. You know, it's not that big of a deal if you put it behind a low paywall. You know, a reasonable one.
Yeah, buy me a coffee.
Right, exactly. Buy me a coffee, or just help fund my research so I can continue to do this type of thing, and not like, oh, I'm making money off this. No, I want to continue to do this. I mean, I think that's important.
When it comes to research, I look at it like this. I don't ask people for money. I've done everything on my own since I've been on my own since I was 14, and lived on the streets. I had my own house when I was 15, and I'm not going to get into all that, but I don't ask people for money in that sense, but I look at it like this. If you think that you see something in my work that is going to help a lot of people, and you feel moved to want to help me get to a point where I can give it to you in spades, then by all means.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I would do like not like a telethon, but a telethon type deal with a group of people for fundraising for a project. I would do something like that.
The thing is, and I don't mean to, go off topic here, but I just want to touch this briefly because it's relevant. We just have this expose coming out about different, very influential YouTubers like Mr. Beast, and he's just taking advantage of his audience, and he makes all of us look bad at that point, like all of us who are trying to be influencers. So I think we have a certain level of responsibility when we have a platform, and we have to, look at it as providing a service,
I agree. Well, you have to be responsible for your actions and for the words you speak, because there's a lot of people out there listening. and not just
Yeah.
now live or in a week from now, but for all we know, in 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now. We don't know how long the internet's going to last, although our assumptions are it's going to be around for quite a while. So we'll see.
Right. Well, let's get back on topic, but I just wanted to touch on that. Just,
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to like take you away from science.
No, go ahead. Do what you got to do, guys.
Oh, you and I have to sit down, Nathan. That comment you gave me, you are absolutely right. I think that if you and I sat down for like a selected amount of time and hammered it out, I think we can figure it out a lot easier than what we're doing now.
Just so everybody know, we're talking about the Gerald has a device that basically takes a coil, and I believe you got two there, and they're wrapped together.
Interwound, yeah.
So, and I'll bring up your site in a minute. Well, and he jumps them. So he jumps one frequency, it jumps to a certain height, then it stays right there. Then he hits the other one, and it jumps again, but it stays up high. So he's hovering this thing. That was so cool, and it just ties into my gravity flyer so much that I made a comment to him like, he's got the answer right in front of him to how my gravity flyer hovers.
Huh.
See,
that's awesome.
I've brought this up to the scientific community multiple times, and I won't say I was purposefully ignored. I'll just say I was misled to think that it didn't mean as much as it does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it definitely does, man. Hold on.
Well, if anything, it's a way more efficient system to build like a maglev train. Like I could save the company millions in energy when they run their maglev train if they built it a certain way. I've already got a design. I need to work with people to get it to another level.
Yeah, you need to network with some people who are in certain industries.
All right, guys, hold on. You ready? Got it up? Let's go ahead and play it. I just want to show you guys this. I think this is the right one, Gerald.
Hey, everybody. I'm going to try to make this quick.
This is Gerald's video, right?
What we have here is two modified Jewel Thieves, both being using this global battery, which, as you can see, is fairly dead. We have a function generator pulsing at 1,000 hertz, 10% duty cycle, square wave. Both channels are going to pulse at the exact same pulse rate. And the first channel is going into the primary, and the second channel is going into the secondary. And what we're going to attempt is to see if we can raise this coil not once, but twice. Now, when you send a signal against or at each other, usually it cancels out. So let's see. The primary is turning on in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Now we're going to turn the secondary on in 3, 2, 1.
There it is.
Yeah.
And
what the heck? How the heck did you do that?
Now it will hold its own weight plus 1/3 with just the signals from the signal generator. I haven't showed that yet. What I did is I cut out pieces of cardboard that weigh 0.5 gram each. The coil itself weighs 4.5 grams. I put 6 grams on there, and it's still levitated just as you've seen it. It didn't even lower.
So it's able to carry more than its own weight.
Yep.
Which is unusual.
Show it. Yep.
Wow.
And if you hang it from a string, and I have a video showing this too, it's further back. It's probably in the beginning of my videos. But I've hung it from a string, and I turned it on and took a magnet. And when I run it over the center of the coil, it sucks to the magnet. And then when I run it to the outside of the coil, it pushes off. And then I can flip the field, and then the outside of the coil will suck to the magnet, and the inside core will push away from the magnet.
Huh.
And I show that in the video.
Okay. Hold on. That's in the beginning of your video, just like this one, right? Same coil?
Same coil, yeah. It's older, probably a year or two old or whatever. It's like right at the start of all my videos.
Well, let's take a look.
It was towards the beginning, but I was hacked a couple years ago, and I lost my first channel. They took it right out.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's
I
terrible.
back everything up on a computer that's not online. So if everything gets wiped out, I'll just put it on a new channel.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's
and I got
exactly
lots
right.
of people willing to open a channel for me under a different name if that's what.
Oh, I will too. You say the name. You say the word, brother.
Damn straight, man. That's
Okay,
cool.
I got some coils up. Are you seeing it, Gerald?
Okay, so go a little lower. It's past the alternators. Lower.
I'm at the bottom.
Okay, so you see that one on the left, on the bottom left corner? No, go down. Yeah, right there.
That one right there.
Should show what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right, let's try this again. My cat keeps getting in the way. All right, the input is 12 volt, 1 amp, wall plug. Frequency generator, square wave, 261 hertz. It's running through an NPN transistor. I hung the coil from the zap strap here. The idea is to see if I can get the magnet to move outside of the coil. Now the coil's not on, so here's the control. If I stop hitting it. Okay. Nothing moves. See that? Other than me hitting the stupid coil. All right, so I'm going to turn it up to 5 volts. Watch this. Now I go through the center and it pushes away. And I go through the side, it sucks towards it. I'll go on the other side, sucks towards it. Push in the center. But now if I flip it around, it sucks towards the middle, right? Now watch what it does on the outside. It pushes away. Interesting, isn't it? Oh yeah, watch this. Let me flip it around. Okay, I flipped it the wrong way. Okay, watch this. I'm pushing it. Now watch it suck to the magnet. But it'll push off the center. Killer, eh? Right on.
Yeah, that's really fascinating.
That's one of my older
All right,
videos.
let's try.
It's almost like you were and correct me if I'm wrong, you're doing the same thing we're doing with our coils and compressing the field geometry in that little one.
Yep.
Is that what's happening?
It's
And
exactly.
then somehow you're able to do that without the conventional means that we do that with.
Well, I'll tell you, I've said this in previous lives, and I've said it on my channel a couple times. This coil system, the original one, came to me in a dream, and it was very important. I wrote it down. I dated it. Everybody knows about it.
Like so many other amazing inventors in a dream or a vision. I love it. It's such an epic origin story.
You have to be careful about those that state it came from a dream. Even myself, take it with a pound of salt. Just saying, right?
No, that's true.
But
others have claimed, like John Searle claimed to have derived the law of squares from his dreams, which I think is very fascinating.
Yeah, he did. This came to me in a dream, and then literally, I think it was like, I don't even know how close it was. It's dated and it's in the book. In fact, the video is still on YouTube. I had a dream. I wrote down the numbers for the coil. And then right after that, I had a dream, maybe, I think it was like a week later or so. And in this dream, it's going to be hard to believe, but I'm going to say it anyway. Jesus Christ, with his left hand, handed me something, and his arm came down at a 45-degree angle, and he turned his wrist, and he opened his hand to give me what he was going to give me, and then I woke up from this dream. The next day, But this is the cool part. The next day, there was pictures in this and a video that went around the internet. I'm not sure if it went completely viral or not, but it was of a hand. It was a cloud shaped like an arm and a hand with the wrist twisted, just starting to open up as if it was going to give somebody something. And I'm telling you, as God is my witness, that's exactly the same, like to perfection, the way that Christ was handing me whatever he was handing me in that dream. So I recorded the video and kept it and logged it, and it's all dated, and I wrote it in my journal. And so it's documented, and my wife, she's seen it all happen. She could testify to, like, this is crazy stuff. So I believe that there's a formula for the geometry of free energy, and I believe that it's been given repetitively to people that are searching for it, that have honest hearts and they're not searching for money. Like, they're not.
I believe you're right.
Don't get me wrong, we should get paid for our work. But billions of dollars because you sell it to some corporation that sits there and shells
No,
it?
because they're just gonna keep it hidden, keep it secret.
That's not, But being an honest man, like with an honest man's work, sure, you should get paid for your time. You spent all day doing it. You should get paid for that.
I've always felt like my work has been guided through the Akashic record personally. Something's driving me, telling me that I'm on the right path.
I believe that the Akashic records is a spiritual data system logging lives and situations over time. And I believe that it was put together by God like a mechanism, like how the sun rises and the sun lowers and the moons wane and wax. It's just a system, but it's an amazing system that you can tap into through meditation and spiritual awareness. And if, like you said, you're guided, gifted, right? Not everybody gets that. And I pray that everybody does. I really do.
Right. But no, every time I feel like I have that connection, it's like a gift. It's a blessing.
I think everybody can have it. They just have to open their mind to being able to. It's like if you think you can win the race, right? Like, I used to be into track. I broke a few records in school. And if you think you can win the race, you probably can. But if you tell yourself, I'm not sure, man, this guy's pretty fast. He's won record. I can't beat this guy. You're not gonna.
You're manifesting your destiny then, right?
Exactly. Like, you guys were talking about it the other live with Bernie and that plasma. It was Saturday night there. I only caught bits and pieces, but you were talking about consciousness and how it's funny how we all come together and we learn some of the same things from different parts of the world, and then all of a sudden we find out that we actually know the same things and learn them in different ways, right? Ooh, what a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence.
I don't either, not anymore.
Yeah, I think coincidence is a way of God staying anonymous. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Hey, I'm not a preacher, don't get me wrong. I just speak what I believe. I live by this.
I like your honesty, and it's refreshing to see somebody who is not going to hold back on what their belief systems are, and even if they're controversial or a little what the mainstream might consider a little kooky. But
I apologize if I'm taking up part of this show here.
No, you're
good.
good.
Don't worry about it. We're all good.
I don't care if people think I'm kooky or think I'm nuts or even believe me. I really don't. My beliefs don't require them to. But
exactly.
I still have to speak the truth as a way of life. It's a saying that I learned, verticos veritas, literally means speak the truth as a way of life. So
if you have a passion inside you and a will to or a need to speak the truth and you don't, it's going to destroy you.
Oh yeah, it will.
Yeah, you should see the responses I get to some of my videos when I do my gravity flyer.
Oh, I believe it.
Trust me, I get it.
I don't doubt it, man. But you know what, though? You have a vision. You see things. You see things beyond what's right there, and you're getting it. Like when you explained the gravity flyer to me, I knew that you were the person that was going to help me make my hopper hop again.
Nice.
Because
hey, when you guys get together, I want to see a team up video.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
What's up, G? How you doing?
How you doing, Mike?
What's up, dude?
What's up, Nathan? Ben?
Hey, Joe, we had a question for you. See if you
What's
couldn't.
that?
Let's see.
Oh,
This
yeah,
one?
the sine wave question? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Let me put it up there. I think it's that one. Let me see. No, that's not it. It had to do with the frequencies of it. Let's see.
I like this direction that people are going with the solid state cells, like 1.5 volt cells.
Yeah. Crystal cells, this, that, and the other.
I did that a while back. I think I might do it again because I think it's a good idea for oscillating an inductor to then send the oscillation flyback from that inductor into another inductor and then step it down on a transformer through that inductor.
That's possible.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. To answer this question that's out there, yes, I have one higher frequency signal and one lower frequency signal.
Still works the same way?
Yeah, hang on. No. When I do that, I mostly do that for like healing purposes. Because what you do is, say I want to use a baseline frequency of 7.83. That's the hertz of planet Earth, right?
Okay.
So I want that to come out in the frequency, and I want to use a frequency of, say, 5,000 hertz. So what I'll do is I'll put on one side 5,007.83. And then on the other side, I'll put, say, 10,000. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with the math right now because I was working on
just double it
today. So, well, you double it, but in order to get the 7.83 out of as well, no, you would just leave it. You would just leave it.
Are you talking 5, high frequency? Trying to get high frequency?
Okay, so here's the thing. The way that this system works, if you put one frequency in on one side and one frequency on the other, like Nathan said, and you double it, part of it will cancel out the other,
right,
and you'll come out with a third frequency.
Lower one, yeah.
Yeah. So let's say I put 10,000 on one side and 5,000.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, on the other side. Yeah, I'm going to get 5,007.83 out on the.
Because you're out of phase already.
The whole coil system is built out of phase.
Right.
That's
why you can cancel.
Yeah, I get into resonance immediately. It doesn't matter what I use. I haven't gotten into resonance anything under 100 hertz yet. But I can flip a magnet out of my coil and hit the roof with it with like a single pulse.
Nice. You know, Gerald, I was going to tell you something about that Tesla coil. We were talking about it last time. It didn't hit me until you said that. When I got it in oscillation the first time, check it out. So the inside coil, I have it at 360 kilohertz, right?
Yeah.
The outside one, I know that I need to put it right at that area, right? But it seems to drop off immediately. So when it's out of resonance, I'll pull it up to 250, 258, right? As soon as I get right there to the the 360, 368, whatever. As soon as I get to that number, right where it should be, right? I drop down 100 kilohertz and it pulls in perfect resonance.
Really?
Yeah. It's insane to watch on your oscilloscope when you're doing it. And it's not that you move the wire on the coil, you know what I mean, off of the same line you're on, right?
Yeah.
It's just that the frequency will completely change as soon as you hit it.
Sounds like the thing charges up like it's charging up, and when it gets fully charged, that's when that event you described happens.
Yeah,
This would seem a little hard to believe, but all the work that I've done, I've never used an oscilloscope, not once.
Like the plates are charging up, that they're getting charged.
And I'm not saying an oscilloscope is bad. No, I'm still learning how to use one. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I've done all this electronics.
At first, I thought you were the circuit whisperer.
You know what? I see things like, I don't know how to explain. Kind of like Nathan. It's
Well, the new ones are easy. They're like, get a $50 one, the handheld one. They tell you the frequency automatically, so you don't have to do
That's
all
what
that.
that's what I'm gonna do. Get a cheap handheld one.
The new ones, they do all this stuff for you, so you don't have to go crazy.
Dude, I seen a oscilloscope, a multimeter, and a frequency generator all in one, like little portable handheld device. It was really cool.
$200,
and they're $50, man. I bought a $50 handheld one like 5-6 years ago, and it doesn't do any generation though. Now they generate signals too, and they're the same price.
Yeah, I found a $75 one on Amazon. That was pretty good. I had my eye on.
Hey, Gerald.
Yeah,
it's 2-channel.
Except for this last month, I haven't used one of those either. I got it for my birthday about a year ago.
They're handy to get the frequency.
You're a visionary. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
you see it like
on intuition. Yeah, you guys go on intuition.
That's awesome.
It was like it was like Christmas. As soon as it turned on and I started seeing the correct frequencies, I was like, man, I could have used this the whole time.
Right, and you'd be killing yourself without.
You got to give me some tips on how to use this thing, then. I'm gonna get pretty scope.
You can only go so far, You could build a pulse motor without an oscilloscope, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well they don't put it in 3D. So when I look at it, I like to look at angles on things. So if it's in this one, I want to see it there. If it's in this one, I want to see it here. You know what I mean? But then if it's down here, I want to see it in that angle. So I wish they made it in 3D. It would be so much easier to line up different fields in order to hit the correct geometry or something.
Made what in 3D? The oscilloscope?
Yeah, they don't make them in 3D. That's what I'm saying. If I could tell you the phase angle of this thing and show you in a different way.
Pretty scope allows you to kind of manipulate the frequencies in sort of a three-dimensional space a little bit.
I've seen some 3D things that they're not anywhere close to where I would want to.
Yeah, show you got to get an
oscilloscope with 2 channels, Nathan. Then you can kind of do the 3D thing.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. So if I have different angles that they're in, right? So when you set up your magnetic field, okay.
I know what you're talking about. You know what meter you need, Nathan?
Hey, what's up, Sheeny?
It's called a tri-axis meter.
There you go.
It tells you what phase angle and every phase that it is. Yeah, Amazon sells them. I think they're like $200.
I'm gonna have to look that up because that's exactly what I need. Because the angles is the thing. That's the geometry of how this works. You have to put the angles in order to see it right. Because you're just looking at this. That's not going to help me. I need to see this. You know what I mean? I need to see that Mercedes symbol. And it matters.
Having a 2-channel oscilloscope, you can't do it with that?
Not what we're looking at. No, not what I'm talking about. So
2 channels.
It's like this. Look, it's like when they say, okay, you move this way for a magnetic wave and you move this. And as this one goes less, or more in, this one goes higher. Okay. But I want to see it in 3D. I want to see more of everything. So
oscilloscopes have a way of doing 3D. I've done it before. I don't remember, where you got to run they have these things.
You have to take an Arduino and run a program on it, but they cannot do what I'm asking it to do.
There's a way to hook something up to the oscilloscope to get that 3D image.
That's my little mini scope. It's just
that's
tiny.
Cute.
Yeah, I know. I bought it for $100. So
that's a tri-field?
No, this is just a mini scope, like an oscilloscope.
What's that other thing called?
Tri-field? Like whatever, right? So
it's okay, dude. We're all tinkers here.
But yeah, that's my little scope. You know what? I'm not exactly sure where to measure on my coil because there's 2 different measurements that I can do. There's my primary, there's my secondary. fact, there's also the output. So it's like, where exactly do I measure from? That's something maybe you and I can go over one time, Nathan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fairly easy, and trust me, it'll take a couple seconds. If you watch the videos, you're going to fall asleep.
Well,
it took me almost 2 days because of that.
I asked some professionals, we'll just say, that I used to talk to all the time, and I could never really quite get the answers I needed. So, yeah, I'd love to pick your brain about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's easier than you think. So some of these people, man, like I said, 45 minutes later, I had one eye open, man. I was, drinking as much stuff with sugar in it as possible, and it still wasn't doing it. These people are just like, their voices put me to sleep hard.
So dry, just like on Apex this last. I was falling asleep. That guy was so dry and so monotone. Wow, man. But hey, whatever. Teach your own. At least he put his stuff out and whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of you want to dislike the person because he screwed you over. And
well, you know what?
Be able to follow what you're saying.
I don't think it was him.
I don't think it was him that screwed me over, and I don't think anybody purposefully screwed me over. But I think I got screwed over. If that's the way you want to put it, you know what I mean? It is what it is. I was going to show something absolutely amazing that's never been seen before, and now I kind of want to be selfish and not show that. So I don't know. Like I have to think about that one heavy now, because it's what I'm going to show will be very significant. Let's just say that.
What happened? You didn't get to present at Apex?
No idea. You know what? I kind of bowed out. And the reason is because the guy that went on before me, Alex Wolf III, was on for 2 hours.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's supposed to be like an hour-long presentation. And hey, I get it. Like we all go over.
Right.
But everybody that was there in the beginning had left because it was so fucking boring.
Oh, I came in.
People in the comment sections were making fun of the poor guy.
I came in and the comments were full of it.
Yeah, and I know he was doing his best, but somebody should have gave him some tips on doing videos and presentations. And if they weren't going to, or that was done purposefully, well, I could have some other words that were so nice towards that situation. But, forgive and forget.
Yeah, you always have plenty of opportunity to present here and in other podcasts.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's the other thing. I'm kind of looking forward to it. And we're working on stuff that, I've had leaps and bounds in the last 2 weeks that I can't even begin to tell you. Like, I had a breakthrough yesterday that, let's just say there's certain things I won't say because I don't want to knock on the door.
Okay. No, that's understandable, but it's exciting to hear that you're making breakthroughs and progress for sure.
When I said on our last live that I was on, if we got together, we could build a ship in a year. I will now say, with the right resources and a team, 6 months.
Wow.
And I say that with absolute confidence.
Yeah, the wrench works easy. The biggest thing is the understanding of what you're doing.
Yep. And the necessary parts to put together for the skin, the brain, the device that actually creates the lift, all of it. You know what the brain is, right?
The navigation system?
You're the navigation system.
So that's interesting. Using your consciousness to control the vehicle. I think it makes sense if you can do it.
Your brain is mapped in different frequencies. So if you can take advantage of that and run something with it, go for it.
For sure.
What's a bifilar coil system that's 180 degrees out of phase? Compare that with the brain. The human brain has 2 separate lobes, and in the center has like a cup. And in that cup, there's a pineal gland. We all know that. Looks like a little
and it's crystalline
or whatever, right? What's that?
It's crystalline, isn't it?
I believe so. I believe it's like a crystalline gel, right? But now if you could get both hemispheres of the brain to fire equilaterally, you're creating the same system as a bifilar coil system. Now, if a bifilar coil system had the ability to create lift, and the brain is mapped pretty much the same way, it stands to reason that it's possible that we could create our own lift. Now, I'm not saying that anything's been done like that. I'm just saying that scientifically, everything I've studied when it comes to every cell of the body, the lamin that's in it, the proteins, you name it, it all comes together and can be activated, I believe, through light, sound, and energy, which is
wasn't there a video or a couple of videos that arose on the internet a while ago of like some Tibetan monks levitating themselves and stones and stuff?
Yeah, did you see them throw stones up on that mountain hill?
I don't remember seeing it, but I remember a bunch of people talking about it and they saw it. I never got a chance to see it.
People think they use just sound. I don't believe that was the case. I believe that that was definitely part of it.
They were using sound and chi maybe combined.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And what's chi? Chi is spirit. Spirit's energy.
Spirit,
energy is light, right? So if we could find a way to access that energy and infuse it into every cell of our bodies, and our conscious effort was to literally align in such a way that the hemispheres of our brain would fire perfectly, I believe that we could not only achieve what monks are achieving, but much more. Much more.
And I think you're right in saying that everybody has the ability to tap into this this intuition here, because I had a theory that the human race wouldn't be able to drive cars the way we do without some level of intuition, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Look at fighter pilots. They become part of the plane. When they're fighting and flying, they don't see the plane. They don't see what their hands are doing in the actions. It just becomes part of them. They think they do. Why? Well, they're trained for hand-eye coordination for one, but just the very conscious and how they fly those jets, absolutely mind-boggling them. They become part of the ship. They have to. Otherwise, well.
Yeah, one wrong move and you're down. Yeah.
Right? Hey, Jeremiah.
Oh, here we go.
Let's talk a little bit about this machine. Let me play some of the video for you.
All right.
So
it's Testatika.
So we're looking at
the Mathematica community Testatika device. Certainly a very interesting kind of concept for what looks like a Wimshurst machine. That thing is not a Wimshurst machine.
Nope.
But it does operate very similar to one.
What is a Wimshurst machine, real quick?
A Wimshurst machine is a machine that uses two discs made of insulating material, classically glass, with a set of individually charged segments on their surface on just one side. So the two inside, the two glass discs are aligned to be parallel with each other. One rotates. On one side, you're looking at a clockwise rotation. And if you look through that disc, the other disc will be spinning exactly at the same RPM in the opposite direction. But if you go over to that side, it's also clockwise rotation. Anyways, these two discs, they spin opposite from each other. And so what happens is you place two charges of opposite polarity on segments that are directly across from each other on these two discs. And what will happen is, mechanically, because the discs are rotating in opposite directions, these two segments with opposite charge that form a parallel plate capacitor are separated farther and farther apart from each other.
Yeah.
Right. So by mechanically separating them, the potential that's there for the fixed number of charges on each plate becomes larger. And so then those charges are drawn off. They're put into normally Leyden jars, but they can be directly discharged or utilized. But yeah, it's a way of turning rotational motion and a set of charged segments into an electrostatic force.
And this is doing something different. This is doing what?
Right. Testatika is quite a bit different than your normal Wimshurst machine. Wimshurst generator, as you draw more power from it and it builds up its charge, if you leak off that charge once the potential is very high, you have to supply the extra energy in the form of a mechanical input, meaning that it's sucking energy in order to provide rotation, which is provided either by your hand or a motor. The motor load increases as you draw power from it after it's reached its maximum charge. In Testatika, this machine powers itself. It takes the electrical output that's converted through a series of very odd devices, which we can get into some of the details for, and it pumps it back in out of phase to its electrical input and utilizes some kind of electrostatic force to continuously provide the rotational motion. But the conversion in this device is where it gets interesting, because they're taking what would normally be just an electrostatic discharge, and by using a set of screen mesh assemblies under a magnetic field, they're producing some kind of extra output. And it looks almost identical in terms of the inside construction of these condensers that they've got, which have a spark gap on the inside to an Ed Gray tube.
So would you say that the mesh is kind of shaping the magnetic field, or is it just interfering with it in some way?
The mesh appears to be allowing the electrostatic pressure wave that's produced during the discharge event to travel through and hit multiple layers without being completely EM shielded. And this could perhaps be due to the wavelength being so small that it can literally get through the pores.
That reminds me a lot of what Joel Legacy did when he was stepping down high voltage from those little high voltage modules. He put it through like a sort of an ion chamber. He had stainless steel wool on the inside of a glass jar, and then used that as sort of like a capacitive link between the high voltage and his, I don't know where, I guess he went to regular capacitors after that, filled them extremely fast. He was even charging a battery with that thing. So I kind of wonder if that's what they were trying to do with those glass jars there and the screens, like you said. I did notice that they have fractal capacitance on the front of that system.
Well, what's kind of interesting too is the mesh plates they used on the front of this disc and on the opposite side disc. They're not like your normal solid metal Wimshurst machine plates with rounded edges. These have sharper edges and they're made of a mesh material, which could easily be magnetic. Let's assume for a second that it is actually magnetic. Let's say it's a steel mesh, a screen door type of mesh. That's your normal Wimshurst machine. Usually use non-magnetic aluminum plates. And if we take a look at the comparison of Testatika's plates, quite a bit different. So no rounded edges, but I want to bring up an interesting story from a friend of mine.
That's fractal.
Who goes by Space Case. And he built a machine he called the Curious Device. And it was very similar in some ways to the Testatika machine. It was designed as a Wimshurst, but he didn't round the edges of his plates, and they were magnetic, galvanized roofing, flashing steel. And he'd noticed that when he charged this device up and had these two plates counter-rotating, instead of just generating an electrostatic charge, he ended up generating an oscillating magnetic field with a very low frequency that didn't directly correlate with the RPMs of the device. And it was as if somehow the motion of the electrostatic charges over the surface of the plates was generating a magnetic field that he then mapped out using a field detector that he had built, and found two toroids basically sandwiched together at the center as far as the shape of the field, almost identical to the Graviflyer. This device did something particularly interesting. This is why he called it the Curious Device. Initially, when standing close to it, you would start to feel uneasy, like almost an impending sense of doom, as he describes it. Once the device had a chance to build up the field, which I guess took more than a minute, he had a moment where he disconnected the power supply, pulled the he pulled the lead from the power supply, connecting this the ground connection with this isolated device, and watched the power supply still send just on one wire a continuous current for quite a while, for like at least I think 30 seconds or more. I don't remember exactly what the duration of time was, but it was drawing power off this one wire circuit almost as if it had formed its own independent charge reference frame and was at an extreme negative potential, therefore drawing power through the positive lead of the power supply. And again, this is an ungrounded device in this configuration, so no, there's not a ground return path to the negative. It's a really, really strange configuration because the negative is grounded on that supply. But what's more interesting is that he then did a series of experiments using clock chips. He built something he called a time field detector, which is very similar to Jayton Lewis Naughton's time detector. And it's two clock chips that are separated, one in front of the other by a certain distance. And you synchronize the two clocks and listen to the output in the difference in their frequency on a speaker or with an LED. Now, what he noticed is that as he approached this machine, one of the clock chips, the one that was closer to it, would start to tick differently than the one that was closer to him. And as he got closer and closer to the machine, you got quite an extreme difference. And so the beat frequency went up. He was able to see it on his LED indicator. And apparently time was flowing differently around this device, which sort of does make sense. Now, the Testatika machine having these plate segments, which look like they're made of a ferromagnetic metal, perhaps it's doing something interesting with time as well that isn't accounted for. And it could be in the shape of the fields. If we would assume that the Testatika machine has the exact same field geometry as what Adam mapped around the Curious device, then we could also assume that it's doing the same strange things with time and its rate flow. So that would explain one possibility of how this device is able to pump in extra energy.
Huh, that's so cool.
That's possible.
So I tried to make one of these things with a Wimhurst machine inside the middle of a Gravity Flyer flame runs, and it failed miserably. I was trying to get the same thing, but there wasn't enough metal there in order to get in a high enough field to do anything.
Yeah, it's interesting. Alex Froloff had a curious idea about just using electrostatic charges across the surface of a plate, two different electrodes on opposite sides of a flat plate, not directly across from each other like parallel, but you take a flat plate, you lay it out on the table, and then on your right hand you place one electrode, the left hand you place another electrode, so that there is this space between them, and they're insulated from that bar. So just using electrostatic charges, he was saying you should still get the flow of electrons through the center of that bar, which should produce a magnetic field, which is going to be isolated. So it's basically like an electrostatically powered inductor. What's interesting about it, though, is he said, well, this is one way that you can step down your electrostatic potentials by moving them back and forth in order to create a high current, low voltage. And that was the idea, is that you can take just the motion of the charge through a solid conductor and use it to generate an equivalent current, which then you can extract at whatever voltage that you want, depending on the number of turns that you have around that conductor.
Well, check this out. If it's creating a magnetic field in two toroids, right? So as you go one way, it'll produce either a north or south, and then you go the other way, it'll do that. They'll be opposite. In the center, they're going to push against each other. So you're going to get higher Tesla values in the center. So those plates, they should pick up a lot more energy.
Give me just one moment.
Yeah, go ahead. That would be interesting, though, because you would have to do that no matter how you do this. In just regular coils, the way you wind them will predict the energy flow and which direction it goes in. But if you're spinning them, it'll actually produce a field in one way or the other.
You mean spinning the coil? Like, okay, so you wound the coil one way, you're firing voltage into it, and then you spin it at the same time?
Well, okay, instead of a spinning field to go solid state, all you have to do is wrap it a certain way. So if you're
I know.
Yeah, so if you're on the top, you wrap it to the right, and then you wrap it to the left on the bottom. You know what I mean? It'll create two different poles.
Yeah, I understand that.
So it's the same thing with spinning magnet, or just spinning something. When you put a voltage field on it, it'll have the exact same effect. So when he says these things are counter rotating on the actual plates and they're picking up a magnetic charge, now you understand he's got a north and a south there with two toroids. Now we're getting into like the earth and how it creates time.
So let's talk about the time aspect a little bit. If we take the conventional idea of an electromagnetic wave, we always have an electric field orthogonal to a magnetic flux. Now, the idea that these waves are always orthogonal to each other and they're sort of stuck in this position can change. There's something called a Lorentz transform, which changes the angle at which you see the magnetic field versus the electric field. And that depends on the motion, the relative motion that you have versus whatever system is producing this wave. Now, if you take a look in the case of photons, you're not going to really see that phase angle shift. You're going to see a wavelength shift. But if you take a look in a physical device that's actually actively radiating waves that are slower than velocity c, like an electromagnetic device, for example, or something that has conductors, you do start to see the Lorentz transform. And so you can replace current with voltage, or the other way around. You can convert one into the other due to relativistic effects, which is effectively how an electromagnet works. It operates with relativistic effects because you have physical particles called electrons moving through a conductor, and their protons are respectively not moving relative to the observer. So the electric field ends up looking like a magnetic field because we're viewing it at 90 degrees. So about time and the Testatika device and the Curious device, we have two electrostatic fields that are polarized along one axis, and we have their magnetic field that's going to be axial according to that electric opposite charge on the opposite side plates for these two counter-rotating disks. But we also have a magnetic field vector that's going to be generated due to the motion of those charges that's going to be orthogonal to the magnetic field vector of what's being set up by the electric field transposition on the plates. And so what we end up stacking is we have an electric field that's stacked on top of a magnetic field at 0 degrees because of the interaction of two systems, and we have a magnetic field that's stacked on top of an electric field at 0 degrees. Now, according to physics that we have now, if we take a look at the electrodynamics in Maxwell, we can see that two magnetic fields at 90 degrees don't interact with each other. And two electric fields at 90 degrees don't interact with each other. The reason why they consider that they don't interact is because of something called the regauging problem, which means that it's assumed that the energy stored in those waves automatically reaches instantaneous equilibrium everywhere in the entire universe. But that's not actually the case. It starts locally. So when you stack up energy orthogonally, two vectors that cannot interact with each other, and you have energy flowing in some free space, huge amounts of energy, both in a way that they can't interact with each other, the vacuum has to store the extra energy. And so you get something called a change in the refractive index, meaning the speed of light changes in that region of space. It starts to act like a physical material lens, and it slows down light. And so you can use a difference in the velocity of light to pump charges, which is what I think this device is doing.
Yeah, I think they're also using a static electricity to pull. I don't know. Just go ahead.
You're saying this. I was going to ask Exotic. You're saying this time manipulation happens all the time at a quantum scale.
All the time. It's the way that the universe corrects itself.
That makes sense, though, because from everything we know about microscopic ball lightning and all that.
Yeah, if we take a look at the kind of craziness that happens with exotic vacuum objects at that extremely fine scale, and the way that they can just completely tear apart bonds and seem to change the binding energy of structures, causing transmutation, even at extraordinarily high energies, you still wouldn't expect the amount of transmutation that occurs in the materials affected by exotic vacuum objects. But metallurgical scans tell us that there is something more going on. And one thing that would certainly screw with the binding energy and allowing a nuclei to fall apart much more easily or at lower energy levels would be a change in the rate flow of time that occurs across a gradient.
That's an interesting notion there.
It's sort of like looking at relativity in reverse, but it's still the same physics principles. Like, nothing that I'm talking about here is beyond the scope of what is already in the accepted physics.
Well, it makes sense because if you listen to researchers like Bob Grenier who are looking into ball lightning, his theory is that the transmutation happens because the vortex is kind of spinning the ether in such a way that it disassembles the matter. So it's not that hard to believe that it's actually affecting the time as well.
Yeah, but Bob Grinier's study on EVOs it's all uncontrollable EVOs. They're all I can't remember the term that he used. Basically, they're uncontrolled. They see the result of the experiment after they've done the experiment, rather than
you're right. It's a random. I forget what he called it, but you're right. It's a random occurrence. It's not like a controlled occurrence.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that changes a lot of how we should look at EVOs.
Right, and I think EVOs is a better term, because we really don't know how many other exotic vacuum objects exist and what they do, and they could play different functions for sure.
But what's an exotic vacuum object? I mean, we're talking quantum vacuum, which is really just another word for ether, right? So
your theory is that it's basically just all ether. It's all the same thing.
Well, no, even David Chester himself said that ether is just a banned word, and they use quantum vacuum in its place. So
right.
The way I see just deciding on a different language for something that most people used to work with and experiment with on a regular, but because the language has changed, people don't know where to look or even how to look.
Right.
That's my theory.
I define ether as in the terms of how Ken Wheeler defines it. His definition is pretty good, as he defines it as counter space, which is the incommensurability of space. You know, if you take away space, what's left? Counter space.
Nah, I'm not sure if I agree with Wheeler, but I kind of get I get the concept putting out, though.
I'm curious to hear your theory. I mean, if you have a different theory, of course, I'd love to hear it.
I'm still forming it. There's so much data out there that I've gone over, and there's so many theories put out by so many people on the various.
Well, when you're ready, for sure. Like I think
you're
putting out a book.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've written a book that's almost done, and it's all on the mechanics and me mapping out the coils that I've built, how they worked, the anomalies, the things I can't understand but still witnessed and experienced. I have 5 affidavits written from people that have experienced strange anomalies with these systems that I've worked with. So that's in the book, how to build it, how I got to where I got to, the understanding that I have. It's not academic based, but there's a lot of academic principles in there because, of course, we're talking physics, right? But there are just some terms that when it comes to academia, it's a decided language. It's not, to me, in my mind, set in stone. So if I'm wrong on that, forgive me. If you don't like it, well, that's your choice.
No, put me on the list. I wanna sign up for being one of the first people to receive one of your books.
Well, it's gonna come with the coils, right? When I send out the coils, the book's coming too.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's all coming, and I've got 3 dead man switches, and I would never commit suicide. Just so you know, my beliefs would never allow me to, ever. I couldn't do it.
Now, Gerald, they couldn't kill you. You're a live person.
Yeah, well, I died once already, so what are you going to do to me that's new? Come on. I've been tortured. So, come on, right? That's the way I see it. What? Not that I'm asking for it, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I've lived through some shit, and whatever. What am I going to do? Fear death? It's just another step in life. It's just another mechanism of the time that you experience within your spirit. Because
I think it was John Hutchinson that says there's probably more to do in the afterlife than there is to do in this life. I think it was him.
Yeah, he might have said that. He might have said that. He was a profound guy when I met him. And then I guess over time, his the way that he displayed his work, I think he kind of got to him after a while. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, for
John's
sure.
He's a fun guy to talk to. He really is. I
know,
laughed a few times. I don't know him. I've met him once, and then I lent him my truck to move, and then talked to him for about 5 minutes after that, and that was it. So,
well, I did some preliminary research on John Hutchinson because I was planning on to do an episode on him and the dustification effect. But what I found was, they really gave him a hard time trying to, tell everybody that he was crazy, right?
Well, it was a way of discounting the information so that nobody sought after it.
But their psyops really got to him, from what I hear.
Well, when he was younger, he was pretty much a genius. And when he was living in New Westminster, he was good friends with my boss, who owned a ship that I worked on. It was a 155-foot steamship. And John Hutchinson had an old minesweeper, which is another ship. It was I think it was about 75 feet long. And he had some problems with it and had brought it over to our marina to get work done on it, and we did the work, and he came and picked it up, and that's when I met him, right? And I forgot my point. Damn it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I gotta
there's just so much around this guy, right? Like John Hutchinson, he was a genius, and I think he figured out exactly what it is that we're looking for. And he thought that it would help everybody when he shared it with the government. But I believe that he shared it with the wrong faction of the government.
But he definitely went the wrong route on that. But here's an interesting story about John Hutchinson that kind of plays into what we were talking about earlier, and that not a lot of people know. When he was a kid, he was listening to frequencies on his radio equipment, and he would hear the pickup from the giant engines from the dam that was not far from his house. So, and he would be able to visualize the engines, he said, in his head, kind of like Tesla.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I have that. It's a gift and a curse.
I can imagine.
When you look at something, I have an old tube TV sitting in front of me, and every time I look at it, it's like my brain just goes to that schematic where I can literally pull it apart, like in Iron Man when he's sitting there and he grabs the 3-dimensional hologram and he pulls it open and it rips open the whole diagram and he can see everything. That's how my brain works. I look at something like, especially this tube TV, it drives me nuts.
It's got to be difficult to even communicate what you're seeing in your own head to other people too, I can imagine.
It really is, because I left school at the end of grade 11. And I never went to college, and I'm self-taught, self-read, all of that. So when it comes to describing certain things, it's very difficult if I'm talking to an electrical engineer, because they have very specific ways of talking about their engineering and the circuits that they run and the boards. And I know all the lingo, and I can fix stereos and replace resistors and capacitors and all that other stuff, transformers. But I'm not as linguistic as it takes to be anywhere near a physics PhD, because they all want to throw out the terms that need to be spoken of in that way.
That makes sense. You have to speak in their language, and they're taught in a certain language of academia, which is traditional physics. And no, I could completely understand that. That's got to be difficult, because you have to find a way to bridge that gap. And I think the way to do it is, sometimes these engineers, they just need to see these devices working, with their own eyes.
Jeremiah was helping me for quite a while on bridging the gap between the language of physics and garage tinker, so to speak. And I can speak the language. It's hard for me, because I like to live by verticos veritas, right? Speak the truth as a way of life. But when I speak physics language, I see the correlation between how laymen's speak about inventions and experimentation and how physics students and physics professors speak about that exact experimentation, and it drives me nuts.
Right, it's completely different.
Well, half the time they're talking about the exact same thing with just a different language.
Right, but I'm saying like the language that academia speaks is almost like it's cryptic, you know?
Well, you know what? It's like French. It's a different language. I don't mean French is bad or whatever, but I mean like it's a different language than English. So it's just like physics is a different language than say the experimenter or the gas jockey. Or
like the nice part about engineering is that you have some pretty fixed things across all boards. So if I refer to say an IRFC44N as a power MOSFET, it doesn't matter whether that MOSFET is being referred to in a schematic in India or China or Indonesia or California or the UK. It's the same part number. It's the exact same reference. And that takes place across pretty much all schematics and everything else. We have a universal language when we talk components in engineering and talk specific parts. Now, more complex assemblies of components, things like circuit breakers, are going to have a different name because they're an assembly of many different parts. But individual components, they can be shared across the whole world, and we can all speak that language. The other thing that holds true is the mathematics of engineering circuits, where you're talking about the same volts and amps no matter what country you're in, unless of course you're talking Chinese LEDs, which they have a very special type of rating for those that generally is about 33% above what the actual rest of the world's mathematics are when they give you the watts specification or the amount of current they can handle. So they've got a special math, I guess, for their cheap components. But otherwise, yeah, the rest of the world agrees on the math of the engineering, and they agree on the name of the component, and it's easily identifiable. So although it's like a different language, it's unified. Now you go over to physics, and you can find 14 different ways to describe the same damn thing.
Yep. Drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm. And it's because you have so many different categories of physics where people sit behind their computers and do simulations or run the math or scribble stuff on a whiteboard or do just it's a purely mathematical approach. And Tesla warned us about this kind of things. Mathematicians could easily spend all day calculating to the nth degree and discover absolutely nothing because their equations have no relation to reality.
Right.
In a lot of cases. And that's the difficulty with physics is if you don't both have an engineering side to you and a physics side to you, then chances are you're going to be a bench chair mathematician physicist and have no relation to how these numbers actually correlate with real world values.
Which is generally how it is. Professors have, I wouldn't say no clue. There's quite a few intelligent ones out there that stay up to date, so to speak, when it comes to experiments and experience. But there's a lot of other ones that just write papers on other people's work and they glorify each other. And if you try and put out anything that pushes any of their theory out of the way, it's hell or high water. You're out of the picture and you're getting canceled. And
yeah, the most obvious example of this kind of personality happened during one of the APEC conferences. We had an individual on there, I'm not going to name, that said, I am a theoretical physicist. I don't care about how to build it. And that summed it up for me right there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that was very telling.
And the thing is that it was said in a way that was braggadocious, almost as if those people who build things are underneath the intellectual prowess of the geniuses calculations.
Wow.
So there's an arrogance there that comes from academia. It's unfortunate, but it's built into the system. You get rewarded for doing your paperwork right. You get rewarded for the complexity of what you have, and what you end up with in the end of the day. A lot of times, like if you read purely theoretical papers that have no experimentation or no proposed experiments in order to disprove their theory, you're going to see something that's so overly complicated, it basically can't be understood by anybody, including their peers. And so,
like Ken Wheeler's Secrets of Magnetism.
Yeah, well, that's something that you can understand. It's just flat out wrong. Well, I shouldn't say flat out. That's a little bit harsh.
I believe it's overly complex. I believe
Wheeler did steal some good information from other people that ended up in the stuff that he did, but unfortunately, the best parts of Ken Wheeler are really the pieces that he took from other people.
Well, that's interesting, and I don't mean to be off topic, but I would like to return to that in a different podcast if you would like to come on at some point.
Hey, Ken Wheeler's that guy that does the cameras, right?
He's the bald guy with the tattoos. Yeah, he does the cameras. Yeah.
Okay. There's two of them on the internet, so I just want to make sure I got the right one.
When it comes to academia, I think they get rewarded for towing the line.
Yeah.
There's very few that actually experiment there, looking in different angles and ways. The reason why I looked in the direction that I looked, because I looked at physics and it seems to me like it's broken. 25 years and they haven't come up with something new? Are you kidding me? The amount of money that's sunk into physics could make a man puke.
Oh, they discovered new stuff in physics. It's just not public. That's what happened.
Right. My apologies.
No, but you're absolutely right.
Trying to get paid.
Yeah. That's just the point, right? Go ahead.
I make this point a lot. Like, we've had advancements in every single sector of technology and industry except energy. Like, why is that?
Well, that's because of the bigwigs that own Shell and own the oil companies, and the same people that own the oil companies own the pharmaceutical companies, and the same ones that own the pharmaceutical companies right now, they're starting to own a lot of the land and getting into the food industry. So I don't know. Very interesting. I believe in being independent, 100%.
What was that, Mike?
Your own food.
Look into Holcomb Energy Systems. They are.
They're interesting.
They have contracts with the grid, and because their technology is disruptive, they have limited contracts with the grid only.
Yeah, it's disruptive and kept from the public because of that.
I think they're in Canada too. No, maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No, when I was a little kid, speaking of how this stuff is suppressed, I see all the time energy breakthroughs pop up out of nowhere, watch the companies develop, and then watch them systematically disappear. I had the opportunity to talk with several of these companies, and one of the most interesting ones, they had a generator system, rotary classic generator system, where they had complete phase control, and they'd found a way to get their generators basically self-powered with an excessive output of over 500 kilowatts in the largest unit. And the company's MO and how they did business was, you can't ever own the generator. Our own technicians will come out and do maintenance. You provide the land. You take 10% off of all the electricity that you sell. You have to provide the right resources and do all of the necessary paperwork with your city or province or whatever to set this up so that you can have a generator facility set up. But they would help you along with that. And so they collect the money from their own generators. They come in every couple of years, maintenance them, and otherwise you don't touch them. Nobody else understands exactly what's inside. And these are just independent systems where all you have to do is provide a ground and an output to the distribution network. That's it. There's no fuel tanks. There's no solar panels. There's no wind turbines. It's a box that you stick on your property, and you get 10% of the profit from it. There's no initial investment. There's no buy our plans or send us some amount of money. This happened, long before all these internet scams got crazy wild. So like I said, I had a chance to talk to the company. They explained to me that U.S. regulations wouldn't allow them to ever install any units in the United States, and they didn't foresee that it was going to happen regardless of the litigation that they were trying to do in order to get into the U.S. But they currently had units deployed in Germany at that time, in Switzerland, and I think a couple other places that they were able to disclose to me. So, and then this company just completely up and vanished. As far as the public goes, they up and vanished. But they were producing self-powered, complete generating systems that
solid state or no?
I do nothing for except for the land.
I believe it.
What happened to him?
No, I have no idea what happened to him. It was a couple of months. I checked back on the website because I wanted to share it with somebody else that was interested in over Unity systems. And the website was completely gone, and so was any traceability. The links were all dead. Got 404 on pretty much everything across the board.
Was the device solid state or was it a motor?
No, it's a big, monstrous generator that takes up
motor.
They're like I said, their 500 kilowatt unit, which I think was the largest they were making at that time, was roughly, if I remember correctly, about 5 foot wide, about 9 foot long, and about 6 foot tall.
Magnet motor, effectively, but it's not a pulse motor.
That's
iron and magnets. You could totally do it with iron and magnets. There's no doubting.
I just use that one company as an example of what I've seen happen well over 50 times across the last 24 years that I've been doing this stuff with companies that seem like they're completely legit. They've got the right, they've got the right research. They're more open with how their system works. They've done the thermodynamic calculations on it. They properly boxed it up and measured all the heat output and everything else. And nobody's still around.
There's a all magnet motor out of Turkey.
What's that?
There's an all magnet motor out of Turkey. You have to snap in the last magnet and it just starts spinning. They don't stop until the magnets lose their magnetism, or you stop.
There's been so many of those, Mike. Though, and that's the problem. Is right now anything that's been promised in terms of a completely permanent magnet system that you're just mechanically moving parts in order to get response out of. There have been no diagrams that have showed up so far where independent.
No, it's proprietary. They just showed it with a video. They won't hand out the diagram, but they showed it.
Yeah, and being proprietary is useless.
They showed it working,
Unfortunately,
that's all you get.
Yeah, keeping it closed like that puts a target on your back, I think.
Keeping what?
Yeah, the fastest way to make 10 years of research disappear, along with all the money that was invested, is to go out there, lock it up, and talk about how it can basically threaten the electrical economy or the oil industry, and just go ahead and brag about how your device is going to completely revolutionize energy, and then tell nobody how it works. And you can pretty much guarantee that if it does work, you'll be gone.
That's what we see all day long.
Yeah. No, for sure. That's what I was thinking.
Well, I've died once, so I guess you got a second time coming.
Jeez.
I know this stuff.
You know what? I don't claim nothing like that. I think my system's efficient. It may charge a battery. Okay. Mm-hmm. Anything else? We'll see. Again, it has to be rigorously tested by others, because as far as you guys know, with all due respect,
send us a diagram. We'll test it out.
I could be bullshitting, Mike. I can't send you a diagram.
How are we going to test it out?
Because I'm going to send you the system with the book. I've said it before. I'll say it again. There's a book that tells you how to build them, tells you where I looked to first find this, tells you everything about the system. There's experiments in there. It maps the numbers, everything. So everyone that gets a coil is going to get a book. And then you'll be able to
Gerald, would I be able to pick my package up in person? Because I think Nathan sent me a package with a frame, and I still haven't received it.
Yeah, if you want to
do that yet?
No.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, as long as there's a set of directions,
I'll make you another one and send it.
Yeah, I hope
it's
nobody's
like this.
with our mail.
Here's the unfortunate part. I'm in Canada, and because of bad decision making when I was a kid, I can't really leave Canada. So if you want, you have to come see me here.
No, that's fine. We plan on going to Canada anyways.
There you go. Vacation. Yeah, we're setting up a big get together real soon here. So
that'd be fun.
Yeah, we're gonna
do up with Canada. Although there's a lot of crazy stuff in Canada regarding archaeology.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I can show you where there's an underground pyramid.
So you see, the whole planet
Really?
seems to have this stuff going on. Just they're not spoken about.
Yeah, they keep it to themselves, right? Because people would panic.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like if you found out that there is a pyramid sitting on your land and you're growing food on top of it,
Why would someone panic over that?
because they would want money from it. They own the land.
Oh,
Factors that would come into play. There'd be lots of people wanting to take pictures, and now it would be a big deal.
if it's on your land, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I can tell you if it generates power, I'm looking at how to start it before I ever take a picture of it.
Got to get the water flowing. You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few things involved, right?
Trust me, we're gonna use some redneck engineering, and this
that's a
thing's
crazy
gonna start
theory.
and run.
Oh yeah.
Some
What
Egyptian
if-
plumbing.
What
Get
if
my
these
Mountain Dew can
pyramids,
and my duct tape, and we're ready to go.
Oh yeah.
you just spawned a thought in my head when you said get the water running. What if there's like a future point where the Earth floods again and activates all of the pyramids on Earth?
It's an awesome thought. I wish it would be possible.
What?
Unfortunately, it's not, because you're going to have to
Fix all of them.
flush out each pyramid. Yeah. And then
No, I mean the flood will flush it all out. I mean,
no.
what if they're designed to get flushed out by a flood and work
There's a
again?
broken part.
You don't even know. Those
Broken
things are
down.
so well designed.
The Ark
That's
of the
an
Covenant.
interesting thought, Mike. That's an interesting thought, though.
So the Ark of the Covenant isn't the
I mean,
only
obviously they were working when the water was up higher. I'm not saying like a flash flood, but maybe like when the water's raised again, maybe they'll all start working. Slowly the clogs will get pushed through the high and low tides over time, and they'll start working by themselves again.
Mike. So it needs a capacitive link between earth and ground, and the Ark of the Covenant acted like that in the Pyramid of Giza.
Where do you think it was placed? At the top or the bottom or what?
In the sarcophagus.
Yeah, in the sarcophagus. Yeah, that was a theory that I had on the flux capacitor video.
Yeah, I fully believe it was in the sarcophagus, 100%. Just the way the
That's
system
cool.
looks like it would work. And I know that it's not the only Ark. It is the only Ark of the Covenant. There's a difference.
But they try to replicate it for sure.
Well, they didn't try. They have replicated it.
Well, yeah.
But there are other arcs. Like, I don't know if you guys remember.
Is there anything written that says the Ark was part of the pyramids in some way? Because I'm kind of leaning toward the side. It's a totally separate technology built by the same builders, but not for the same purpose, just for a separate purpose.
It's a theory that's based on the dimensions. So if there's a picture in the video I had up where it looks like the Ark perfectly sits inside the sarcophagus of the Great Pyramid. Like,
not only that,
John Hutchinson, is that the hieroglyphic picture?
Yeah, along with compensating for the poles too.
It's in a hieroglyphic image, not some.
No. This is somebody took the dimensions and edited on top, and you can see how it kind of fits in there with the poles and everything.
So that's their evidence for that theory. Okay.
John Hutchinson built identical Ark to the best of his ability, and it wasn't made out of gold, but it produced 1.25 million.
I thought it had gold.
It was a capacitive. I'm not sure. I remember watching the video of him build it, and then they didn't display it. After that, it kind of went dark. But I heard throughout the channels.
I found a documentary with it. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll send it to you.
Does he show the testing of it on that documentary? Because I think that's the same one I've seen. They don't show testing.
They don't show testing.
Some bad news for you guys.
But I do have a video from his website that does.
So Hutchinson did build an Ark of the Covenant with some help and funding from, I forget who it was that ended up making the show out of it. But what he ended up doing was just connecting a 15 kV neon sign transformer across the terminals and showing that it arcs. But farther testing, as far as anything that's available, was never done in terms of the outer capacitance layer or anything else on the inside. It was mainly for demonstration purposes. He was originally going to try to show it operating with the Tesla coil that was powering between the electrodes, but the capacitance on the terminal was too high and it was arcing over. So it was arcing to the wrong places. So he just ended up basically connecting an NST to the thing. So it would
Yeah, there
on
is a
camera.
video on his website of him
Interesting. I heard
like,
a
actually
different
arcing
story,
it.
but that's interesting.
I was hoping it would be more, I'm just letting you guys know that's what he actually ended up doing.
No, hey, that's fair. Like I said, I heard a different story, but that's very
That makes
interesting.
more
That's
sense.
awesome.
No, that makes sense.
But now, if he made it out of gold and acacia wood and the wood that he was supposed to, we don't know if it would have turned out the way what I heard was true, if it was true.
So when we look at the sarcophagus, we see kind of like erosion damage. Do you think that could be from flood damage, or do you think that could be from what the supposedly the ark was actually doing?
I don't know. It's very hard to say. If the ark was a capacitor, if it was producing that amount of voltage.
You mean the black stuff? Black smudge?
No, it's like you see erosion on the sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid, like heavy erosion on the top where it's kind of like eroded, like in a dip.
I wonder if that was from the.
Is it black erosion?
No, that's not erosion. That's actually some sort of a char. The black.
No, the black stuff is an electrical burn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can see that all day long in panels.
The erosion you're talking about could have been from the flood, right? That's one thing they never talk about. They always say that the pyramids, weren't touched by the Great Flood, but I mean,
isn't the sarcophagus up high?
Yeah.
So why is it going to get eroded by water?
But at one point, the River Nile was really close to the pyramid, and when the moon waxed and waned, the aquifer that was underneath the pyramid would fill with water, and because there's like a piezo. Sorry?
The water would hit the sarcophagus.
No.
So but the erosion is water erosion on the sarcophagus.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
So Tammy says
I'm guessing that there was in the Great Flood, it covered it, but that's
chemical erosion, maybe.
Tammy says the pyramids are missing their coils.
Sodium hydroxide.
They're missing a few things.
Yeah.
You can't rule out sodium hydroxide as something that they would use in that pyramid.
You don't need it.
Okay, so here's something. Let me just mention something that's it's a pretty common belief these days amongst people who look into what the pyramid could have been used for in terms of like an engineering perspective. And a lot of people associate Tesla with the pyramids because he was effectively tapping the ionospheric current. Now, the pyramid is not going to be a very effective conductor unless, of course, you connect the aquifer up to the rest of the system and get some point of counter charge where you can pull electrons from the ground and neutralize out positive ions that are flowing down from the upper atmosphere. So if the pyramid was some kind of generator, as I would say probably the most popular theory that currently is out there goes right now, that the pyramid is some kind of a generator. I should say alt theory. The main theory is that they were burial chambers, which is absurd. But in order to actually get the water up into the right area, you've got to pump it all the way up from the underground aquifer. That channel that goes down from the entry point and goes all the way into the underground aquifer tap point does basically nothing for the operation of the pyramid at all until you get it filled with water, where then it acts as a cable and you have a source of charge that's going to be easily transmittable. So it's a pretty wide pipe.
But you're forgetting that the granite itself is hydrophilic. So if the aquifer filled up and created a charge, if it was able to separate hydrogen from oxygen as it was starting to go up the pyramid, I'm imagining that the hydrophilic capability of the granite itself, when it would condense and come back into water,
it would absorb hydrogen, being hydrophilic.
Well, we're talking about such huge volumes of water here that even that property wouldn't be enough. So you'd have to operate the system as a pump and pull the water up from the underground channel, from the underground aquifer, all the way up to the point where you can actually electrically connect with it. And so,
wasn't the aquifer full of piezoelectric crystal? As the theory goes, with the River Nile waxing and waning as it put pressure on the
There are easier ways to get the pumping action, and I'm not saying that this is actually a problem. It's actually quite easy. All you got to do is plug off the input, the entry doorway that's been opened up. You just have to plug that off, or somehow restrict it.
Well, the pressure of the nylon
then
will push the water up that chamber.
Well, and then you ignite something on the inside. So you guys have seen, when somebody tosses an egg in vinegar and lets it sit for a while, it's really soft, right? The shell becomes soft. And so there's this challenge of throw a match into a, beer bottle or some other small container, and you suck an entire egg through it, and the egg comes out, on the inside of the bottle, and it still looks like its original shape. Right? So the idea is the fire burning, it's going to create that vacuum. So you could easily use the exact same thing with a hydroxy reaction, even if it took you a while to build up, enough hydrogen to light off one of these pulses. You can use the whole thing like a ram pump, because you can ignite something inside one of the chambers and then create a vacuum that pulls the water up, and then you use sort of a oscillating momentum action that's going to create the rest of that build, where you're using the actual momentum of the liquid mass in the place of a valve. And so you don't necessarily need a physical valve.
Judging from this drawing here, I'm sure they knew how to make gases to create, flames and heat.
Now, hold on. Check it out. This right here, you don't need to know all the other garbage that people talk about. Bottom left-hand corner, what does that look like to you?
I have no idea what that is. Everything else
looks like an airplane in the top.
Nah, I'm not talking about that garbage. Look at the bottom left-hand corner.
I don't know what that is.
It's been marked over?
Yeah, let me...
Right here, right? Where it's got 3 lines.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Something behind those 3 lines. Is that what you mean?
Only thing I can't put
hang on
image to.
Let me share it.
What is that?
I agree with you, Jeremiah, when it comes to the ram pump system. I think that the hydrophilic...
Oh, it looks like a
into it.
particle accelerator.
Okay, stop. If you look at your oscilloscope, okay, you got one wave with a pulse wave on the top. Right underneath it, you have 2 waveforms with a pulse wave. Okay, then you have a different kind of wave created.
It does kind of look like a signal wave.
That's interesting.
Wow. So what it is, just understand this: when you tap piezoelectricity, you're gonna get that PWM. You're gonna get the on and off every time. Then, if you take a longitudinal wave and a transverse wave, which is probably what the Ark of the Covenant is, that's your answer right there.
You can even see the little pyramids in there.
That definitely brings me to Les Brown's work when he built that 30-foot pyramid out of 2x4s and got shocked 30 feet back. And all he did was hook up a copper wound cable that was grounded on the ground. And then he had a copper cable that came from the inside apex of the pyramid down. And then he connected the two with a piece of cotton, a piece of wool. Sheep's wool. And when he made that connection, it threw him back. I don't know what he said, 20, 30 feet. I'm not exactly sure on the number. But he woke up with a burn on his hand and he wasn't feeling the greatest. I have an interesting documentary on him. He talks about how to, when you build the pyramid or any pyramid a certain size, and you connect the inside apex to the ground, you're going to collect energy.
Is that documentary on YouTube?
Yeah, it might actually still be up. Les Brown pyramid.
Les Brown. Yeah, I'll look for it.
Yeah, it might be under crystals as well. He talks a lot about crystals in that documentary. Yeah, he's very interesting. He's an older gentleman that has done a lot of pyramid research. So that's why I lean towards not just the shape of the pyramid, but the size. And then if you add water,
the angle is the most.
Well, that matters too. That matters a lot, actually.
45, 108 degrees. What's the other one? 45.
And the Russians, they
72 degrees.
And the Russians, they experimented with 76.35 degrees. Or no. Yeah, 76.35 something degrees.
They're all vortex angles too.
Yeah. Every pyramid creates a vortex. It's
Which
just
is
the
not
type
something.
of pyramid.
Which is not something that we knew about when we first started talking about these pyramids and their angles.
And that's why I think physics, in a sense, failed a lot of, you know, the everyday average Joe.
It's completely a sine wave angle, you know.
Hey, Gerald.
Yeah.
All the sine wave angles are the same.
Okay, check this out. For your coil that you were lifting with the two different heights,
Yep.
take a piezoelectric buzzer, a little disc.
Yep.
Put it,
I have a couple.
Put it underneath and pulse it. So
okay, so go ahead.
So check out the oscilloscope, and what it shows is when you get your waveforms across it, when you pulse it, you see how it's going higher or lower. It's expanding it right at that point.
Yep.
Okay, I'd love to see your device when you hit that pulse. Now go ahead.
So I've seen a waveform where the yellow peak and the blue trough are identical all the way across.
Right.
And I've used a piezoelectric. I didn't use high voltage though. But when I pulsed my piezoelectric and I had my two signals, the frequencies running on both the primary and secondary of the coil, I got a sound out like, the word just escaped my brain. Doppler effect. So I get a high pitch ring out of my coil no matter what. But when I put the piezoelectric underneath and I pulse it, now keep in mind, I'm not using high voltage. So if I use high voltage and I do that, I might get the same effect that you're discussing.
Well, this here is low voltage on the piezo, just so you know.
No, I get that, but you're using like high voltage on the Graviflyer itself, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. One of the waveforms right there, it says Tesla coil, so you know that there's a bit of high voltage there, right?
Yeah.
But on the Graviflyer, it's just a center plate. So,
okay.
So it's just the resonance of the center plate itself. So we're not talking high voltage, you know what I mean, besides what the Tesla coil puts into it.
But see, that's just the thing. My system, I wasn't using any high voltage at all when I did this experiment with the crystal, and all I got was the Doppler effect sound. It sounded really cool.
Is that the same kind of thing you hear if you got like tinnitus or something?
No, think about a fire engine going by where it gets really loud when it gets close, and then it gets low, very low as it gets far away. I hear that on a repetitive when I use the piezo. So the sound goes woo, woo,
like a frequency sweep.
Yeah, kind of like
that. That's not tinnitus.
No, that's but when
I used to have tinnitus. You know how I got rid of it? It's a taurine deficiency.
It's a which?
It's taurine deficiency.
Get out, really?
Yeah.
My cousin has an issue with tinnitus. Should mention that.
Yeah. You can take like 5 grams a day of taurine. It has no flavor at all. They make it synthetically.
Wow.
You need it, you know, if you're a vegan, you're going to be taurine deficient, zinc deficient, and all the most important things deficient. And you're probably going to get, you know, brain damaged. But anyway, go ahead, become a vegan. I already made that mistake.
I hear you, dude.
Some of you can tell I'm slightly brain damaged. So, you know, I tried to become vegan. So
I'm brain damaged for different reasons, but I understand.
I actually went without meat for like 6 months. And yeah, it wasn't good. Not good. Yeah. Tomatoes, cheese, and lettuce for 6 months. Not healthy for the brain.
Yeah.
You got to have the amino acids in the beef. And
every once in a while you just
and all that protein. You need protein, you need the zinc, you need the taurine. That's an amino acid. Taurine is the king of all the aminos. Your body takes taurine and converts it to just any other amino acid that it needs. Yeah, it's pretty handy. Little details like that make you never forget some of these minerals and nutrients or whatever.
It's true. We're all missing a bunch of minerals.
Well, you don't have to take synthetic taurine. You could just eat beef, and you probably get more taurine, but you're still going to be deficient for a while. You know, because it takes a lot of beef to get back to sufficiency once you migrated away from taurine-rich foods. Like seafood is high in taurine, but seafood has a lot of copper and mercury too.
Yep.
And no zinc. I don't think. Maybe it has zinc, but if you eat seafood, if you want to protect yourself from the copper and mercury in any seafood, eat the seafood that's high in zinc. You know, and the zinc will protect you from most of the copper and mercury in the same seafood that you're eating. Like sushi is the worst, full of parasites.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, they're in every piece of raw fish has parasites. It's not going to kill you. You can eat it and get protein out of it and all that. But now your GI tract has to get those bugs out again. Just wastes a lot of energy.
I used to have parasites, but I don't talk to my ex's family anymore. Oh, I'm just kidding.
You're bad,
damn, son.
Roll tonight.
We need to call the fire department for that burn.
But zinc will detox heavy metals, bro. A lot of people don't know that.
I was playing with zinc today.
Don't take a zinc supplement that has copper with it because they make a lot of that stuff.
I was dealing with heavy metal.
Okay, I downloaded that documentary, so I have it on my hard drive.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's 2 hours. It's going to be really good. Yeah.
Hey,
we'll do a live stream at some point with it.
I mean, there's people taking copper supplements, and I even made that mistake too. But if you want copper, eat some chocolate, have some nuts, eat some greens. You get plenty of copper there.
I hear you.
Or you just chew on a wire like me.
It's full of copper. All that stuff. Corn, soy, full of copper.
Okay.
Even the animal meats have low levels of copper, but the plant sources are way high in
Don't
copper.
eat soy, dude. You're freaking. Well,
and
just shrivel up
the copper boots out the zinc. That's the problem. The copper boots out the zinc.
We got to get off this subject. Nathan's gonna. What is that, Jeremiah? Oh,
let's see what he's got. Hold on. I can't hear you, Jeremiah.
Yeah, you're muted, dude.
Yes, there we go. So this is something else I've been working on. I tossed this pulse controller together. It has 6 independent outputs and a LED indicator to let you know what phase it's in. And those 6 outputs get tied to the 6 inputs of this coil, which is lined on the inside with a steel wound lamination. So this material that I'm using right now in the core of this that you can't see is wound like a classic toroidal transformer. It's as I mentioned, steel is pretty slow. It doesn't have a very high mu, and so it's not really the ideal material to use for this. But I threw this together as a quick test before we actually get to the super malloy cores, the bigger ones. And these are all 3D printed parts. Like this is a core that's empty that I filled.
That's iron?
In this core, this is plastic.
Oh.
And when it's wound, you fill that space up with this laminating material, and you can see how thin that strip is. So this is super malloy, and it's wound around and onto this core. On the inside here, I can rotate this, and you can see that metal tab. That metal tab is the initial start of the winding, and then this piece of metal here is the initial end. So quite a few layers on here. This thing is relatively heavy, and it has a mu of 80,000 compared to the mu of this core, which is no more than 2,000.
Is that the flux rating, the mu?
Yeah, the mu is your magnetic permeability.
So it can absorb a lot of flux, you're saying, with mu.
Right, and it can absorb it really, really quickly. And so this phase controller was designed to fire these 6 coils, and how this system works is all these coils have a common tie to a positive power rail. Right. And then on the opposite side of each coil, the wires get tied to ground through each of those MOSFETs. And so at any given point, one of these coils is on and all other 5 are off. And so these coils fire sequentially, rotating around the core, stepping from one to the next. At each point, either one of the gray coils is on, and as soon as it shuts off, the next white coil in line turns on, the gray coil and the white coil. But ultimately, it's just a 6 individual coil system, and it creates a rotating magnetic field in the center. And when you combine that magnetic field with the vertical magnetic field produced by the solenoid wound coil, something interesting happens inside the core material itself. in order for a magnetic field to flow through this toroidal core, we have an angular A field, which takes its curve around the core. And what we want to do is build up a standing wave where we have this A field that's actually circulating and has a wave front at some defined point and continues to circulate around the core, building up more and more energy. Because the toroid is closed, meaning that the magnetic flux is trapped inside of it, so it has no place to go. And we can build up the energy in a circulating fashion instead of oscillating just, a magnetic field in and out in the classical or conventional sense, where we would have a magnetic field that would rotate one way and the other way, and we would try to build up an oscillation, and the electric field would be moving in this plane in and out of it. Instead, we're going to try to build it up in the form of a spin, and we're going to try to repolarize the material using this coil. So here's where it gets interesting. Imagine that the trillions and trillions of little iron atoms inside this core each can act as a gyroscope. A gyroscope does something interesting when you precess it. It develops a relativistic difference in its momentum transfer due to the fact that it's moving relative to a stationary observer. And so the velocity of the physical or mechanical spin during precession can cause unusual physics effects, which could cause it to lose weight, or various things which still fit into relativity, because we understand that the momentum transfer is happening due to the relativistic Lorentz transform, the charge for all the active particles in the system. So what the system is designed to do ultimately is turn the magnetic field that rotates around this core into a spin precession of the material that's actually in the core. And by building up, instead of just having, a simple rotation around a center axis, you end up having a precessional motion around that axis.
You can move the ions in the core like that?
Not ions.
I mean, not the ions, but you know what I'm saying.
Not ions, but no. Can you? Yeah. So here's the thing: the electric.
You know how the particles in the core are polarized?
Yes.
You think you could turn them?
Oh yeah. So the electric field is going to directly couple with the electron shell.
If you can spin them,
every single atom, and so the electron shell is going to change its orientation in order to align each domain inside of the metallic structure. And when you get a domain flip or a slight change in the angle of each domain, it sends off a wave that.
I think you'd have to heat up that core to a certain degree before that happens.
We're going to find out how much current we actually need to pump into it. That's for sure. But the whole idea is when these domains flip,
either
they
cool
stand
it down
upright.
or heat it up.
Right now, it's neither. I mean, like I said, I'm just
saying,
the
like
initial
how are you going to get the iron atoms to spin through the magnetic influence from the
in
coils?
order for you to fully understand
into a spin 360, right? You want to spin one turn, right? Through each pulse?
Not 360. No. Precession is different. Again, we're not just talking about them simply rotating around. Okay, we're talking about the rotation that they already currently have being induced into a precessional motion that has sort of like two cones falling into each other in terms of the ends of the magnetic dipole moment for the nucleus.
And wouldn't that get them to self-rotate if you had them positioned like that?
It's not about self-rotation. Again, you're thinking motion, moving parts, but what we're really trying to do is we're trying to use the relativistic effect of adding energy into a system that has a certain amount of mass. And by adding energy into that mass, you end up with a negative refractive index in terms of how gravity affects the system from seen from the inside. And the reason for why it kind of acts like negative energy and you get this temporal differential has to do with the fact that you have the same amount of physical matter with the same amount of physical charges, but now relativistically, because of the precession, they have a higher velocity, even while appearing stationary in general position, because their center axis isn't necessarily moving, but it is precessing. So the energy contained within that material should cause a change in the inertial response to a gravitational field, because we've added energy in E equals mc squared shorthand, tells us that the energy has an equivalent mass. And since that mass is not physical, but it's actually electromotive, we expect a change in the refractive index because we're directly screwing with epsilon and mu.
Precession, a change in the orientation of the rotational axis of rotating body.
So basically, if you were able to spin a magnet and then show it spinning down, like flipping the pole, that would be a form of precession, correct?
Torque
Flip a magnet.
free and torque
So
down
if you were
and-
spinning it,
What?
right? You're spinning it not on its axis, but
Okay.
on like horizontally. Am I saying that correct? You're not spinning it pole to pole, you're spinning it in the other direction. And then you are able to flip the poles.
Check the
Is
chest.
that a form of precession?
Oop, wrong one.
I guess I'm having a bit of trouble
Yeah,
trying to
visualize
visualize
it.
exactly what you're describing here because
Yeah.
of probably the way that you're describing it.
Remember how the magnet spun inside my coil?
Okay, you're talking about the torsion.
Yes.
There we
thank
go. There we go.
So would
Okay,
that be a
now
form
we're
of
now we're on the
precession?
same page. Yeah. So in terms of the torsion, yes, you get an induced spin because the
Isn't torsion and precession like the kind of similar or the same? No.
Not quite.
it's not the same thing. Torsion refers to a factor of the vacuum, and precession refers to a physical motion of some matter. Or the
Torsion
physical
is
motion
basically
just in
when you
general
have
as in
The
that.
physical reorientation of the current state of that matter is precession.
torsion is basically when you have something spinning this way and something spinning the opposite way.
I got it off Wiki, the definitions in the chat. It's on the reorientation
Yeah,
of the axis
because
of the matter.
torsion happens when you have a difference in terms of angular torque.
Yeah,
take
differential.
Two plates, they're aligned like this, and if we both spin them like this or like this, there's no torsion between them. But if we rotate just one of them, there's a force
Oh, that's like a flywheel.
from the position of every single atom and molecule inside of one of these plates that connects with this other plate, and it connects gravitationally. So when you rotate one relative to the other, all the fields that are connecting between these two plates have to physically shift, and it creates a twist between two parallel surfaces that have an exact 90 degrees relationship. Now the connections are going to look like from the outside that they've been tilted slightly. That tilt operates, like I said, through epsilon and mu, and so that tilt is what we call a torsion, because you've effectively twisted space-time itself by use of electromotive force at the intermolecular scale.
Okay, so this is my point.
At the molecular scale.
This is my question on torsion. This is one of those little spinny dealies.
Right. Oh, a fidget spinner.
Fidget spinner, okay? So if you had it spinning like that, and then it was to spin down while it was spinning, would that not be considered precession? So think of it like this, right? It's horizontally spinning, and then like that. So that spin, while it's spinning, is that considered a form of precession?
Precession doesn't
Precession
describe
is a
the force.
change in the orientation of the rotational axis of a rotating body.
I know, but I'm trying to kind of get a physics perspective on that one.
Yes. Okay. So
So the body's rotating.
that-
You're going
that
to
is-
reorientate the axis of that rotation.
that is
Precession.
considered precession under the definition. In terms of a physical example, if you were to have that thing spinning, and you were
It's
to apply
like
a
changing
force,
the
right?
orbital path of
So
Earth
it's
around
spinning,
the
and
sun.
now let's say that you have a force that's applied to it, orthogonal to the direction that it's spinning. So let's say you have it tilted on its side instead, right? So let's say you start out there. You start out with it on its side.
Okay.
Right. So you have your center axis down. If you have something that protrudes from the center, where you have an offset from the direct slice straight through the long way, if that thing was two different halves that were put together, right, and you had something that was sticking out one side that was not exactly at the center of the axis, right, and you allow that thing to tilt at an angle, gravity will pull it down. So if you start out with that thing on a point and it's sitting flat and you have a gravitational field, it's going to be pulled down because of the force of gravity. And the reason for why is one side of it is spinning at a slightly different rate of time than the other, and so you end up with a buildup of force that has to neutralize. And that's why you end up with the precession, because as it's spinning, the side that's moving in towards the gravitational field has a different electromotive force than the side that's moving away from the gravitational field relative to
I
each
get
other.
that totally now. So it's like this. I'm spinning the magnet on the inner core of my coil, and I have the 12 pickup coils on the outside. And when I short one of those pickup coils, that magnet flips its pole, because the coil itself can't move. And because the magnet's spinning like this in the center, and I short out one of the pickup coils, and it's spinning like this, it flips its pole and continues spinning.
That's cool.
So
that is super interesting. And
Yeah,
just to talk about the spinning magnet effect that you've observed, which is, again, pretty darn unusual, that you should be able to take a solenoid style coil, which technically is, even in a star configuration, is still a solenoid style coil, in that the current flow moves in a clockwise direction during the current buildup and then reverses, and your back electromotive force, even though your current is still flowing clockwise, is slowing down, it's decelerating. So the reason why you induce
how did you short that coil though?
What's that?
Another coil?
Yeah, there's 12 separate coils on the outside of that coil.
Did you short that coil to another coil or to itself?
Shorted it to itself.
So you created a break.
Yeah.
It kept spinning.
Yeah.
Shouldn't keep spinning. You created a break.
Oh, well, okay. So I think you're not picturing it correct. Remember my coil, how big it is? And then I got those pickup coils on the outside.
Oh, you shorted the ones on the outside.
Yes. And then the magnet that's spinning on the inside flips its pole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The stator one. You shorted an outside stator coil.
Kind of like, yeah, I guess it's kind of like a stator in a way.
What are you using it as? The outer ones? Not as a stator? But...
Well, it depends what I'm using it for, to be honest with you.
This
thing has many different, it's one coil has many different capabilities depending on where you pulse it, how you pulse it, and which way you run it in series.
And you shorted one of the outer ones. That was isolated too, right? From your primary.
This thing has, like, I've been mapping it for almost 16 years now. Well, 15, 16 years. And I'm just scratching the surface. Like, well,
that's so weird. Even if it flipped over and kept spinning, it would still see a break on that end where you had it shorted. Unless you removed the short after it flipped over.
Yeah, I'm talking just like as if you shorted out a capacitor, right? Just went,
oh, you mean a temporary short? Okay.
Yeah, and then the magnet flips, and I can do that on almost any of the 12 as it's spinning at say 7.83 hertz.
That's cool. Yeah.
But when I do it, the magnet, like, okay, so it's spinning, and then I'll short it, and it'll flip its pole. But it turns, like, it gets closer to where I shorted it out. And then I can short out another one and it'll move again. It's crazy.
That is weird.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Sounds sort of like, shorting the coil creates a coherence in the wave function and collapses it inwards.
As if the magnet's trying to fill in the loss or something.
Well, I'm not, like I said, when I started talking about this, going on lives, talking to Jeremiah, I'm not looking to build a system that does a certain thing. I'm looking to try and understand the system that I built.
Based on your description right there, I kind of see exactly where you're going with this design here.
Yeah.
With this, so your design is mainly centered around the magnet spinning in the center of the primary coil, which is running that center magnet.
No.
And you have it's not. No.
Well, it can run the center magnet. It's just one form of a demonstration that I do. But the magnet's not necessary. It creates.
It's not necessary, right? Well, you need to run the primary, the circular one.
Yeah.
On a pulse rate, and you have the outer isolated stator coils strategically placed on the outside.
And I can pulse.
You're trying to pick up the opposite reverse flow on the outside of the conductor.
Yeah, but now here's another funny situation. I can pulse the primary and then pulse the secondary with the exact same frequency, the exact same pulse rate, and I'll get double the energy out on my pickup coils.
In phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have they're in phase.
Yeah, perhaps.
If they're 180 degrees out of phase, they will cancel. But you can put them in
Well,
phase.
you would think they'd cancel, but they don't. So I'm trying to figure out
they're in phase. Maybe the flyback is keeping it in phase. Because you got it 180 off, but the flyback is another 180. So you know.
But you're misunderstanding, Mike. I'm pulsing the primary and I'm pulsing the secondary, which is the flyback where I get my back EMF from.
Simultaneous.
So I don't capture the back EMF. I'm pulsing into it. So when I do that, it's like they hit each other, they mirror each other, rebound, and come out and hit all the pickup coils, and the energy on the outside pickup coils, they double.
Right, because if you're in phase, you'll have and you have a more than one on your signal more than one, then you'll amplify it.
Well, they say it's supposed to cancel out, but
no, that's when you're out of phase, 180 degrees. You're in phase and you have a signal that's more than one.
Okay, but I'm more. But that's what I'm saying to you, though, Mike. I'm not in phase. I'm pulsing it against. I'm pulsing out of phase against each other.
The primary and secondary.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, hold on. Gerald, I just wanted to talk to you about your coil real quick.
Yeah.
This is your latest video on the coil?
Oh, yeah.
I had a question about it. So, where you put your pickups at, is it that the reason for the difference in each meter because you're putting them in different phases?
Yes and no.
Okay, go ahead.
So I took your suggestion and I put them exactly 120 degrees out of phase, like an equilateral triangle.
Okay.
And then I pulsed it. And you're right, it balanced out those other 2 meters. So rather than having 175 volts on the middle meter and 98 on the bottom meter, I had 110 on the bottom meter, and I think it was 140 on the middle meter, and still 134 on the top meter. But then I did something else, and I blew a meter.
So do you think if you adjust those just perfectly, you can get that directly even across all the multimeters?
Yeah, I would say so. With the exact same length of wire and the exact, it has to be pretty much precise, and I'll get the exact voltage, or it comes very close, within 5 to 10 volts.
Right. Oh, that's cool.
And what I did recently, I've got 300 volts out of each.
300 volts out of each?
I haven't shown the video yet. I'm going to put it up, though.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I've done something else that I believe I'm compressing the charge and creating a charge density that's strictly on the inside here. And then so when you commented to me, Nathan, and I told you, I believe I found a way of switching the poles, like what I was discussing just earlier with Jeremiah and processing, basically flipping the pole. So on my secondary right there, there's a little hairpin circuit. There's 2 capacitors, and then there's a spark gap that's in between there. You see those little 2 black alligator clips. When you short those out, when it's at its max, the meters go to 0, and then they go back up and they go negative for a second, and then they go to positive. So when I did that, I thought about what you were saying when you tap your center plate and you're getting it to go into resonance. Well, when I did that, my energy went up to, like, I don't know, it was about, when I started out, before I shorted out my secondary the way I did, I was at what you see there. And then when I shorted it out and it flipped, all the meters went negative. It went to 0, they went negative, I didn't really catch the numbers because it was like a flash fast, and then it went up to 300, 310 on the top one. It was 340 on the second one, I want to say, and 290 or something like that on the bottom one. Wow. So yeah, it was insane. And I had to shut it off because my meter started beeping and the numbers went from, because I have my pulse rate at 3,000 hertz, 20 volts per pulse, 50% duty cycle. And the meter started blinking and the numbers all changed. And both of my channels turned on when I was only using one to begin with. And when I when I went to shut it off, I accidentally touched the BNC metal where it clips into the function generator. What a shock, I tell you. And then I had to shut the power off to the power bar in order to get it to stop. So it was in resonance and feeding back through my function generator.
Oh, welcome to my world, buddy.
Yeah. So when I say flipping the pole, I know how to get it to go to that next level that you're doing when you hit the metal plate there. So that was my point.
It changes your amplification point.
Through the roof.
Yeah.
And I blew a meter doing it because I, like a dummy, I went and hooked the meter right up to the capacitors here on my secondary, and then I shorted it because I wanted to see how much voltage it was going to come out.
Sure,
it said
OL.
Yeah, it said OL, and then it went blank, and then I shut it off. I turned it back on, and now, like, if I hook it to a 12-volt battery, it says 2 volts, and then I can hook it to a watch battery, and it'll say 20. So it's done.
You said your frequency was 3,000 hertz?
Yeah.
Hey,
what do you run? Fluorescence and stuff like high frequency stuff with it, or?
No, I'm just picking up power on the pickup coils to see how much power I can get out.
At 3,000 hertz.
At 3,000 hertz. Well, you know what? I play with all kinds of frequencies. I've done it at 100.
You can't measure 3,000 hertz with a voltmeter. You need to use an oscilloscope to know what the power is at 3,000 hertz. You have to do math. The calculation.
Here's the thing: 3,000 hertz.
You have to measure with the grid. It shows you the gap in the sine wave, and that tells you the amps in there. And then you got to do some math with the hertz and all that.
Okay, but my frequency on the pickup coils is different than the pulse frequency in the primary coil and secondary coil.
Hey guys, sorry I gotta jump out here, but take it easy and thanks for having me on the show.
Hey,
see you later,
for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
The frequency lowers when it goes into.
You ever try to run a motor with it, like a regular 60 hertz motor?
Hold on. The frequency lowers when what?
So from the pickup coils, when I use the pickup coils, the frequency is different on the pickup coils than it is on the pulse. Does that make sense?
Okay.
What is the frequency?
Well, that just depends on what I'm pulsing.
The load.
So if you think about it this way, I was pulsing 3,000 hertz, and when I hit the amplification, I got to 300 volts. Right? So is that relative to the frequency of 3,000 hertz? Perhaps. Maybe it was somewhere around 300 hertz I was picking up in those coils. I'm not so sure yet. I don't have a frequency meter to check that. But I do know.
The oscilloscope will tell you all that.
Yeah. I had this conversation with Nathan earlier. Everything I've built, everything I've done, never used an oscilloscope. I got a little tiny one. You might recognize this, Mike.
There's no other way to find out.
I got one of these little $100 dealies, and it's an okay scope, but it's not very fast. I'm not even sure if it's a megahertz. So
if you're using capacitors and you're oscillating at your set frequency, then you know that frequency. But if you think conversions are going on through the coils in frequencies, then you're going to need an oscilloscope.
So yeah, I'm going to need a big oscilloscope with more than 2 channels then.
I don't think there would be any conversion in frequencies from one coil to another, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this, from the inner core, when I'm picking up, like when you see this video here, and it says 123 volts, 175, and 90, or 98, whatever that is, the pickup coils that I would put on the outside, and I've done the experiment. I just didn't put it on video because what's the point? On the outside is completely different. We're talking 23 volts, maybe 15, and that's on the outside compared to the inside core. Right there, that shows you it's a different frequency.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's because you're just condensing all that energy in the center, and that's just the spillover that you're picking up on the outside.
Well, my belief is that it's doing quite a few things all at once in order to compress that energy in the middle. And then as it does so, it's like a mushroom cloud that goes out the sides of the coil,
right?
The coil, and it gets picked up by the pickup.
Yeah,
coil.
it kind of spills over.
Yeah.
Okay, Gerald, if you could picture this, take your coil, then take the Rodden coil, right?
Yep.
And put this right in the center of it. Okay, not the center hole, but the center between the top and the bottom of the coil, right?
Okay.
That is the exact look that you're looking at, not as far as the wires, but of your energy flow.
Okay.
So if a Rodden coil is energy flow. It is an absolute diagram of energy flow in a toroid. That's what it is. So your coil, if you put it in the center, like halfway through, then it would show you what it looked like in real life, if you could see it.
Yeah, that's a good way of visualizing it.
Hold that thought.
You just put the probe across the load on your stator coil on the outside of that primary coil that you're pulsing, and that'll tell you.
Hang on, let me put you on the thing here. Let me remove this.
Something like this.
So, not quite.
No.
So I'll pull up.
So if it was sitting in the center.
So here you go. Ben's got his Rodden coil. Ben, set it up straight. Okay, look at it. Now, cut that. No, put it back the other way. Right there. Okay, stop right there. Take it halfway through. You see that little divider in there that's a plastic?
Yeah.
In Ben's coil?
Yeah.
That's where your coil goes. That's the energy field you're producing.
You connect it to all kinds of paperwork here.
That's a good way of visualizing it.
You mean like this?
No. Right. I think you're misunderstanding what the coil you have. Take Ben's coil, right? Ben, back it up a little bit. Okay. You see that center plate that's in the coil?
Yeah.
That's where your coil goes.
So in here.
Yeah. So you're producing the energy field that looks like his coil.
Right.
So you get it now?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
So when you talk about a toroid, you're doing something like that, except for the wires wouldn't be so left and right. It'd be more up. It'd be more.
It's in the center. But it's in like the center.
You're right, Nathan. They're awfully close.
So you would put a donut around your coil.
Wow.
As a stator, right.
That's what it would look like when you're producing your energy. So set it
flat. If you wanted to pick it all up, you make a stator that's shaped the same way.
So you're thinking of the flat, okay? And then you got a half a toroid on the top and a half a toroid on the bottom. That's what you're doing.
That's awesome. I got to show you guys this, and I got to say this first. This wasn't in here when I started doing experiments. This was getting breakout at 12 volts, okay, on the bottom. I had 5 separate points that were perfect symmetric, and they were little balls of lightning. So I put this in resin. The resin was perfect. No holes, no bubbles, no nothing. And as I held this up to you, I'm looking through it. I've never seen the bubbles that are in here. And I'm hoping.
Hey, hold on. Let me put you on that.
can pick it up. Do you see all those little?
I see the bubble. I see the light.
You see that? That was not there when I started experimenting with this system. Let me get this.
Wow. The coil is producing those little air bubbles in the resin.
I have to wonder if those are little Evos.
Yeah. Dude, I think so. They're like slices in time. That resin's keeping them in the evidence in place. Right? Normally, without the resin, they would just disappear, and we wouldn't see any evidence of them.
So, wow! Like, can I get that close for you to?
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I can't get. I'll try and get it on camera, and I'll do a video on it so you guys can see a better look.
I would be interested if you, at any point, decide to take that coil apart to look at those slices through a scanning electron microscope.
That's a good thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'd take this apart. I have more than one.
Yeah, just to see what it looks like and see what the surface and if we see any evidence of Evos or whatever.
You might have some of Benny's ice cubes in there if you know what I mean. Some of those little swirlies in there.
Did you see my ice video? It literally shows gravitational waves in the ice block.
Okay, do you have it on the channel?
Yep. Yeah, you're gonna have to pull that up.
All right, I'm looking. Hang on.
You think those waves are gravitational waves? I thought they were just
I theorized they're gravitational waves. I shouldn't say that.
I mean, it could be any kind of signal wave that's just like focused by a mixture of metals, and you got a nice wave.
In the water.
No, I mean like you mix like small particles of of gold and silver and whatever, zinc, and into epoxy. You make those little what do they call it? Cloud busters or ormus? No.
Oh yeah. You're talking about orgone.
Orgone generators, those things,
yeah.
And they focus, natural signals in the environment and make their own signal, and that's the wave. That's a nice steady. They make it steady wave,
What I did though is I took a coil, not this one. I took one that I call the UFO coil, and I put it in a little margarine container full of water, and I stuck it in my freezer. And I had a wire come out of the freezer, and I was pulsing it as it was freezing. I was pulsing it at 261 hertz. And the wire came out sometime in the middle of its freezing. So I figured there's no way I'm going to see anything. But then after pulling it out and pulling it out of its container, on the bottom, you can see very clearly lines that really shouldn't be there. So it's interesting. I theorize they're gravitational, but I don't know for sure. Like I said, this system has to be extensively tested. I think that it was a great injustice when they got away from geometrical coils.
I love that pattern of that coil, by the way. It's beautiful.
That's the crown. That one I call the crown. I messed up on it in a way. It's not level. It's not level like this one, how it's symmetrical in every way. This one, actually, if you look at it, it looks like the scales of music. That one, it's perfect along this side, but then it starts to bow up as if it's got like a crowned peak in the front. So when I was pulsing it did some weird stuff I didn't feel good about. But I kept it because it was a nice piece of art.
You got different layers on here. This is amazing. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I
haven't seen this.
Well, I'll show you that. Hang on.
I never saw this video on your channel, Gerald. Man, that's so interesting. Okay, hold on.
That's the coil that you see there. That's a coil.
Wow, that's big. Okay.
And it's three-dimensional. I don't know if you can see that, but there's It's hollow in the center.
Is there only one coil there, or is it multiple coils?
No, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 in here. It's one coil, but it's split off 8 times so that I can tap different frequencies.
Wow.
Yeah. This one is scary. I don't test with this one much because I have to have a special place to test it. This one's for a team. You know what I mean?
It's my kind of coil.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I should send it to you. Maybe you could test it.
I need to create a little zone. I looked at a giant cage for my garage.
Absolutely.
It was like $230, man. So I'm gonna have to look at it again. It's supposed to be where you can, you know what I mean? You can stand in there like a whatever they call it, a cage.
Cage. Yeah.
But it's like 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet tall.
Wow.
And you could go in there. Yeah, I was looking at it for my gravity fly because I can't just have a tiny one around it. It's going to ruin all the effects.
Yep.
So I have to have it a bit, bigger, give it some room to do everything.
If you could find some source of a metal building or maybe a farmer's Quonset, that would work as a Faraday cage as well. You'd be able to do quite a bit in something like that.
That's it. And going to my mom's shed and emptying it out.
There you go.
That's it. No more furniture in there.
No, you don't need it. Just high voltage.
Yeah. Oh, in a shed. Oh, yeah. I got a 10 by 10 metal shed and I'm running high voltage. Dude, that's like a death trap.
Yeah,
crazy,
sounds like it actually.
I don't know.
Yeah, now that I think about it.
Oh my God.
I always wondered if you had a chainmail suit, if that would act as a Faraday cage.
Well, they do have people that do that with Tesla coils with the
True.
Looks like chainmail.
I kind of wonder if that would act as a safety for.
Hey, Joe, do you have a name for that coil you just shared?
That one, I believe Jeremiah was the one that named that one as the gate. Because I didn't have a name for it. He's like, that one looks like a Stargate. And I was like, well,
yeah, it does.
It does. Yeah, it's 3-dimensional. It's hollow. Like if you were to hold it, it literally is. There's a hollow cavity through the whole coil, and yet it's a perfect toroid.
When we get ready to test it, we're gonna have to have those giant clamps like we see in the Stargate movie holding it up.
I was gonna build one of those mechanisms, like use one of the coils and then build the Stargate with the little clamps, and it opens up with a little sound. I don't know.
Hey guys, real quick, I just want to give you guys a heads up. Sean, right here, absolute master of a Tesla coil. Okay, he's got some coils that are out of this world. We're not showing them yet, but when he does, man, I'm telling you right now, it's sick. He has transversed a whole new boundary in Tesla coils. Okay,
I love it already.
We can't wait.
He's also got a mini Tesla coil. I don't know if Sean will let me show it, but it'll absolutely, it's cool. It does a grid structure on your piece of builder board, your little green builder board thing. So if Sean will let me show it, I'll do it. It's up to him. I'll see if he says yes or no. But
no, I get that.
Dude, he's got some stuff in there, man, that'll just blow your mind. And it'll make you change your whole thought process on whether you can do something on a Tesla coil or a flyback or anything else. Your whole mind is gone. It won't ever work the same for you when he's done.
Really? I got to check out his channel.
So hold on. I'm going to pull it up for you. Sean says it's good.
I wish I could go on Facebook and be on your group, but when they hacked my last channel, they hacked my Facebook, my Discord, my YouTube, and I lost all of it. All my family pictures in there, everything. I can't access nothing. So I can't get on Facebook anymore.
How long ago was that?
A year and a half ago, almost 2 years maybe. I'd have to look. When WP PG and Light Infantry 2 was started was a month after I lost channel, the first one. So
Okay, check this out. All right, here we go. I'm going to share my screen again. You guys see that okay? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so there's a handheld Tesla coil that he made.
That's cool.
what?
So watch what it does to this breakout board, bro. This is the sickest thing.
Wow.
Get the flunk out of here.
That's cool.
Oh, that's just, oh, get out.
Yeah. You can see it's freely flowing.
You can see a wave, man.
Yeah.
All the different patterns that he has into it. Hold on.
What?
Hold on. I'm going to play that one again.
Sick is not the word.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Here we go. Let me find the right beginning of it. Okay, here we go.
Okay, that's just insane.
And you can see it like circling back in on itself.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It almost looks like it wants to create a wave.
Yeah,
You
that's
start
awesome.
to expand it, you get all that geometrical form in there.
We could finally visualize electric flow or current.
So,
I don't know what he did with that board. Did he do anything different, or is that just perf board?
well, hold on. We'll just ask him. I just want to show you in the background. He's got a spark gap up there on the middle part, and it goes off as he's playing with his board. Just watch. So he'll play. You see it? Let me do it again.
Oh yeah, you had a little tiny spark.
Yeah. You'll see it on the right side on the top.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep. Wow.
Get out.
Yeah, that's so cool.
That is cool.
Wow.
What's glowing there? That's just insane.
He's got these little tubes.
Yeah,
that he got.
maybe,
Sean will
maybe
probably
some-
tell you. Look in the
yeah,
comments.
maybe they got
Hold
some
on.
kind of gas in them.
Give me 1 second. I'll read the comments.
I'd like to run that thing through my coil.
So
Yeah,
Just
that's perfect.
perf board. Oh, I'd love
Wow.
to get a big, huge piece of perf board and try that experiment.
That's
I
so
wonder what
cool.
would come out.
it powers all the stuff on his desk.
Nice. That's the way to do it, man.
Dude,
That's the way to do
I
it.
told you, Sean's on another level, man. He's got this thing figured out, man. Different level.
Deadly. I love it.
Yeah, he said fractals.
Yep. It's all about fractals. That's what one of my coils, well, that's what all my coils are based on.
Mhm.
Fractals.
That's so cool.
He said they're thrift store tubes.
Thrift store tubes. Really? I
What,
gotta go to the
the
thrift store.
Dude, I'm telling you, Sean's on another level, man.
Yeah, this is insane.
Oh, it
That's killer.
gets crazier when you deal with some of the stuff he's got going on, man. So, but I'll leave that to when he's ready. But yeah, definitely got some cool stuff going on. He's the reason
yeah,
the Tesla coil works.
This is a treat right here, this video.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome. I love
Yeah.
high voltage. I just can't seem to do it with my coil. It blows things up to the point where I can't do anything with it. Like one of my first comments to Jeremiah when I started out on all this with him in the scientific community was, I have so much power, I don't know how to reduce it. Like, I don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? I'm blowing meters like crazy. If I use 24 volts of battery, I've already blown function generators. Like, and it doesn't matter if I stick resistors on there. It just goes right through the resistor like it's nothing. So it's like, I'm trying to figure out.
So you're trying to dump energy?
Well, see, in the beginning, my whole purpose behind all this was for free energy. not
Okay.
necessarily to run my house, but to supplement my house, right?
Yeah.
And then I started seeing anomalies that just next level needed to be dealt with by not just me, right? So that's when I reached out to Jeremiah and people at APEC and started getting involved in there. But again, I've learned more from you in a month than I have because they're busy, right? Like, what do?
Yeah.
But so, yeah, I think that you and I have to have a conversation off live, and I think we're going to get this sucker going. But I'll still, if I get it going, wait until you got the gravity flyer. I told you I would, and I will. But we still got to get this going.
Yeah.
It's not about the fame for me. I don't give a shit. You can have it.
Yeah. I always said I'd walk away when it's done. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I
There
go
you
out,
go.
do some interviews for a year or so, and then be done.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody else can build their own, do their own thing, and you know what I mean?
I'll do seminars teaching how to build it, show how it works. And
so,
then,
guys, I'm sorry, real quick. Can I send anyone the design instructions for that device you just saw? You guys want it?
Absolutely.
Of course.
All right. I'll go ahead and. Sorry, go ahead, Gerald. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. That's okay. That's okay. Squirrel moment for me, anyway. No, I definitely take the design for that. That's awesome. And you've given me some ideas, Sean, when it comes to using perf board. So yeah.
Don't blow up your garage now, Gerald.
We can build another one. It's not that big a deal.
Now you sound like me. How do I get it go before it blows? Come on, let's go.
If I told you the experiment I set up before my brother moved into the garage for a while, he's rebuilding his trailer, right? So we're redoing the whole thing. We knocked it off the trailer itself. Like there's nothing, just the frame, and we rebuilt it all from the ground up. But while he's doing that, he's staying in my garage because I turned it into a suite, kind of like what you did with yours.
Yeah.
But I did a little something with the floor.
Oh, here we go. Come on.
I wrapped it in copper wire. I was tempting an experiment with a counterpoise kind of thing, right? So I've got this big copper spiral underneath the floor of what I walk on, but it's sitting on the concrete. It's grounded out.
Oh no.
So I was thinking, you know what? If Les Brown was doing pyramid power through doing a pyramid, and a garage has two of the points of that just in its own roofing shape, I was just kind of theorizing if I used my coil around the ceiling area, I kind of wonder, if maybe I'd be able to pull more power out. I haven't tried the experiment yet, guys, but it was set up to go when my brother asked to move in. So he's sleeping on a floor full of copper, but hopefully lightning doesn't strike. Let's just say that, okay?
Oh my
God.
God.
The coil sitting on a big ladder.
Yeah.
Put some plates under his bed, and then we'll just turn on the coil, see if he lifts up. Put some big pieces of aluminum under there. Like, there you go. We want to fix your bed, so we're
that'd be one hell of an alarm clock, eh? And he would be cold, I tell you. He'd get warm quick.
Oh my God, that'd be so great. Oh man.
You know what? If it was safe, I'd try it myself. But we don't know, so I'm not doing something that big, right?
Oh.
But yeah. So we'll see. I'll videotape that experiment when I do it with the garage.
Oh, you have to at this point.
Oh,
for sure. He's gonna become an urban legend. You know what I mean?
He's gonna have the coil hanging from the ceiling.
The coil under the floor is about 10 feet in diameter, so.
Oh my!
It's a little big. Yeah.
Oh, you have it built into the floorboard?
It's built under the floorboards.
Oh wow!
He didn't even remove it. He just let's go right over.
You have to move the whole floorboards and pull it all up to get the coil out.
Oh my
Hey, when you go big. I mean, you know, why not?
I'd say, yeah. Huh.
So I'll video it when I do the experiment. Yeah. It won't be done anytime soon because, you know, he's living in there right now. But
next time we see him, Gerald's going to be like, I got a new theory, and his whole house is going to be wrapped in the coil.
you never know, right? You never know.
Hey, the Nunez had a design for a toroid shaped house that was basically it had the wires in a specific pattern, and it would just transmit your wireless energy.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
No need for outlets.
I've got a design for a hempcrete house that will last 100 years, and you could fart in it and it would heat it for like 12 hours. So yeah, it's completely like the insulation in it is insane.
Like, sure that's not you?
Oh, maybe. You never know, right? A couple cans of beans, I'm good for a few days. You know what I mean?
You start selling it with the cans of beans.
Heating
element.
There you
it
go.
Smell very nice, but it sure be hot.
You be warm. You be toasty. Yeah.
Imagine that your power goes out in the winter in Canada. You're like, well, I got the answer to this. I'll just take care of it now.
Beans and bacon. Yeehaw. Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, the insulation on that, the insulation factor on hempcrete's amazing. And if you build the walls a certain way and allow the natural flow of air the way it's supposed to be done, you can actually build a natural air conditioner that stays maybe 18 throughout the whole summer, no matter how hot it gets. And then in the winter, like I said, it wouldn't take much and the heat would stay in for hours. So yeah. Something I should pass to you, actually. I have a lot of designs. It would work really well in California, I tell you.
Yeah, you could light a little candle and light the whole, room or whatever, or heat the whole room. Yeah.
Pretty much. Have you guys did you watch that? I think I might have brought this up with you on a previous live. The air conditioner heating system from that.
Yes, you did bring it up, how you reverse it.
Yeah. I finally got my bathroom downstairs converted into a air conditioner heater for the winter. I'll show it to you guys when I got the rest of the drywall done up properly. But I took a bathroom that was not used because it had shower problems and it was taken apart. The landlord doesn't want to finish it, so that's fine. I don't care. I use it as storage. But I took it and I turned it into I took 2 window air conditioners that are 450 watts a piece, and I installed them into a drywall wall that splits the bathroom. And then I have a blower fan that goes on the exhaust side of the air conditioners right into the intake of my furnace. So, and the cold side has a blower that goes directly to my basement window. So for 900 watts, I should be able to heat the house, or at least help heat the house.
Just for a frame of reference, how many watts does it usually take to heat a house?
About 3,000.
3,000. Yeah, I knew it was up there. I didn't know the exact amount, but yeah, that's
Some
insane.
say 5,000, but depends on if you have a high efficiency furnace or not.
Right, and also insulation.
Yeah. And my house is old. It's like 85 years old, and the owner redid all the insulation and pumped it into the attic. It's like, it's very well insulated.
So look at that coil.
That's gorgeous.
Guys, check this out. Ian, he's talking with me. He probably come on next week and talk about this stuff right here. He's absolutely got a killer setup going on.
That looks like a Marks generator hooked up to a Rodin coil. But what a setup in the background. He's got what, like
I wonder if that. I wonder
Go
what
ahead.
frame he's using for that coil.
I'm not sure. It's just it's an all one way flow. It looks like because I can see it right there, and I
So
don't
maybe
think
that's
me.
sorry.
See if I can't
Yeah,
get it closer.
There's no interference pattern, but I mean, it still has the counter rotation.
So is that a Rodin or a PoE? No, a PoE is different.
It's some kind of Rodin coil. I don't know if it's exactly a PoE coil because the PoE always has the interference pattern that I've seen at least. But that honestly, the coil frame looks like Jordan's frame from Alchemical Science. It just has a lot, like maybe 32 slots.
Yeah, it
You know,
looks
and it's
interesting.
And that's exactly how Jordan has his wound. It looks exactly like it if you pull up his coil. But
So
yeah,
check
that's
this out.
Oh, what's
got-
that?
yeah. What is that?
I think it's his piezo's are in there, or no magnets. He's got magnets in there, and then he put the flow with the different things. He was doing a solid state gravity flyer.
Yeah, that's the inverse pattern for the toroid right there.
So if you take a look,
Wow.
you remember
Yeah.
Jeremiah's coils that he was talking about a week ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
in the center of this thing, you could see him right here. He did the same thing. So he's got the bottom
wow.
one, the top one, and then he's got the middle one. It's kind of like the same thing. I wish I would have shown this when Jeremiah was here, but maybe you'll catch it next week.
That's
sweet.
Yeah, that's really neat.
Yeah, he's got some majorly cool stuff going on, man.
Have you seen this thing they experimented with, or?
No, I haven't seen an experiment with. That's what I'm hoping too. Is he shows a couple of the things that he did, and he's shown some great pictures of this. You know, just the work that he does is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, that looks really sweet. Just the setup itself, like
Yeah,
solid state kind of thing, right?
yeah. I bet you it tells you a lot about how everything's done. To be honest with you, the only thing I worry about is it's the same kind of coil that Jeremiah was using, where it's flat and
Yeah.
it wraps around. So it may not give you the breakout that you need. You need something like what you have in the center with
Yeah.
the top and bottom like that.
Mm.
That makes sense.
So
The coil that Jeremiah had, where he had the 6 coils on it,
yeah,
there's a video I put out that has it's circular like that. It's a ferrite core, and I have copper wrapped around it, and then I use a little 1-inch vortex coil, and I pulse it, and I'm able to light LEDs with it.
Yeah, these coils based on sacred geometry and you know,
They're
the
the
shapes.
key.
They're very
Did you
fascinating,
guys
and
see
they all.
that,
They're the key.
those free energy spring
Yeah, right there.
generators?
Yeah, I don't think they would go for as long as everybody wants them to. Those had come out
They sure look
before.
like they're running on the video, man. Let me tell you.
Yeah, you know what they do? You should build one.
Those guys in Pakistan and India, they got these huge flywheels that they spin up. They get it going by hand, and then they got springs on both ends of the shaft. One spring this way, the other spring that way, and then another spring this way and another spring that way. So 2 springs on each side. So when it turns this way, the one spring from here is pulling it back, and the other spring from there is pushing or whatever. And it's just, you could tell how the springs are working together, all 4 springs in the rotation.
You know what? Ultimately, in order
Pretty
to find out whether or not it's bullshit, you kind of have to build one.
It
It's
looks
like
damn interesting, though. It's very intriguing. The springs are definitely helping.
Sometimes
Well, I'll
you
tell
just
you
gotta
this.
test it out yourself, I guess.
Mr. Tiger.
They're heavy-duty springs, too. They're not,
There's a channel out there called Mr. Tiger. The guy's he's got
I think
1 million
That's one of them guys, yeah.
subscribers or something. He built that little Gerard Morin washing machine motor, and he put 32 bulbs to it. And no offense to the guy, I thought he was full of malarkey. I built the same thing. I can run 32 of those exact same bulbs all day long. So you don't really know unless you build it and start playing with it.
That was my experience with the
I feel the
rotor
same
coil.
way
I didn't
about
know
the
if it was gonna work.
SSG system.
It's like the alternator generators. I have an
That's the
alternator
only system I'm
generator.
really prepared to comment on in any way. Is the stuff.
But yeah, when I first built the rodent coil, I had no idea it was going to work. In fact, I had a pretty good idea. I couldn't get it to work. I didn't think I would be able to.
Yeah, no, it's a complicated system. If you don't know where to start, it's what do you do, right?
There's only one of two outcomes when you're winding a coil. Either either you short the coil or open it by accident when you're winding it, or that's it. Or it works.
You should see some of my failures for coils.
You got three outcomes. Either it works, or you short the coil by accident during the wind, or you open the coil by accident during the wind.
I shorted a few while winding.
Yeah, that's more common.
Yeah.
All right, Gerald, I got a question for you on this. Okay. You added capacitors to this. So how did you get the wire out of the coil to do this?
What do you mean?
Well, you got capacitors, right? Are they just set up to the pickup or are they set up to the coil?
They're set up to the pickup coils.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, those ones are set up to the pickup coils, and I believe that's a one-wire setup.
What's up, Magnetic?
So there's no capacitors directly connected to the primary or secondary coil there?
No, not in that one.
Okay.
No, in fact, I'm not even using the secondary in that one, if I remember correctly.
And the secondary is just your channel B, right?
Wait, the secondary's actually hooked up to that light that you see off to the right. It's like a square cube. And if I remember correctly, there's no rectifier in between that. It's just straight secondary.
So the secondary coil is kind of like your channel B or a second channel for that device.
Yeah, but I'm not pulsing. I just recently started pulsing my secondary. I usually use my secondary with as an RC circuit. Well,
so you pulse the primary, and then the secondary just kind of has the inductance from the primary.
Yeah, so I use a diode and a capacitor or a little capacitor bank to run it back into the primary, or I'll run it through this LED cube or a series of LEDs and then back in.
Oh, that's a good idea, feeding it back in so it doesn't waste any.
Yeah.
Oh, neat.
So did I answer your question, Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just kind of wondering what was going on here.
Yeah, that experiment was insane. I believe I have one of the wires grounded on that one. That's the one with the Whopper box because it was too bright. I remember that.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at my notes. There was more stuff that went on in that experiment. No more than you see on the hookup, just some weird anomalies. I think that's the one that made my TV go funky. I think. Yeah, I've had actually the same thing happen to you where your computer goes. Yeah.
Oh crap.
And you're like, what's going on? And then all of a sudden stuff is starting to shut down. It's like, oh no. Better
turn it off quick.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually lost the computer like that once. So
I had that stuff when you walked in my garage. It literally felt like you were the sock inside the dryer. So
yeah,
there was so much static going on around me. And
that's how I know that you know what you're talking about, because I've done the same thing. It's insane when that happens, right?
Yeah. You're like, I don't know if I really want to be in here right now. I think I just want to get out the door.
I kind of was wondering to myself, is this really worth it? Everything I touch is trying to kill me. But
oh my god, I had one day. One day I was adjusting the plate on my gravity flyer, right? And I'm trying to get the heights between the plates right. I forgot to turn off the high voltage. Oh my god. Okay. So luckily I didn't have my voltage multiplier hooked in at the time. It was just regular high voltage, right? on 2 flybacks in series. I grabbed one of them, and then the wrench hit the other one, man, and I lit up like a Christmas tree. My hair was starting to stand up. It was bad, dude. I hit a massive voltage because everything had been building up for a while in the garage, right? So I got all this energy around me, and then here I am, the stupid idiot, touching the high voltage, and you go, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they say one hand in your pocket.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was so bad that day, man.
Too easy to make mistakes. Hey, I'm not proud of it, but I can admit I've screamed like a little schoolgirl. Okay, I've gotten those shocks. And it's like so sudden and so hard. You can't even control yourself. You just scream, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When I ground out my secondary in a certain way, I can't touch anything in my basement. It's a good defense system, but I can't even move.
Yeah, okay, check this out. People tell me all the time, you're not getting energy from the ground. Okay, no matter how much your Tesla's connected to the ground, you're not getting any energy from it. And I keep going back to him. And I said, look, there's a reason why Bedini always tells you that this ground over here is like it's connected to this one here, and he draws a little dotted line over to it, right?
Yep.
Because they are directly connected to each other, and they do create the capacitance right there, and it is bringing in the energy. I could tell you that firsthand because it shocked the living daylights out of me.
Yep, absolutely. I can even prove it by showing you an experiment. Do I have that on? Not sure if I have it on video yet or not. It might be. Where I turn both my signals from the signal generator at each other on the coil, and both of the how do I explain this? Right, it wasn't both the first, it was just the one. Okay, so when I turn the first signal on, it's set up for both signals to fire at each other, right? But I turn just the first signal on, and both the neons turn on the circuits, but they're not connected in any way. And the way that I've got the circuit wired into my secondary, it shouldn't be able to go through that circuit at that point. Do you know what I mean? Because it's blocked with a diode, but it flies through there like it's nothing. So my assumption is, because I have both circuits sitting on my desktop or my workbench, it's a countertop, and I think they're grounded to each other through it. But I don't know. It's just a theory, because they shouldn't both be turning on like that the way that the circuits are set up, unless it's resonance and it just slams through the circuit no matter what.
Is it wood? The counter? What is it?
Well, the energy, like when I pulsed that primary and those two neons turned on from the second one, is a completely isolated second circuit. And there's no way power should have went through it, but it did. So I mean, that's what I mean. I don't know if it was resonance that blasted through that, or if it was because the two circuits were face down, or not face down, but can down, because they're 2N3055s. I think they were grounding out through my countertop.
You might have created a scalar field.
Oh, I know how to do that. If I actually ground my coil, my secondary, to the copper pipe in the basement above my head, and I'll tell you this, I won't do it again.
What do they call that? What do they call that? A transverse wave or whatever, where it just goes through anything?
Yeah, well, yeah, I can't stop the energy. There's nothing I have that can stop it.
Yeah.
Like I've used titanium, I used an iron plate, I've used glass, I've used plastic, I put them all together. It didn't make a difference. I still got the power through the plate. All those
there are
plates.
very few who can.
I love that. I thought it was just a coincidence, to be honest with you. But I guess, there's no such thing. So what do you do? But yeah, it's just playing with I'm getting high voltage at a low voltage input is basically what it is, right? So all the static that's being created or energy, I don't know if it's grounding and that's why I get all those static shocks, or if it's because it's just different. I don't know. Like, I'm still working on it, right?
I think we can all agree that your system is doing something very unique, and we have to study it further for sure.
I agree. I think you guys should each have one in your hands.
I'd pulse the living daylights out of the outside of this thing and create a ring of piezo, and I'd just hit it with it. And you know what I mean, with the ultrasound?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, I'd love to just nail it in different directions with it. You know what I mean? And see what it does.
Did you see the ball lightning video that I put out?
No, show me where it is. I'll go back to your channel.
You actually hit it once before. It says a neon. There's a little, it's like a neon. That's all it is. It's a picture of like a big glass.
Nathan's going to put your coil on his Graviflyer, and then he's just going to use it as a transportation device.
There you go. Now you're
We're just going to see him riding it.
Oh, yeah, you will.
Right there.
Oh,
that'd be so
this
cool.
one?
Go up. Go up. Yeah, keep going a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, you see that bright light one?
This one?
No,
that's cool.
Yeah, that's ball lightning. I believe that's the one. There's
Really?
ball lightning inside that neon.
Let's check this out.
And that only comes from pulsing my coil, and then it gets picked up from a pickup coil, goes through one diode to the neon, and then back to the pickup coil.
Yeah, you're cavitating something inside the air or whatever.
Yeah, because it's a
Oh,
sealed.
look at that. Oh,
Wow.
Gets better. A little bit better. There you go.
That's cool.
hold on. The wrong thing.
Yeah, you can see it.
Lightning in a jar.
That's insane. That's so cool. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ball lightning makes its first appearance.
I suppose there's microwaves in there.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Kind of
It
the
was
same
literally-
microwave.
It's literally a ferrite pickup coil with 120 wraps and one high voltage diode that comes from that to the neon and back to the pickup coil. That's all it is.
You got to understand, though, you can get to higher frequency when you compress voltage into a higher resistive coil. You know, you're pressurizing that voltage into a coil that's got a higher resistance, yet your pressure was high enough to push through it, and that's going to be a high frequency pulse.
I'm not sure what frequency, like offhand.
The frequency goes up with the voltage, the pressure. Pressure increases the frequency.
Yeah,
you know, if your capacitance stays the same and your voltage goes up, your frequency goes up. You don't have to change the capacitance to get the frequency to go up. You can.
It might have been microwaves.
That's what I'm saying. When you got high voltage pushing through a small filament like that, it has a high resistance to that high voltage, but yet it's still high pressure, so it's got a potential to create high frequency because your voltage is high.
When I showed, to your point, when I showed Jeremiah, he did the same thing, but he used a microwave transformer to do it, and I can't remember. I think like 24.
The cyclotron, yeah, it's like Nathan explained the other day. It spins the electron in a vortex to get it up in frequency.
I only use 12 volts to do that. I don't like playing with any more than 12 volts.
Well, you know, an induction coil is also simulating a vortex spin, just like a cyclotron, but a cyclotron is way more efficient.
Yeah.
For getting high frequency.
You're not wrong. I have to wonder, and this is why I want to have it tested. I'm not positive on this, but in a certain configuration of like a certain circuit,
it's a multiplier.
You use it a certain way. I have to wonder if it's a room temperature superconductor, because I can turn the coil on and hold it in my hands, and if there's a magnet sitting on my desktop or my workbench, I can push the magnet around with my coil. Now I know that's kind of normal. but the way that it pushes around is really strange. It's like there's a center beam that comes out of the open core, and I can direct the magnet with it. So, well, I mean, the definition of a room or of a superconductor is it pushes out magnetic fields. So, I don't know. I know one thing. The scientific community.
No, the definition of a superconductor is it has no resistance. It's a pure conductor.
I don't get resistance. What I put in, I get out.
I don't know what pushing out magnetic fields may then might be another part of the definition, but the simple definition is a superconductor has zero resistance.
Yeah, I don't.
It's got no impedance. It doesn't impede your voltage in any way. Your voltage and your current can be flow through it with no resistance, no impedance.
Yep.
No back EMF either. No, I mean in theory.
It never gets hot. It gets cold.
You need impedance to have back EMF, in my opinion.
Okay, but now here's my thought process. I'm sure about that. So when it comes to a superconductor, like you said, the back EMF, right? But not only does sure it has back EMF, but it doesn't affect the system.
I don't know if the superconductor would have back EMF without the impedance.
But that goes to the definition of a superconductor in the sense where, yeah, it doesn't have impedance, but how does it not have impedance?
Because it's a superconductor. It's not a semiconductor. It's a perfect conductor. There is no semiconducting here. It's a full-on 100% conduction. There is zero resistance in the line. You're not going to have any loss in your current. That's a superconductor.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong, but when I put whatever voltage in, I get that out plus, no matter what I put in. Magnetic fields can't get close to this thing when it's being pulsed. It never gets hot. It gets cold. In fact, the more of the load I stick on it, the colder it gets.
If you're running at a nice resonant frequency, there wouldn't be any heat. And I wouldn't be surprised if it got cooled down too.
Yeah, so you guys are describing the same thing. It is a superconductor.
A stable frequency, a nice clean. If it's not a sine wave, you're not feeding. You're giving it DC pulses, right?
I'm using DC pulses, but I get a sine wave on the outside.
Square waves? You're feeding it square waves?
Yeah.
Yep.
He just doesn't have to have it.
Square waves are very nice signals, nice and clean signals.
Yeah. I get more out with a well, I don't get more out. I get not as much out with a triangle wave or a sawtooth, but I still get excess power out.
Well, the cold energy in and of itself is evidence of negative resistance.
Yeah. See, that's why I kind of wonder whether or not it's a superconductor.
Just negative resistance.
I believe it is. That's my belief.
Doesn't negative resistance imply superconductivity?
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Has to say not exactly zero resistance, but below zero resistance.
Okay, but superconductivity
zero resistance, which is kind of hard to imagine, but
so it's beyond a superconductor because it's getting negative resistance. Yeah, no, you're right, Mike. You're absolutely right. It's a different category altogether. It's beyond because it's getting negative resistance.
Resistance means it's not a superconductor. If you have negative resistance, meaning superconductor.
No, I thought superconductor was no
negative resistance in the two words imply not zero resistance, but below the zero line, the negative side of zero, which is less than zero.
Which is what I got.
Which is hard to fathom or imagine.
It is.
There is a metric for that. And literally speaking, there is a metric for that.
See, when you're conducting, you put in power. Say you put in 10 volts. The line eats some power. The resistance eats some power. Your circuit eats some power. When I put 10 volts into my circuit,
I mean, if you're giving it the bottom half of a sine wave, you could technically say you're giving it negative energy.
Well, I'm getting a minimum of 20 out when I put 10 in, no matter what I do. I can't
throw out let's say you convert the positive side of a sine wave and make it a negative, and it's all negative. You're keeping the negatives. Let's say you're feeding your coil AC and not DC. and you're taking the top half of the AC and making it a negative, like the original negative that you have to start with, and now you have two. You have an upside down McDonald's sign feeding your coil with negative, energy.
Yeah, I can accumulate that on the outside if I'd like.
You can pulse it with a negative portion of a sine wave.
See, this is something that's gonna. You know what negative energy is, Mike? It's back EMF. That's what it is. They don't want you to know that. They'll never admit it scientifically.
Well, technically speaking, the negative side of the sine wave is the lesser potential side of the greater side.
You have to have a perfect mirrored image, though. It has to be the same frequency and just the literally negative sine wave. Back EMF, if it's done right. I believe I have that. Do I believe I have a superconductor? I really don't know, but I suspect that it's somewhere borderline on superconductivity because of the way that it operates, because when I put in voltage, it doesn't eat anything. It gives me more out than I put in every time. In fact, my watt meters don't even register half of my loads, if not more than half. So what do I do with that? When they say that a superconductor conducts perfectly, well, that means that if you put 10 volts in...
I wouldn't worry too much about whether it's a superconductor or not. You don't need a superconductor to get, even 100% COP can do amazing things.
You're right. But a room temperature superconductor, by definition, would help so many people. It would be insane. So if you're getting, like I said, if it's more than a superconductor, like you just said, then that's even better. But getting
negative resistance, to me, the term implies exactly that. Negative resistance, meaning there is no resistance in the line. In fact, there's negative resistance in the line.
Yeah. Not only
where is the impedance in the line? Where's the room for back EMF to be generated through the impedance? I mean, you need a form of resistance for the pushback.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I get impedance. Yeah. Well, I get impedance from the primary, but I capture that impedance in the secondary, which negates it altogether.
You capture the pushback as a result of that impedance, you mean?
I capture the pushback, which is back EMF, negative energy, call it what you want.
I mean, technically, the coil, you're filling a balloon up with air, and it's unloading the air back into the other coil, kind of thing.
Would you say that the back EMF or pushback EMF or electromotive force is the pushback of the ether? Or
it's transfer of potential.
No.
Pressure is voltage.
I think it's part of the formula to capture.
Part of the formula. Right, like it's doing something to the ether at that point, right? Maybe like spinning it in a certain way.
Well, when you transfer potential from one location to the other, from one greater potential to a lesser potential, you also have the potential to have other ambient energies flow along and catch a ride with you. And that's probably where the excess comes from.
One of the biggest mistakes that physics made was to take the negative part of electricity out of physics altogether. And when they did that, they negated so many things that could have been found in the last 100 years. It's insane. So is back EMF negative energy? Not so sure. I kind of lean towards it being negative energy, but it definitely is on the negative side of the circuit, and it performs work.
Didn't Tesla call it dark energy?
Yeah, dark energy.
Dark energy.
Yeah. You could call it that.
He did a whole paper on it, lecture. It was really awesome.
Yeah.
Where do you find this stuff?
You got to search hard, man. Tesla didn't.
Let me tell you about my boring life. If I'm not working on the gravity fire, I'm reading lectures by everybody who does electronics in the
online or in books.
No, I read it online, and I can send you the links, Mike. Usually,
if you find like good lectures from Tesla that are like 5 or 10 pages, that stuff I can.
Okay, yeah. Again, I find them, I read them. That's what I do. I like to see how things work. I love the circuits in them. I love to see the design of them. I've been looking into Steinman's because he's describing AC, and how everything particularly works together. And it's absolutely amazing what he saw and how he converted, such a big math equation down to a little one. It truly tells you he understood the energy around it and what it was doing. But the best by far is Tesla when it comes to some kind of a dark energy, a reusable energy, a back EMF, anything that doesn't put a loss in your circuit, the absolute best.
Yep, absolutely. I agree. I'm just getting into that Steinmetz book, Waves and Impulses. And
Steinmetz is the one that dampened out a lot of stuff in order to get the thing to work.
So the negative and negative electricity is referring to the motion and not necessarily the charges. They're still negative electrons.
Well, here's how I see capturing the ether. I think you can get a positive charge and a negative charge flowing in certain directions. And then
that's what I always envision, a positive to balance it out.
Yeah, well, the positive would create the dipole, and then the negative would be your tap line for that dipole. And if you can revert it back in or convert it back into your positive, you close loop it.
Huh. Well, that's interesting.
Positive potential is going to want to fill up the lesser potential. Your negative is the lesser potential. The positive has more energy than the lesser potential. The lesser potential has energy. It has less energy than the plus energy.
And when you take
the extra energy in the plus side is going to move to the lesser side.
Mike, and when you take the load off the negative side, you create a hole. And that hole has to be filled. What's it filled by? Not positive energy, not negative energy. The positive energy is being used to create the dipole. The negative.
That's a good way of putting it, Gerald. So it's being filled replaced with negative energy, which is plenty of lesser potential all over the place. So
you're still thinking in engineering terms. There's a third component you're missing.
The lesser potential is the negative energy. You are creating the greater potential. You are drawing in the lesser potential. It can flow to the greater as well. It's just a biflow effect. It's not one direction. We just think in one direction to educate ourselves. Okay.
I never said.
I sat here and told Ben that the negative flows to the positive and the positive flows to the negative. Ben would quit this shit right now. Okay. It's just going to blow his brain up and this doesn't make any sense. You can't teach like that. But
okay, so how do you?
If negative meets the positive, then positive meets the negative. They meet each other. Okay, the two potentials meet each other. Not one potential is doing all the work and traveling to the other. They meet each other. Just think of it like that. They meet each other at the junction. That could be a diode. That could be a switch. Whatever the junction is, the light bulb, the load. That's your junction. That's where the positive and the negative will meet each other, but they're going to come to each other from each location that they're currently at.
You confused me right there. So
But yes, it's confusing. But so for now, the positive goes to the lesser potential. The greater potential is going to fill up the empty bucket.
Okay, well, Mike, you're using engineering terms and you're going along the same lines that you were taught, and I understand. I'm going along with what.
Well, once that's understood, then you can see the negative going the other way, and and it does cross the cathode of a diode. Okay, it does get rectified through the cathode of a diode and out the anode. Although they don't want to teach you that way because it just confuse you. So they tell you that the positive energy exits the anode and goes out the cathode.
Yep.
Which in reality, both is happening, but they're meeting at the junction of the cathode anode.
If you can separate that, and if you could separate those charges, then they're no longer going through the same junction, and it becomes a lot faster without resistance. Hey, Lulu.
Hi, everyone.
With the high voltage diode, he separated the charge off the coil, not the switch.
Mike's
hey, how you doing?
Hey,
Hi, guys. How are you guys? Sorry, I just saw the email.
There you go. What do you got to say about all this?
I wasn't listening before. I just like saw the email, so I clicked on the link. So tell me what are you guys talking? Where are you?
Well, you're missing a barn burner, Mike.
Negative energy flow.
Mike's talking about negative energy over here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to explain it from my point of view, and he's trying to explain it from an engineering point of view. So it's kind of like two people coming to try and explain the same thing from totally different angles.
It's different perspectives.
Yeah.
No, actually, Gerald, if you heard me earlier, I actually agreed with you. You stated it correctly. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I agree. I know you're agreeing with me, but the way you're explaining it and the way I'm explaining it, just
they're just communication.
To Ben that positive energy
I have a
flows
question.
to the negative.
If two negative currents meet, do they turn positive?
That's interesting question.
Law of mathematics: negative and negative makes positive.
Well, from the greater potential positive through the light bulb to the lesser potential negative, that flow through the load has resistance, and that causes excitement in the materials and gives light. But the flow of electrons from the greater potential positive terminal of the battery to the lesser potential negative terminal of the battery. For now, that's the flow. For now, that is the flow. That is the flow for now. On the way there, it lights up the bulb because it's in the way. That's
not how my system works, Mike.
it's impedance. You know.
Okay.
The bulb is impeding the flow.
Go back to the water analogy, with
creating
that
like a little fire, of heat.
I mean, it's the order of operations. I'm thinking of it like in mathematical terms. Negative times a negative, you cross two negatives, it becomes a positive.
Well, I'll give you my.
And if we in our heads,
the positive
flows to the negative
water, through the center of
back and forth, and then meeting at the negative, both negatives meeting
of the wire.
Right? It should make positive.
The positive flows to the negative through the center of the wire. The negative flows to the positive outside the wire.
Okay, you guys want the answer?
Yes, please.
Yes.
You take two negatives and you touch them together, right? You would think you get a spark out of it.
Nothing. You get nothing.
Get nothing. When you connect two positives together, you get nothing. So here's the thing: they're also part of the same circuit, and they just close the loop. That's it. That's as simple as it gets. You're not making a positive out of it because you're not changing the energy form to make it aggressive towards it.
Only if the two positives have like one's 15 volts and the other 16.
But in a normal system, you'd have the same value coming out of the same spot.
Right,
now,
same spot.
Two different spots, you're going to get obviously across there, and you probably would get a spark.
And you're talking with a regular system, and for that, I agree. But when I pulse two positives towards each other, primary, secondary, I get more positive out.
Well, hold on. You're creating two different positives. One's got a greater potential and the other's got a lesser. Now you have a negative. But they're both terms, that other positive you created is a lesser potential to the greater positive you created.
They're both the same potential when they're getting pulsed at each other.
But you're going to have a spark because you're going to have flow because you have two positives of two potentials. One greater, one less.
It changes the frequency in it. So you're changing the voltage and amps in it. You are converting into a total different system. You have two different ones going on now. It's no longer the same energy. Even if it's produced at the same source, you've manipulated the energy in the secondary.
So the oscillation both frequencies would go a level higher because they would become coherent, right?
So constructive interference is what you mean.
Yes. So now you have a chance for resonance. Now you have a chance to get them to work together.
Okay. So makes sense.
If you can make one resonate to the other, just like a Tesla coil would, then you have something there. You get what I'm saying? It's a push pull. You got it working.
I think an H-bridge circuit would work for that. I'm not positive though. An H-bridge is a push-pull for motors, right? So what you're using when you go from your, motor controller to your ZVS, and then from your ZVS to your Tesla, your motor controller is actually a push-pull circuit. It's an H-bridge.
Okay.
So yeah, that's I haven't tried that yet. And there's a reason I haven't tried that.
Oh, come on now. What's going to blow up on you? Probably everything.
I don't think it's going to blow up. Honestly, I think it's going to do exactly what you're looking for.
Well, that's good though, isn't it?
It is. It just makes me a little nervous because once you get to that level and it's that simple, even though it's not simple, it kind of changes your perspective on things real quick. You know what I mean? So I've been nervous about trying that experiment because if it does go the way I think it will, then yeah, kind of changes things.
I'll tell you what, Gerald, I was nervous the first time I hooked in my Variac on the DC side. I converted it to DC, and I put it into my Tesla coil because it resonates so well. Okay, zero problems. It's perfect resonance. Okay, I was scared to push that sucker beyond 40. Okay,
yeah,
it took some real big ones to push it up to 80 because of the amount that it goes out. Like, it literally forces this thing completely out. And there's like, you're looking for sparks out of the top. There is no sparks out of the top. And this thing is just a gigantic field. And you're like, okay, I need some longer wires here. So I bought 100 feet of coax cable because of the insulation on it. And I ran it from that. Okay.
Wow.
I did not want to be around that.
You know how to pop the bubble, right?
What do you mean?
Okay, so when you create the bubble, let's say it gets too big or it's too overwhelming or you want to just stop for whatever reason, pop off a capacitor. The implosive implosion of a capacitor for some reason pulls all the energy in from the bubble and just stops it cold. I found that out actually through many experiments. It's that loud impulsive snap that literally stops it cold. That's why I think when you create a spark, there's a problem. Like it shuts your buildup because that spark is an implosive reaction.
It sucks in all the energy right to it.
Yep, exactly. So when you create, like you say, you blow up a capacitor or you just short it out and it makes that pop. Well, it's the same thing. Pulls all the energy in.
I'll be honest with you. On the ends of these high voltage things, I'd much rather use something like a felt or something, but it keeps burning up on me. I want to create a capacitance to the plate, you know what I mean, through a dielectric instead of having the wires touch it because I get a spark.
You ever thought of using an electrical brush out of an old drill or a universal motor?
No, but
it's really like a piece of carbon with a spring on it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I got it. I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Yeah, that might actually work for you. I don't know, but it might. I was thinking about that the other day. Rather than using copper and how you're creating sparks and you're kind of burning out the copper on that line, what if you used carbon as if it was like a carbon brush?
You know, carbon is what they use for brushes anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's what gave me the idea. It might create less spark, and you'd be able to transfer that energy.
Make your own spark cap out of carbon deposits.
You could, yeah.
Just by spacing materials right, you can get, little sparks.
Just a thought.
You know
like what? The solid state cells that they're making, you can put carbon deposits in between the plates and it act like because carbon is kind of a conductor too, so you got to space it.
Yep.
Right. And if you have the right amount of space, as long as they're not touching, they're still insulated, but there's such a minimal air gap, there's going to be a spark. Yeah, it's hard to do though. It's hard to fabricate that kind of thing. You need like the kind of equipment that makes microchips.
But he doesn't want the spark, which will work perfect.
Right. No, it's a spark you can't see. They're like quantum sparks.
Interesting.
Because you got, what's it called? The
gravel flyer?
Casimir effect.
Oh, the Casimir effect?
Yeah, that one, Casimir. the plates really close together.
Right.
Yeah.
If you had that with carbon deposit plates, still isolated, from you touching, but it's close enough to where it's like a spark gap. But you have a lot of surface area too, so you got, and it's low voltage, so whatever sparks are happening are going to be invisible to your eye. But you got the surface area there. That's the whole idea behind the cells. Get the transfer of energy from one plate to the next.
I had a cashmere sweater once.
Without actually conducting the two plates,
Well, I need something light too. So it's like
semiconductor.
Look like a film, like just with the plastic coating on the outside, but it's like a metal on the inside, and it just comes around and it's very light and springy. Something like that is what I need. It cannot be where it's rough metal against metal. It's got to be something with some kind of, just a little dielectric in there, just some kind of little plastic. That's enough because it's going to transfer the energy just fine.
You're using high voltage.
Would that work?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Metamaterials.
It could. It has to be depending on which one. Like I said, it's just got to be a very light coating on it. I could.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What about silver gift wrapping paper?
No, he needs an insulative coating.
Hold on, I've got.
I don't know. It's just a thought, right?
Because you're doing high voltage, you don't want too much current flowing. You want the voltage to the signal or whatever.
Yeah, because right now I just used aluminum tape, and it covers better, but it still gives off a little bit of a spark once in a while.
I collect these.
It's too conductive. That's why.
I collect these things. This is a metamaterial. They use this like when you do the microwavable pizza. You put it in the box, and it's supposed to like shoot out the microwaves to cook the pizza better. But stuff,
yeah,
it's a metamaterial. So I collect them because you're describing exactly what the material you need. It's coated with a shiny, coat, but it will still transfer electricity.
And what kind of pizza did you buy to get that?
From Kroger.
Here we go.
Yep, this is what kind of pizza.
All right, I'm buying one.
$1.
That's interesting.
Yes, and they have this inside of it.
That's really cool.
Huh.
You made me want to go buy a pizza to do experiments.
I know.
That's awesome.
Whatever you do not let Gerald warm it up for you. We heard about that one earlier. He was turning down a room.
Gerald, how come you never try AC on your coil? It's only DC is what you're going with, or?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about trying AC.
Low voltage AC, low voltage, low current. You can get
I was just telling Nathan that because I think it might do something really amazing. So I've been negligent.
Because AC is going to flip the poles back and forth for you.
Yeah, but what if he puts in a really tiny amount of current and it just exponentially outputs an enormous amount?
Well, I was kind of thinking the same thing as John Searle.
No, it's just going to take off and hit your ceiling.
Boom, right?
A variac.
That's why
you
when
need
he first hooked up his,
you run it at 8 volts AC or something.
Mm-hmm. So when he first hooked up his generator, it took off and almost put a hole in the ceiling.
So a variac, it puts out AC between 0 and 120 volts, right?
Yeah, you could go to 1 volt AC, try that. And if you want DC, you could put a diode on the variac and get your DC.
All right, I'll hook up my variac to it.
You got DC and AC with the variac. That's something I never got is a variac. But
okay, so I'll do that tomorrow then, and I'll put it on video.
Totally
and if that's anything crazy, maybe I'll do a live. It does something.
And if you've never tried flipping the poles on there, you could do it with DC also.
Yeah, I'll get on there with you, Gerald, if you want.
No, if it does something crazy, I have to go on a Zoom call with Nathan.
AC is just easier.
Okay,
well, bring him on. Yeah.
Put this in there on your variac. Okay. It's going to look absolutely wrong. What it's going to give you is an AC. I don't want to say it. It's like a half bridge, but then it's a skipped half bridge. So one loop over the top, space, one loop again, space, just like that. That's what I run in my Tesla coil.
And what is that? That's just copper wired? No.
So look at the diodes right here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So they look backwards, right?
Yeah.
So there's your hotline, and then they go in there, and it looks like it's going to stop it, right?
Yeah.
But it's only stopping part of the wave. So
Oh,
the Variac,
what you did?
So the Variac's on the other side. That's where all the 3 lines are coming from, just so you know.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Well, that's not me. That's Sean.
Really?
Yeah, he's got this test. I told you, he got these Testatika thing, Matt, just absolutely insane.
He understands how energy.
He's creating DC with the Variac. He's blocking the backflow with the other diode. It's like that's what he's doing there. And the other one's ground. What's the third
he's
wire?
blocking it and he's pushing it through one way.
I see 2 wires.
Yeah. So let me see if I can't. I'll pull up.
You said there was 3 wires, Nathan?
It's 3 wire. Hold on. Let me take a look at it. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's got 3 wires coming out of his Variac. You see the black is hot, the white is neutral, and the ground isn't used.
Oh, ground. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I was thinking it was. I didn't know Variacs had grounds. I didn't know they put ground on. I guess so. Why not?
Yeah. So hold on. I'll show you.
You probably don't want to use the ground for your experiment though, unless you need the ground for something. Probably use your own ground separate from the Variac because I don't know. You're getting the neutral off the grid, and you know how this flyback likes to ground out to the ground. If you have a ground on your Variac, it might go to through your Variac.
You're an engineer. You should know that the grid's not always at 0.
You could put another ground for the system that the Variac is feeding. So if there's a ground event, it doesn't go through the ground on the Variac. Just by it'll go through the neutral on the Variac, which could be worse. Yeah, just go ahead and ground the Variac. Never mind. Forget everything I just said.
Fair enough.
So this is a power that it puts through this thing, guys. Let's wait till we'll show you in the dark.
Hey, having more than one ground is the best way to protect your equipment, I think.
That's true.
So in the back behind it's the inches.
Wow. You're in the 10-inch mark?
Yeah, it's going up to 11.
Wow. That's a lot of juice.
So if you have a light bulb close by, it could probably light it up.
Oh, it lights up everything.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
probably lights up half the room. That thing's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's getting up towards 12 now.
Should catch some like mosquitoes and bugs and like throw them like in the room, see what they do.
Throw them into the flame.
Mikey,
if it repels them or not.
Yeah. No ground.
That bug machine is the same concept.
See how far you could place some house flies, let them go right there, and and see how far away they fly. If they fly away,
if they even make it, yeah.
Or if they hang out, then I don't know. But if they dip out, then your answer. They don't like it. So.
Yeah, that's beautiful plasma.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, this stuff is wild when we build it.
See, and that's the thing, that the coils with geometrical shapes that are compactly wound, they create plasma. But it's not a plasma that you see. It's in between the lines. Because you have charge going one way and charge going the other. And it creates like a static form. Right? Because remember, copper is like the energy goes around the wire, in and around the wire. Because it's so compact, it multiplies.
You get that temperature differential through the 2 flows of charge.
But with a Tesla coil, like it's straight multiplication. It has the same effect, but it gets it there differently. I think that's just amazing.
Yeah, but when you have temperature differential, that's all you need to make plasma. And if you have electric flow in 2 directions, which is what it does anyway, one is got more heat than the other because one is greater potential and the other is a lesser potential. So you're gonna have temperature differential.
That's a good point. I didn't consider that.
At a scale that's not typically perceived.
Yeah, Nathan was teaching me how to view heat in a different way. I didn't think it actually came into effect.
The lightning bolt is no different than a tornado.
Yeah, he plays a big role in your voltage. You just didn't know
It's just
it.
a tornado moving at a speed that you can't fathom. That's instant. Like a tornado that moved like at lightning speed.
Yeah.
And because it's moving so fast, it got compressed from the size of a tornado to a thin lightning bolt. That's just the speed, the frequency of this energy is much more than a regular tornado. Has a lot of energy, but it's slower oscillation. And a lightning bolt has a lot more energy, a lot more potential, and that means its oscillation is a lot faster, and therefore its presence in your timeline is a lot quicker. And
well, I know this, when you ground out these systems and create static in your room, like I was saying earlier, it feels like a lightning storm's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like you're standing outside and the lightning storm's right around the corner.
So I get that smell in the air.
Yep. Yep.
the ozone, yeah.
If there was moisture, you'd literally think there was a thunderstorm in your house.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You can make the same ozone with ultraviolet light bulbs, but they can
Not as intense, but yeah, you can. Yeah, not as intense, but you can.
Right, it's not the same intensity.
Yeah,
depends on the bulb size, though. If you get a decent sized bulb, it's super strong.
Yeah, like a big one. Hey, like a super big one. Yeah,
that's not so healthy though, because
no,
they say it's not. I don't know.
It only causes cancer. It's okay.
Why would it cause cancer? It's O3. I don't know.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Might oxidize your lungs, if anything.
Yeah,
burn your lungs.
Wouldn't that create lung cancer though over time?
Free radicals from the oxygen, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
The oxygen is a free radical, so
it is.
You got to stabilize the oxygen with your glutathione that your lungs produce. It stabilizes the oxygen you breathe through the use of selenium and magnesium to produce the antioxidant that we call glutathione, GSH. And that contacts, I'm guessing that contacts the oxygen that goes into your lungs and stabilizes it because in the air it's already radical. It's not stable.
Yeah.
You got to slow it down. You got to slow down its frequency because it's too fast and it burns you. It's oxidizing. So that's what kills us, oxygen. If anything else doesn't kill us, it's going to be oxygen.
So Mike, you and Nathan are the only ones I ever heard of talk about voltage as frequency. I've never heard that.
Well, the voltage is pressure. The more pressure you push, the faster the vibration.
Right. Why?
It's like rubbing your hand on a wooden table with more pressure. You get more bumps in your hand. Faster bumps.
Well, see, I know it's pressure, but I never thought of it as frequency because of pressure.
Well, because you could use pressure to create vibrations by rubbing your hands. Like that. The less you push, the less pulses you create in your hands. The more you push, the more pulses you create. That's the frequency. The more pulses you make in that push, that swipe, by creating more pressure on your hands in that one swipe, you create more pulses, and that's more pulses. So more pulses per second is a higher frequency.
Check it out, guys. I made the plasma channels thruster. His ion thruster. That's it you're looking at right here.
That should work.
Kind of like using high voltage to press against a quartz crystal to create a high frequency because you got the high pressure.
Oh yeah, yeah. Charge density due to pressure.
Although you don't really need the high voltage with quartz. They take any voltage of a range that doesn't destroy them anyway. And they'll put out their designated frequency that they're already sized to create. That's what's so good about them.
I love learning. I learned
You
something.
can even
new.
remove the voltage, and they'll keep generating that frequency for a little while.
Is
which
that
is interesting.
Jay's reactor that you have on there?
I built it.
You built that one?
Yeah.
No way.
This is I built the STL. I put in the rods in it and everything, and I put wire on the top, and I built the plasma channels ion thruster.
Nice.
So here, I'll rewind it a little bit for you. But you have to take a razor blade to the wire in order to make the breakout points on the magnet wire in order for it to work right.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then you put in copper at the bottom. I put it in a teardrop shape but upside down.
Yeah.
And so the points at the bottom, and it flows. And it's just two DC flybacks in series.
And you have a motor controller running that?
That's just it's just a ZVS and two flybacks.
Wow.
You're doubling your voltage flyback like that?
And it makes a high voltage hiss.
Huh. I want that.
You can see it breaking out on the outside too.
Yep.
Yeah, the higher the voltage, the higher it's going to oscillate, the higher frequency.
I use that to heat my lunch.
Yeah.
Question.
That'd be awesome.
Imagine trying to.
I have one of these things. Can you see it? Like
Hold on, give me a second.
Plasma globe. Yep.
what if I take off the glass and connect instead of the battery, it connected directly to the electric outlet? Will it spark the same way how that thing was sparking earlier?
No.
No.
No, because your glass bulb
there's gas in there.
Yeah, it's a sealed bulb, right? And when you pull it off, all it is a wire that comes up into like a sealed bulb tube with a little bit of stainless in there, and that's what creates that ion. So that it can fill the bulb.
And then there's a little bit of gas in there to enhance the lighting effect.
Yeah. You can pull energy out of that thing if you wrap it with aluminum foil and then wrap copper wire around that aluminum foil. But unless you know what you're doing, I don't suggest it, because you'll pull kilowatts of power out of there all in like a split second.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically Tesla coils, aren't they?
Yep. Yep. That's what I used to make my my coil hop, was the power from one of those.
No.
It's 3,000 volts, and I think it's 3 megahertz. I think I could be wrong on that, but yeah, don't get electrocuted from one of those. They hurt.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Exactly.
Exactly. We're just talking in theoretical. Theoretical.
Yes, of course, theoretical. Right. That's what I've been talking. I'm kidding.
It's all fun in theory until someone gets hurt.
Exactly. I don't. Go ahead.
I got another one for you guys. Okay.
I don't recommend anyone doing these experiments unless you've had previous experience or somebody that knows what they're doing around. It could be dangerous.
DC flyback with foil.
What was that, Lily?
I said very good disclaimer.
Yeah.
So watch the foil. As soon as I hit the voltage, and there's only one wire attached.
Oh.
Yeah, that's cool. It's like sucking down, isn't it?
Yeah. It's charging the table right below it and charging the actual aluminum to suck together like this.
Wow.
Is that what it's doing?
So when I talk about charge and I talk about putting things on your table, I tell you not to do it. That's why.
And that's a wooden table?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I got something to explain to you then that I never thought was significant until this moment.
Okay, go ahead. I'll take this off screen.
When I pulse my coil, and I have it pulsed one way, let's say I put a magnet underneath it and it lifts, right?
Yeah.
Well, if I flip that coil in the opposite direction and move the magnet, it literally sucks towards wherever it's on. Like the minute I start pulsing it, it goes down.
So your amps are really low, right?
Yep.
So you're getting a charge. So when I tell people about charge, they're not understanding very low amps, very high volts, and it'll start charging things. Okay? It's not misleading. Then the charge turns to magnetism as soon as you add heat to it or you add amps. It immediately flips.
Oh, you just blew my mind. I just got it. Okay. I'm going to do the experiment tomorrow. I think I just got it. I'm not going to show anyone, though, because I already promised Nathan if it does it, I'm waiting until the grab flyer does it first.
Ah, shit.
Sorry,
just
guys.
have to wait.
Now,
No,
now you
it's
understand
okay.
what I'm doing, right, Gerald?
Yeah, I do. I totally do. I get it now. And now it means even more significant when I said I know how to flip the pole.
Yeah.
So, dang, that was a very significant piece of information you just told me that I was not aware of.
Yeah, the reason it turns to magnetism when you add amps is because the amps establishes the flow. And the flow creates the magnetism.
It completes
the voltage does not create the magnetism without the amps. It creates the potential. But that doesn't mean you can't use potential just because you don't have magnetism or amps.
Oh no, I know I could use potential, but
You can transmutate potential over time. As Bedini said, nature takes time.
Yeah, I get that.
You have to give it the potential, present it the potential, and allow it the time to convert it. It's not going to happen instantaneously.
I just wasn't aware that
That's the only way to get the free side of the energy. I
get that, Mike. I just wasn't aware that I was charging my surface of where the coil was sitting.
Yeah.
And the device that can receive the negative potential is like batteries, are good at that. And I don't doubt that a coil can do it too.
I have a battery that I've been charging with negative potential. You can't charge it with a positive battery charger anymore.
So the Graviflyer is basically doing the same thing as the foil's doing with the table, only in reverse?
No and yes, I think. Let me explain this one. Nathan, tell me if I got it right. From my understanding, it's charging the surface it's on, and then when he flips the pole or taps that center plate and the pole flips, it pushes off that charge.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Current.
So now, hold on. Let's go back to your experiment.
Okay.
You jumped once and had it steady. Now you jump again.
Yeah.
Now you understand, right? It's an immediate shift. So on one side, I need one thing. On the other side, I need another, right?
Yep. I get that now.
Now it's jumping on top of, it's like stair stepping its way up.
Oh my
gosh. You can't have one without the other, and then it just steps up, huh?
You see why it's so difficult to put this together to get it just right on the hover part.
Yeah, there was
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Oh no, I was just gonna say there was a guy on Apex saying that his team was trying to get the Graviflyer to work for like 2 years and they couldn't get it.
Listen. If it's a frequency dependent device and you don't have a crystal oscillator, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Just like an AM radio will not work without a crystal oscillator. Or an FM radio or a cell phone.
It only needs a piezo disc. It doesn't need a crystal oscillator.
The only way it can work without the crystal oscillator is if the piezo disc or the disc and everything, the geometry of the flyer is exactly accurate. There's no, it's exactly the size it needs to be per the frequency it's receiving. If it's not, then you need to adjust that with a crystal oscillator.
Okay, so hang on a second. Let's go back to where we were talking about the stairs there, Nathan. You know how you said it went up once and then it went up again?
Yes.
Just like a radio station.
I think what you just described to me in my brain, I just got how I know how to put it up another time. And then another time. Maybe even keep going. I have some experimentation to do now. You've blown my mind. I've learned more off of you in the last month than I have off the whole freaking scientific community in the last 4 fucking years. Pardon my language.
Hey, Gerald, it's because I know what I'm doing. I built an experiment.
But does that now mean, does the scientific community not know what they're doing? Are they willfully ignorant? Or are they just willfully not?
Function generator has crystal oscillators.
All of the above.
If you're using a function generator, you're using crystal oscillators.
Okay, I'm not using a function generator. Okay.
Well, Gerald is.
Anyway, listen, I try to explain things to people, okay? A lot. And it just seems like I'm throwing my email away. Okay.
Yeah.
You do not understand what I'm saying. And I don't know if it's the way I talk. Sometimes I think I don't talk scientific enough for them to understand it. But the fact is, they just don't understand what I'm doing. And every time I try to say it or show something, they're like lost in space. Yet,
or I got one worse for you. They understand
like that.
Well, see, here's the other part that could be worse. They understand what you're saying completely and absolutely refuse to acknowledge what you're saying because you're not speaking their language and you're not promoting their perfect Albert Einstein. And I've seen that so many times, it's ridiculous.
Like they get uncomfortable talking about anything that goes against their theories.
They literally think he's a god. He was a man that stole an equation from Henri Poincaré from, this is rumored, but when Henri Poincaré asked him to debate him on that very same solution, he wouldn't do it. Not only would he not do it, he left the country. Why? So I have issues when it comes to the way that they think of Albert Einstein being a god.
So do you think Albert Einstein was a scammer?
Else. No, I wouldn't say that. But
he knew what he was talking about?
He did, but there's also evidence that he wouldn't debate someone who came up with that very same equation 8 years prior or 10 years prior, whatever it was. He absolutely refused because according to the newspapers, he was nervous about it. Why? If you're the genius that came up with it, if you're the one that understands it, should you not want to debate it? I'll debate my system all day long to anybody because I've seen it. I've lived it. I've experienced it. You haven't. I get it. That's why I'm not harsh on anyone. You need to have the system in your hands to play with it, to experience what I have. You'd be saying the same thing. And I have all the confidence in the world saying that because I know it can be replicated. I've built 3 of the identical big coils that you've seen. One's buried, one's sitting with somebody, and the other one you guys see I experiment on. And they all work identical. Nothing has changed. But they're 3 of the identical coils. So that means it's replicable. Now I replicated it, so is it really replicable? Not until it gets into your hands and you guys start doing it yourselves. Then I can say fully it's replicated. But I fully believe that the system is what everybody needs.
Hey, what's up, Crypto?
Hey, Crypto.
Bernie!
Hi, Bernie.
So yeah, I think that I got some experimentation to do, and Nathan, when my book's done, I think you're gonna have a mention in it for sure.
Oh, thank you.
For sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, I've done a lot of the experiments, and I used to build generator things and try to get over Unity devices going.
Yeah.
Back before I even started the Gravity Flyer, I was doing Gerard Morin, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just a difference in understanding of how things are built.
Absolutely.
And completely changed my mind about everything when I did it. So I'm applying those things. I'm talking to you about it because I can see them because I did it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So,
well, I've built almost every free energy device on YouTube, and 90% of them don't work, right? But there are some that do, that slipped in amongst those that don't. But you have to experiment to find them. I built a alternator generator, didn't work. So I built one that has
I only
three
built one,
alternators.
and it worked.
Not only that, not only
See,
that,
it has-
some of the tutorials are very crap. You know, some
Yeah.
of the people explain it very poorly,
I only built the
and
beginning,
as a result,
and it
we have
worked.
people like that Murray character trying to replicate the
I
rodent
take
coil,
that back.
not knowing what the heck
I
he's
did
doing.
a Jewel Thief too.
Yeah, we know your pulse motors are awesome, Mike. I do know that. Definitely. I've checked out your stuff.
It's the only thing I replicated, and it worked.
Well, when I was replicating the alternator generators, a single alternator, that doesn't work. It's
I
a
took
joke.
my time choosing, though. I didn't just jump on the first thing I saw.
Right.
I built
took like
everything.
2 years picking something out, and Bedini was the one.
Not
Mike,
me,
I was
man.
the same way. I went through the practical guide to free energy devices multiple times before I decided on a rodent coil.
Oh yeah, I have that book too. 2,600 patents. Yeah.
Yeah. What edition is yours?
I mean, I was already an electrician. I've put in so many electrical networks. I'm like, I'm not going to pick something out until I'm sure, you know.
That's a good question. What edition it is? I'd have to look at my file.
Because I managed to grab the 2017 edition, which is the latest one I could find, and there's one more copy on YouTube. If you don't have it, I suggest grabbing it.
Yeah, I think that's the one right before. Yeah, you know what? I might have that one. I think it's 2,800 patents. That one.
Yeah, it's got some colored pictures in there too. It's a really great edition.
Yeah. No, I built them all because you know what? I wanted to see if they were full of shit or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I listened to like all the builders, and the one that talked my language, and was Bedini, and what's his Bearden, and what's the other guy's name? He was the one suggested low carbon steel.
Oh,
I forget his name.
Tim
But
Mike.
they all, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Gray hair, short glasses. Yeah.
He's got an unusual name, but anyway.
Yeah.
And
No, those guys
like
are
Ralph Ring and
Eric Dollard.
That's
Eric
him.
Dollard, yeah.
Yeah.
He has a lot of technical language going on there. And it's good to listen to Eric Dollard because he speaks in engineered terms. Okay. And capacitive reactance, if you got a capacitor in the circuit, it's a load. It's going to be a load. An inductor is a load. A capacitor is a load. An inductive reactance, capacitive reactance. So those little things right there help you understand what's going on. Capacitors are loads, okay? Until they're charged, they're going to be a load.
You're right.
Look at that, guys. There's nothing safe in my garage. Watch.
That's yours?
Yeah.
The flame is literally dancing on the edge.
What's that? What is that?
That's a saw.
It's a saw. Watch. I play with high voltage a lot. So
yeah, because you're not got no amps to destroy that terminal, so it's not going to heat nothing up.
Oh, I set things on fire, bro. Every time. I can't help it. It's like it's running across there.
Nathan
looks like it.
Fire.
Yeah.
In technical, our cells are all like whatever they are, less than half a volt. I don't know what it is. Each cell has like 0.2 volts or something of potential, or whatever, 0.002 or whatever it is. But you have billions of them, right? So in theory, if you could, put all your cells in series, you'd have that potential, buddy.
Yeah.
That's billions times 0.002 is like, in the kilovolts.
And
higher,
technically,
higher,
if you could put energy into every cell of your body and your brain was to oscillate.
That's the whole meditation thing, aligning your cells to be in series.
I think we are made for anti-gravity. I think, honestly, our systems, the way that the human body is built, and I've studied it extensively. I mean, I'm no doctor, but I believe that we were built to fly. If anti-gravity works the way Nathan and I believe that our bodies humanly were built to fly. Now,
If you're correct on that, I'll be first in line for your class on flying.
it's an experiment I'd love to be able to accomplish, but you know what? We'll have to see.
I mean, we do hear about that in history. You know, people like the Tibetan monks being able to levitate themselves under meditation. You know.
Yeah, and technically speaking, in theory, if they were able to align up all their cells in series and connect their little miniature voltage together in series, they would be able to focus that voltage to an output somewhere into a high voltage potential, which would give you
right.
lift.
Have you guys seen this video? The transmutation video?
Yeah, this is awesome.
I haven't seen it.
This is Bernie all the way, man. Look.
That's
that's interesting what he does there. I don't know.
He's creating this formula and he puts it on these things and he's making these capacitors, it looks like, and everything else.
Transistors.
The value in it. Yeah.
Are those like burnt out parts or what's going on there?
Those are transistors that he made for his speaker system. He was into high fidelity stereo equipment before he went to
those are custom made transistors.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so listen to what he says. I'll unmute it for you.
He was trying to make a material that had a natural switch to it.
John Testatika was a big fan of Walter Russell. So if you look at Walter Russell's chart, it sort of looks like this. And then all the elements are in here.
Right. And this is very different from the periodic table that we're taught.
Right.
That's a crazy way of thinking.
So
it's awesome.
You see, in this cycle here, right, you might have Cu here, which is going to be copper.
Right.
Right. And you might have gold Ag here.
Right.
So what's the difference between the two? Is a harmonic shift.
Right.
You see, it's a frequency shift because silver may be right here.
What is that?
Oh,
right here.
Yeah, I have a diagram
Zinc
to show you.
may be right here.
Right.
And lead may be right here. But if you look at Walter Russell's chart and you look at what it would take to move copper to gold, is a frequency shift back down to this level.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same potential.
So you can do something to this copper right here, this substrate. If you can do something to it by seeding a material on top of it.
Right.
Right? And then you fire that in an oven. What happens is it's going to transmute.
Hey, Ben, did you make sure Crypto's got that link?
Whatever is in here, it's going to transmute it to this material.
Yeah, I think I sent it to him.
Take this layer.
Let me double check.
That's funny because you find copper with gold naturally.
That's what was in the material.
We're gonna be rich, boys. We're gonna be rich with this idea.
So see, maybe Walter Russell isn't
so Walter Russell was saying that the tip of the sine wave
putting the chart together the way he did.
Yeah.
But Dini got in trouble
two elements, copper and gold.
There's the positive spin and the negative spin.
I sent it to him, but I'm going to forward it to him again.
He called one a male and one a female. If you read his book.
Oh, right.
You know, he called one plus and one minus.
You mean the elements? He called those elements. Plus.
Yeah, well, he talked about life, about these two frequency shifts. You know, I think he had a drawing, something like this.
Yeah.
So I had to check it out. And I had to try it for myself, and I was thoroughly convinced.
You know what this means?
After being booted out of the hi-fi industry with this stuff.
Elements that are female.
And
He got booted out of the hi-fi industry
Here,
for
I'm gonna
trying to
share my
make
screen.
gold.
Check this out.
Yeah, he made it. He actually.
No, I know. I saw that before. Yeah.
He got in
He did it with
trouble.
copper. What he's just showing there is that the copper and the gold are very close on the top of the sine wave. You know.
Yeah, he was taking copper pennies and turning them into blobs of gold and showing people.
Essentially, what he's trying to say is their potential are not too different. Their voltage potential, you know, on the sine wave.
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. This is from the plasmoid unification model, and he has all the elements arranged on his toroid. And he said it's not the exact truth, but it's a parable that gives us an idea of what's going on with the elements.
Yeah, but you can't go by this because Malcolm Bendall works for the government, and he's never going to release a full piece of information when it comes to transmutation. They would never allow.
Say if you give the copper a certain type of differential potential, it will shift over to this potential. You know, the potential of gold, whatever the potential of gold is.
Bedini did it. He was turning copper freaking pennies into gold blobs. It got taken down.
If you knew the voltage reading of gold, which we do, then you could give that to copper and transmute it. Is kind of what he was saying.
So aren't the copper lines that run?
He used like chemicals too.
Like what if they amp them with a lot of voltage? You're telling me they could turn them in from copper to gold?
I'm not saying you need a lot of voltage. What I'm saying is he was showing the copper and the gold very close at the tip of the peak of the sine wave there. So let's say that's a 10-volt peak-to-peak sine wave totaling 20 volts, 10 on the positive, 10 on the negative. Let's say 20-volt peak-to-peak, sorry. And, on the 10-volt side, the positive peak was 10 volt. The copper was like at 9.5 and the gold was at like 9.8. So you don't need to create a huge potential differential to shift copper over to gold. If gold is 9.5 and copper is 9.8, and you want to shift copper from 9.8 to 9.5, you give it a 9.5 voltage.
When Bedini was turning copper to gold, he was using a hydrogen torch, which was run by Brown's gas. Brown's gas is made by breaking water.
I hope we're wrong about this.
Between 4 liters. You use 4 liters of water, and the very first liter that you make of hydrogen is Brown's gas. He was using that on a copper penny and turning it to blobs of gold. It got taken off the internet immediately. I still have the video.
Okay, is this an experiment that's doable?
Yep. But you have to make hydrogen first. You have to have a hydrogen torch.
He got this experiment from Walter Russell's theories of the elements and how they line up on the sine wave, which is not a bad theory. Okay, that's a good theory.
Do they sell hydrogen tanks?
There's a sine wave, a 360-degree circle in all energy cycles, and that's a sine wave. One sine wave is a 360-degree circle.
Hey, Gerald, we get in a lot of trouble for showing that video?
Yeah, we would.
So it's not a bad theory to say that all elements are on that one cycle of energy. That's not a bad theory at all. That's a very good one.
I'll find it in my
a very concrete one, in fact.
Drive, Nathan.
Very hard to argue that one.
But it might take.
If you have an electrical mind, and energy, and thinking electricity, like you have a sine wave, like whatever the universe is putting out, whatever that sine wave is, it's a sine wave, and on that sine wave there's a cycle of 360 degrees. So he was pointing out on that sine wave on that chart, Bedini, a sine wave, who's pointing out that Walter Russell was saying that all the elements are within on this sine wave. Gold is here, copper is there, silver is there. And he was also pointing out that gold and copper were at the top of the sine wave, very close to each other.
Which, by the way,
that means you wouldn't have to create a huge potential difference between the two.
If all of them are controlled by the frequency, right, then there's got to be a giant resonance chamber somewhere in the earth. It has to be there. If everything is controlled by the frequency, then it's going to have to be there.
Absolutely.
Is this going into the hollow earth theory?
with a giant piezoelectric crystal in the center that creates plasma and in a magnetic field.
Correct
That's
me if
so
I'm wrong. Don't they
intense,
find a lot of lead
creates
and
its own
copper with
atmosphere.
gold?
Okay, hold on. I have something for you guys. I'll find it real quick so you guys can check it out.
I'm gonna have to bail right away, Nathan. So right after that, I have to go.
Gotcha. Give me just a second.
Yeah.
I'll try to go as fast as I can.
I'm not rushing you, brother.
It was like one of the first things I put on my channel. So, and it's crude. So
no, we all have crude stuff. I'm a crude kind of guy.
Oh man.
Lately,
Okay,
McDonald's has been making some greasy burgers. Talk about crude.
But that's not real food, though.
Yeah, and the prices, the price increase for fast food has been ridiculous too.
Using this video. Oh, the Ankh. Oh, I can get into that.
Okay, so check this out. If you take this right here, right, the Egyptian cross.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna freak you out a little bit. Now they see things in dimensions when they understand how this stuff works.
Yeah.
So when I show you this, just understand this. So if you take this and you flip one upside down, right? Now you put it over top of each other. Now you get what we have probably at the center of our Earth.
Do one better. Fold it in on each other. You now have a wormhole.
Yeah.
Wow.
So check this out. So
do you know that the Ankh is a motor? Whoa,
it's a symbol of resonance. Okay. Oh, this right here. Sorry.
The Ankh is a motor. We're looking at. I think the swastika symbol is a magnet iron motor.
So I drew this one day.
The Tibetan
after
symbol.
it. So hold on. Look. So what we got is the energy field, right?
Yeah.
You have a cross in the center.
Yeah.
So now you also have the crystals right there in a resonance chamber. And you have the vortex that goes down through the top and the bottom of the Earth. And the center is the heated part, just like it would be when you do a magnetron.
Wow.
It looks like
could be a water wheel too.
It looks like
What you just
but if you know about the V-gate motor and you look at I'm talking to someone in the chat. Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if the Freemasons were meaning this when they said "as above, so below." Like I'm no Freemason, but I've heard that term so many times. And when you look at this, it's like perfect symmetry.
Yeah, it's as above, so below. It comes from the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. And
yeah, that I know.
It references there's an interconnectedness between all things and all phenomena in the universe. So I'm pretty sure it has something to do with that. What the Freemasons took from that, I don't know.
Well, the compass and square doesn't mean what people think it means. It has to
I believe it's a symbol of vortex math or Sanskrit math.
Yep, absolutely it is.
That was my theory. And I kind of put that in the Divine Science documentary where you kind of overlay the Masonic symbol with the VBM symbol and you kind of see the
It looks like a core with a toroidal field around it.
Kind of.
Yeah. It's a toroidal field on both sides, and you see
like a piece of iron generating a toroidal field.
So I have to take off, but I want to touch on this really quick. The Ankh is also a motor, and
like the iron's resting
clockwise, and you can spin it counterclockwise. So I kind of wonder if they use that to create some form of anti-gravity, or open some form of a portal.
Yeah, Stargate of some sort.
Yeah, my brain's blown, man.
It looks like the sun's orbit in 1 year. You've got the summer and the winter processions. And that's
you can see what looks like a quill strand in the middle.
Yeah, it's perfect symmetry all the way. It's
it also could look like a chromosome splitting too, like how chromosomes are when they do the split. That looks like that too in biology.
Well, You think of all the things you see around the world. It looks just like a regular cross. If you take out the top and bottom circle,
that does look like that. You're right.
You're right.
So it's every symbol you thought of. The affinity symbols in there.
Yeah.
Okay? And you see the scarab. It tells you that there's what's it called on the outside? What's the field on the outside of the Earth?
Magnetosphere.
Yes. It tells you that right there. So it's giving you a lot of information at once. It's also telling you the crystals right there. You see them at the bottom. That it's piezoelectricity that's causing.
What do you suppose the square parts are at the top and bottom?
The symbology in this is amazing.
Yeah, what do you think those two square parts are at the top and bottom? What do you think those are?
I'm not sure. I see the vortex. When you see the little lines going like this, it's the vortex.
Yeah,
horizontal or vertical.
So, like when I show you this, you see the vortex now. I colored it in blue.
Yep.
It's running horizontal.
And energy flows in water and in magma. Because
I don't see the vortex. I see.
You see it in blue. It's in blue. It's running straight to the center. It goes all the way top to bottom.
Yeah. Top to bottom.
Two vortexes going into each other at the center.
There seems to be two of them, yeah.
So, like I was saying, water's energy flow, which is energy. Magma is energy flow, which is energy.
It's like
magma dried is basalt. Basalt is magnetic. Now you start to understand the flows inside the Earth.
Well, I know in schematics, they use a cross to indicate away from you and a dot to indicate towards you. So it looks like a cross indicating away.
Is Bernie in the background?
And
there he is. Let's do it. What's up, Bernie?
Hey, Bernie.
Bernie.
Oh, Bernie.
Hi, Bernie.
Oh, hello. How's it going? I'm enjoying this. This is I like it. There's something to it.
It's kind of a trip how it comes together.
Yeah.
Did somebody draw that, or where's it? Where's the image from?
Why couldn't you show up sooner, Bernie?
I was sleeping. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's a good enough answer.
I don't know. Is it at 8:00 p.m.? Like,
what, were you up late last night, brother, or what?
A little bit, but then I was just, I don't know. I was tired.
Oh, yeah. Afternoon nap that took too long. I hear that.
Yeah, exactly. I'd gotten up and then just fell back asleep. But now it looks like there might be a tornado coming, and got the hail warning on the phone. Hopefully no tornadoes, but I guess that'd be a good example of a Taurus, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you can capture it, brother.
There's no tornadoes in Canada, man.
Oh, yeah, there's lots.
In Canada?
Oh, yeah.
We have lots of tornadoes.
Never knew that.
Yep.
Thought it was too cold for that.
When I was
not in the winter, but we still do have 2 months of summer. So
in the summer it happens?
In the spring too. When I was 13, my dad brought me to where there was a tornado and showed us a 2x4 go right through a telephone pole. It was really neat.
That's fun.
Full 2x4. It was halfway through this telephone pole and nothing was broken, but it was right through it.
So that's interesting that you mentioned that, because I think it was in the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices, it mentions that, and it shows a picture of a piece of wood through a tree or something. And it mentions that this is some form of natural transmutation, like it's softening the material or something.
Kind of like the Hutchinson effect.
Right.
I never thought of it that way. I always thought it was just like super speed pressure, and it just.
That's what I thought, but according to the guide,
makes sense now that you're
according to the good book.
So the vortex then taking it apart, and part of that transmutation, and then that explains the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, the wind hex, and how that's the vortex disassembling the particles.
Yeah, how it can go straight through the solid material and not even it should split the wood if it does that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a question about this piece effect. Like, he made things disappear. Where do they go? Like, where do they go?
He doesn't know, I don't think.
Maybe they didn't disappear. They just moved so fast you couldn't see it.
No.
I know there is when he sent his video clips to the government, they sent him back and said, "Do you realize if you pause it at certain times in certain frames, your items are disappearing?"
Yeah, like I think
Really?
like a bowling.
Yeah. I was planning on scrubbing his video footage at some point and trying to find that, but
Who's
he's
Tesla's
got
footage
so much.
or who's footage?
Hutchinson. Yeah.
Hutchinson, yeah.
Okay, guys, I hate to bow out. Bernie, sorry I couldn't spend more time yakking at your brother, but I got to get going. I got to work tomorrow. So thank
Have a good one, Gerald.
Conversation, you guys. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
Thank
This was
you,
awesome.
Gerald.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to do some experiments and get back to you on that, Nathan.
Hey, Joe, real quick before you leave, I just want to show you something.
Yeah.
You've ever seen this?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really haven't.
This is the Black Pyramidium in Egyptian Museum.
Looks like something the Freemasons.
Really?
So let me point some things out to you. You got the battery on the bottom that's DC. You got the feathers, which symbolizes the static electricity. You got the circle in the center with the two snakes as a high voltage hiss. It's anti-gravity right there in front of you.
Oh,
if you can read
it's right there.
Wow.
Look at the two eyes that are sitting beneath the center of the wings, and the circle in the center of the wings, and the circle below that. It's exactly the picture you just showed almost.
Yeah. It's
That's
right in front of us if you know how to read it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Wow.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you again soon.
Right on,
Thanks,
Gerald. Have a good night.
Have a good one, guys.
Good night.
So you sparked my interest with transmutations.
Oh, yeah. I
Ooh.
put that back on for you, man. That guy, he's got some cool stuff, man. It just reminded me of what you were doing.
What Bedini, what was doing with
does.
the iron or whatever it was? Iron? Particles of iron and something else? He was using the stuff they used to make batteries, right?
He was making stuff for sound. He did sound equipment before he did all this other stuff.
He was mixing it with iron, right? To get that stuff to climb up the iron rod and coalesce into his natural switching device or piezoelectric material of some kind.
Yeah, so why, as Gerald was saying with the hydrogen and how it's necessary, that's why the electrolysis makes it so possible, is that you're literally producing that atomic hydrogen as well as several isotopes of hydrogen while you're doing it. So it's providing it for you.
Nice. Interesting. We knew you had the answer, Bernie.
Right. And I have turned copper to gold a couple times. It just the process, it reverted back after like 6 months.
Really?
So
I think I mentioned,
I'm pretty sure it's because I didn't have like the frequency to be putting it in, and I just need that right resonant frequency to like solidify it into that state.
Huh.
I think somebody mentioned once that there's a theory that hydrogen isn't even an element.
Yeah, well, in Walter Russell's charts, it's that it breaks down into like 8 or 12 more additional subparticle elements.
Oh, so that's what it is. It's we haven't fully defined hydrogen then, maybe.
Exactly. And even now they're making claims that they're now discovering new particles out of hydrogen that are different isotopes of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll try to find the latest article on that. But yeah, let's
bring it
listen
up.
to some Bendini.
Like isotopes, that's a...
They always have
Subject
interesting
always
ways
gets
of like coming out with the new science that we've already been researching for decades that have been suppressed in like different ways to make it seem like it's not that it's new and not like been out there for a while.
Do you guys think the science suppression is supposed to be scaled to the generations that are out there? Because think about it, if they disclose everything, then there's nothing else to discover, and the future generations won't have anything to do anymore. So What is
No, because then it's like it means that there's nothing for us to do right now by doing that.
that's why we're hated, because we're trying to expose things that they're holding for the future, maybe.
Yeah. You know, my take on that is that I think the closer we look at things, the more questions we're gonna have. Like, right? The more answers we find, the more questions it's just gonna raise. Like, I think the universe is infinitely, or maybe infinitely, complex to the point where we could just zoom in and find smaller and smaller particles or strings or whatever.
Yeah. Just thought.
But yeah, I think we're always gonna have questions.
Science is never consolidated. It's never going to be consolidated because it's always new discoveries going on. It's an endless field of discovery. That's why it's called science.
Yeah, but haven't you noticed some discoveries, they shadow ban it completely? You know, so they don't want some sciences to come out into you know, public. Why? I mean, it just makes you think why. The only logical explanation to me, it's like, if you know, they disclose everything, then they can't control, you know, the whole theory of education systems.
Oh, in that respect, yes, you're absolutely right. They lose their ability to control the population for sure.
They lose the power, you know, like if you understand, if everything's already discovered, doesn't give momentum to young generations to do anything anymore.
Not to mention the fact that people are already really distrusting of our governments, and you know, this will add just, you know, the straw on the camel's back in terms of people's distrust in the government. You know, like, oh, you've been hiding this for decades. We have already don't trust you.
You know, like how the Tesla cars, that you know, science has been there for 50 years, but they just released it, you know, like in the last decade, you know. So it's like they do, you know, hold things, you know, like in time series. They don't, you know, like we could live without oil, you know.
I do think I can say with confidence that people like Elon Musk don't know about these technologies. He's not, he doesn't seem like he's in the know. If he really wants to save the world, he's looking to the wrong technology, in my opinion. But if he knew about, you know, 0 point energy, I don't think he would be looking into rockets.
I don't agree with that. I think he knows it. He just knows he can't show it.
I'm not so sure about that.
He has all the contracts in the world to get there.
Yeah, but he's
little satellites around the world, man.
He's a little unpredictable when it comes to public.
What's the deal with the Starlink?
And I don't think the powers that be would trust that information with somebody so unpredictable.
I don't think he is unpredictable, to be honest with you. I think he's very predictable. It just looks on the outside like he is. I don't think he's that way at all.
Yeah. What do you think about the recent statements that he's creating auras because his rockets are punching holes into the ionosphere or something like that, they're saying?
He's creating auroras?
Yeah. Apparently there's Tesla or SpaceX auroras now around where he's launching, and that it's punching holes into the ionosphere.
All I know is he punched a hole.
Then why wasn't NASA's rockets doing that, or anyone else's rockets, and now all of a sudden it's a thing?
Yeah, no kidding.
Government, and he's a private, you know, and so like you can't attack the government.
Good point, Lulu.
Private, you know, sector, it's easy.
Government knows how to conceal better.
It kind of makes me wonder about that.
Yeah, like kind of. Are you saying the sound stage, the whole thing?
The government can conceal better than a private would.
You can't conceal an aura in the sky, though.
Yeah, but the government's got their fingertips on the media. They can shut everybody up.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
With a phone call.
Yeah, they definitely they have.
I'm not kidding. With a freaking phone call, one number.
Every media outlet.
They got it set up like that.
What's it called? Project Mockingbird or something like that?
Every single government, no matter which one you're under, they got the media under wrap. And,
this is very true.
If it's something that they don't want the grand public to see.
Oh yeah, there's somebody in every media outlet ready to kill a story if they have to.
You know, you can get it out there with your smartphones as quickly as you can, live it and all that. They can run algorithms to find it and remove it.
Hey, I got a question for you, Bernie. You ever take that paste that's at the bottom of the jar of the material and put it in the center of a capacitor to check the K value?
I have yet to. I've wanted to. Do you want me to send you some?
There's a time limit.
That'd be cool.
Definitely do that.
Oh man, I'll just light it up. We'll see what it does. Because
Right.
that stuff is like pure. It's like you took out all the other stuff out of there, right? So if there's no little percentiles messing with you, this stuff is like right there.
Yeah. I'll get you some aluminum, some copper, and some zinc to try out.
Right on, man. Absolutely. I'll put it right up on my channel as soon as I do it, man. We'll just make a little form out of it, make sure we dry it out a little bit, and then we'll put in some wax paper in there, and then we'll see what it does, man.
Exactly. That's exactly what I've been wanting to do. Okay, give me about a month's time because I'm in the process of just washing them right now to get all the salt out and then to dry it. And
So that takes a
I
lot
will
of work.
send her away.
Nice. It'll be.
You gotta wait 24 hours each rinse, huh?
Yep.
I'll have to make a positive and negative mold out of something, just like you would like a crystal. Push it in there with a little bit of force, and then get the electrical field to go through it. Just see what it does.
Right. Exactly. There's so many experiments needing to happen with it to actually see what this stuff really does.
Well, yeah, because if you get rid of the impurities, is it stronger or is it weaker without the impurities? You know what I mean? I don't think we got a whole lot of answers to that.
No, there's none. Like David Hudson's work was really all that there was on this stuff. And then
I have a theory on how that works. When you electrolyze a metal, let's say zinc, and it powderizes down to the ground into a pile of powder, and then you keep it running and it starts climbing back up. The stuff that climbs back up is probably the purest stuff.
Yeah, because some does get charged and like float to the top, and then some stays in the middle.
I could be wrong.
Some goes to the bottom, right? And
I think the stuff that climbs back up is being, going back upwards through the flow, the inverse flow, negative flow, or whatever. Positive, negative flow, I think when your positive flow is breaking it down and the negative flow is purifying it.
It'd be interesting to take different levels and do different readings on the same material.
It positively flows through its own two potentials first to balance out the two potentials. It's going to have one potential move to the other until it's balanced. And that's going to be either the zinc or the other material is going to move, the potential. In the process of doing that, it breaks down to its elemental state, including any impurities that are in there, should fall to the bottom. But whatever flows going in the opposite direction will carry up, in my opinion, the purest of the zinc will go upwards and the impurities will go downwards.
Well, doesn't it matter about its weight?
I mean, the impurities will go with the positive flow, and the purities will go with the negative flow.
Yeah, but I'm saying once you break them down into individual parts, it really depends on the weight of the item that you're breaking down on each level of each one. So,
that's the whole other thing. If you've done electrolysis between two metals, you'll see the zinc turns into a pile of powder in the liquid jar. It just turns from a metal plate to nothing, to a pile of powder. But if
that may work for the zinc, but how does it work for the gold? Is gold heavier?
Whatever other metal you use, I don't know what you're using. It could be anything else to create the differential and potential flow. But the zinc itself will break down. You could use a piece of carbon or a piece of copper or whatever on the other potential. But on the side that the zinc is resting in that jar, the white powder forms at the bottom. And if there's going to be a plasma flow established, even if you don't see any metal of zinc connecting to the powder below it, and it looks isolated, well, there is nanoparticles climbing up. You don't see them, but it builds upwards after it decomposes to the ground, and the electrolysis keeps running. Some particles start heading up.
Yeah.
You've never seen that, Bernie?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those particles, they're probably the purest form of the zinc or whatever. If it's zinc that you're breaking down, I think the stuff going up is the most purest stuff.
I think I've got a picture demonstrating what you're talking about here.
Like the bottom of the powder pile that is formed is probably all the impurities down there. You just take the top of the powder off and rinse it a bunch of times.
So like in this jar, you can see there's like the bottom stuff, and like this is being rinsed once, right? And then there's a little exclusion zone at the top, and then you have your top material. And then in the middle is usually an exclusion zone. It's just separating. Some's going back up, some's going back down. And then this area will clear. And then you'll have your top cloud and your bottom cloud.
Oh, okay. So there was a guy that was, I forgot his name. He is on YouTube. I don't know if he's still on YouTube, but he was saying that he was making enormous. He was saying that the stuff at the water at the top is the purest stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know that it is, because water has a density to it and there's a weight to each particle. So I don't think
the heavy metals is the heavy part.
Apparently in this state, it creates positive and negative water, and then the positive and negative particles separate with it. So it's like they're all charged electrically.
And usually the toxic stuff has got heavy metals. It's heavy particles. So they fall down. And the stuff that's going to the top is doing that through electrolysis that's in the liquid solution.
So here's a copper pipe that I had as an anode, and look at like these weird things that grew off of it.
Yeah, that's probably poisonous if it's copper pipe.
Oh God, of course. I touched this with gloves, and it's just an experiment. But like, what the heck are these things? They look like an eyeball.
They look like barnacles.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's calcification. Scales of heavy particles, heavy metals, heavy scaling deposits. Copper's not pure, man. Copper's got lead and stuff in it. It's not pure. It's pretty high quality, 98%, 99% copper, but the rest is, impurities.
Here's some aluminum foil turning into the red state. It becomes.
Oh, it's so cool.
Bernie, how did that copper turn back into copper after you turned it into gold? That's like, I'm not understanding. How did you know it was gold?
Well, it just looks like gold. It was still in the jar, and it looked like pure gold for like 6 months straight, golden color and shiny, and then it slowly reverted back to being the color of copper.
Okay.
Oh, it's frozen.
You didn't take it out of the jar the whole time?
No.
Did some of the other elements go back into it to reform the other material?
Could have been. Here I'm just
Yeah.
showing the natural swirls that happen in this stuff.
Can you, like, if you do the
It's not
experiment,
showing up.
distill the out and actually if it's real gold?
Oh, I think I'm having bandwidth problems as the hailstorm has come in.
Wow.
It's the second time you got hail in like a week or two.
Yeah, it's just that time of year.
Canada sounds more active than Florida, weather-wise.
Dude, it's still like 90 degrees outside here in California.
I believe that.
Hot in California.
Mike, you're in Miami, right?
Yeah.
You should go to the beach. It's turtle season. All the eggs are hatching all along the Atlantic coast.
Yeah, I've seen them a dozen times already.
You have? Okay.
That's pretty cool.
I've done at least 10,000 miles of Everglades in 10 years, or the 20. I don't.
Why are you filming that? You got to be putting that on your YouTube, Mike.
Oh, it was before I even had a camera or anything. I was in the Boy Scouts.
Get back to it. We need to see turtles.
Did 10 years in the Scouts. We went out twice a month, 3 days each time. Did at least at least 25 miles hiking, 30.
Like I met so many great
That's a
people.
lot for 3 days. You 10 miles
That
a day is a
is.
lot with your gear. That's a lot. You don't want to go over 10 miles a day with your gear.
And
So
that
3 days, 2 nights in one day. It was like 20 to 30 miles, depending on if we were out there 2 or 3 days. We did at least 10 miles a day hiking with gear every time we went out. And we wouldn't just stay there all weekend. We'd move another 10 miles. Yeah. Troop 65. Look them up. They were the most active troop in the country for 25 years out of Miami Beach, Florida. I was in it for 10 of those 25 years.
Oh, she's coming down
so
strong.
I've seen it all in the as far as the Everglades goes. Never seen a panther though. Some of the people I was with in the scouts, they saw one cross the road once. I missed it.
Really? Those
We were driving in at night,
scary.
crossed right in front of our van, but I wasn't looking. I didn't see it, but everybody else did, and I was like, "Damn it!" That Florida panther. They said it was a dark color, like not light brown, like the mountain lions look.
Okay, I've got a video I
More
gotta
like a
show you
leopard.
guys.
All right.
But you're gonna have to like put me on full screen, I guess.
Okay, hold on.
Hear that static electricity when I reach my hand out over the edge. Wish I could shoot lightning bolts out of a finger.
You see like the charges flashing by as he's doing that?
Oh yeah, what the hell's going on there? Those little lights.
It's literally standing on the cliff of the Grand Canyon.
Absolutely. Look at the hair. Shocked me.
That's not hail or like snow or something.
Probably not safe to be up here, but here we are.
Some's rain, and then some is electrical charge when he sticks his hand out.
The hair of my arm.
Wow.
Oh,
Standing up.
Is that coming from the atmosphere?
I'm not gonna miss it too much. I think we'll call it good there.
he's on the edge too. There's like a static
So
charge.
we'll
probably on
restart
the surface.
this short in 1 second.
Yo, check this
So yeah,
out.
look at that.
Hear that? That static electricity when I reach my hand out over the edge.
That's something.
Wish I could shoot lightning bolts out of a finger.
It's dry out there, huh?
This is wild. Crazy being up at the top of a mountain in a thunderstorm. So check out that view. That is awesome. Absolutely beautiful out here. And the rain is kind of going sideways and up.
You can see little things coming off his finger, dude.
It shocked me. Ouch.
Just got shocked from the cloud or from the moisture.
Probably not safe to be.
I would have been. I'd be ducking, bro. I mean, I'd be looking up for lightning to come down.
Right? So it's like
If that's happening to you, then the lightning's heading your way. You better get down somewhere and get out of there.
but
you're in a great
that
spot
the
to get hit by
state
lightning.
of like that's like a plasma state of water, and is like that like the Brown's gas or the HHO in a cloud state, right? Like
I had that feeling once hiking at night into the glades and weather.
that's
like
what I'm
similar.
wondering. Put back to regular size. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. You know what? I've seen that before, Bernie.
Was it a lot? Like
No. I'll show you. Let me just remove this one right here. I seen that once when Alexi did this thing in the red. Okay.
Getting struck by lightning, it's not that uncommon.
You'll see the free electron just flying. Watch. Give me 1 second. Let me go back to it. Let's play it.
oh yeah, you can see him a little bit.
It'll look like he's smoking from the bottom right side. I think it comes up. You can see a little bit in there. There's a plume that comes there. There it starts to go.
right? And what I've noticed too is in a lot of especially in like the Bosnian pyramid caves when they're walking through, that they also have the same sort of thing. And then also around like Luxor in Egypt and around the pyramids at night, they also get those same like charged little flashes flying around everywhere.
Yeah, it's
Evos. Yeah, they're Evos. Those are Evos.
Like right now, you can see it. Now it's starting to
Yep.
go. You see them flying everywhere?
Yep.
That's a trip, isn't it?
It is.
What's that in the center? That red-looking thing.
Oh, in the center is his gravity flyer. He's turning it on, and he's filling up the room full of
I don't see
static
it.
electricity.
Yep.
I don't see
That's
it.
what's going on.
Static electricity.
Is it invisible? I don't see any flyer there.
Ionized. I do.
There's the little particles that go flying around over there.
Like dust particles, but really fast ones.
Yeah, it looks like that, but it's
Looks like
right
a red
before you
arc
get
or
to the
something.
lift is when it shows up.
Right,
Just
so
like
it's
that-
like you're super saturating the room with those ionized particles and static charge, and then as soon as it's filled, that's when you're able to hit it.
Yeah. This is crazy. I saw your video, and it looked just the same thing was going on. I only saw those things, man, when I get a real bad hangover. You're drinking too much. The next morning, your eyes are bugging out. And you see these little light flashes everywhere. Yeah, that's when I usually see those things.
Oh, so then you're saying you got to be hungover when you do your experiments next.
I don't know if that would help or hurt. I'd probably get hurt.
Full of both, probably.
Yeah. Wakes me back up. Oh.
I posted a couple of videos in the private chat. If you guys want to check out quickly, just get your opinions on them.
Okay, I'm looking real quick. I don't see them yet. Is it in your private chat? So you're gonna have to show them.
Hold on, let me repost. It should be in your private chat.
I'm at the bottom of the posting on the screen. I don't say. Let me see if you put it in private. Okay, hold
Yeah,
on.
put it in private.
All that. There we go. Oh, I just clicked on it. Oh, hopefully I didn't turn nothing off. All right, so hang on. Now I know what I'm looking for.
3 different topics, 3 different videos. Oh, very cool.
One of them looks like a V-gate.
This
motor.
one?
Yeah, this one.
That looks like a V-gate motor. That's the
So-
V-gate system, Bernie. The
Okay.
letter V, V-gate motor. Research that. This is what you're looking at. So that's the V-gate motor, and he closes the V with the 2 sides.
Yeah.
And it does work.
So
you
you
just need to build it. It's a lot
build it
work.
accurately, and then it will work.
Yeah, but you do need a lever to remove the magnetic field temporarily in one part of the spin, like a reed switch or something kind of thing.
So what is he supposed to do? Is he going to spin it? Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he's gonna close it.
It's a magnet motor that when it turns over a certain part, the in the V-gate system, the magnetic bar is removed, and you just use a lever.
So as soon as he
use a lever
closes this
to do
thing, then
that.
it just spins like crazy.
Oh, nice.
So he's going
Right.
to show the same on this one.
And to remove the magnetic bar at the right time to keep the spin going, there's a lever to do that, a system for that. If you look at the V-gate system, you'll see what I'm talking about. And you can modify that system in many ways with magnets. And you just align the magnets in a 45-degree angle in like a V shape. And when you get to the tip of the V, you have to have a lever or some kind of way to remove the magnetic bar in that section to get it to keep pulsing around.
Man, he must be explaining a lot.
Yeah,
in
it's all in
Spanish.
Spanish, I think.
Click on subtitles.
Oh, here you go. Looks like he's doing something.
Oh, there we go. Is it going to close? Oh, Closing. Maybe just teasing us.
Okay, so at the top there, when the magnets pass, they push apart the
There we
two
go.
pieces slightly to keep it.
Oh man, it
rotating.
goes fast too. Look at that.
Right? I think that's legit. I think that looks pretty legit. How would you fake that video?
With an air jet.
Oh, air jet. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Good call. But you think it's real, Mike?
Well, it is. The V-gate motors work, yes, but you need a small pulse of energy or something like that, or like yes, you can do it with magnets, yes.
Huh.
But they had to be in a 45-degree angle, so the field is building, and then all of a sudden it's canceled because when it reaches the reset point of the weakest to the strongest part of the field, and then it breaks, kind of thing.
So it loses.
It's hard to explain it. It's more like bring up a V-gate motor on YouTube. Just look them up. V-gate system, the V-gate motor. Like bring up they got animations of it all over the place.
Okay. Well, I'm trying not to get nailed for copyright.
Copyrights, yeah.
No, they're all like.
I put a Bernie stuff because he's seen it before. He knows if it is or not. So let's see. Give me 1 second, guys.
So I guess with an air jet would be the one way you could
YouTube
fake it. We're just gonna have to make it to see if it works or not.
I could tell it's a V-gate motor because you could see the magnets have an angle like a V.
Yeah, that's right. Because on the strip, it does turn into a giant
Tons
V.
of videos on this motor, and they do work. Which you'll have to pay attention to the relay there where it removes the bar. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Let me see. Here's a good one. Wait, what's this? Oh, Pugal's Tech. You ever heard of him?
Which one?
Pugal's Tech. Let me send the link. Hold on.
Maybe.
There you go. You got to see that. Subscribe to him, man. He's got all kinds of like DC brushless motor designs and all kinds of arrays of motors and DC, mostly DC and some AC, and he's explaining the V-gate system too. Everything he does is very well.
This Russell right here says the Russell Museum. Is that what one you're looking at?
Oh, that was another one I was going to show, but I guess play Mike's link first related to what we were just looking at.
If you go to like 5 minutes, you can see the schematic.
I don't have it in the thing yet.
Not in the private chat?
Where at? Okay. There it is. Okay. Sorry. That's my fault.
5 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay.
And he speaks English. So
this one?
He's from, I think he's Pakistani or something. Yeah.
So that one's in a V?
Yeah, you see the V. Now go to 5 minutes and 35 seconds. That's where the diagram that he draws out, and he explains everything very well.
Yeah, shows the north-south. Yeah, see that? Yeah, that V. There we go.
You can unmute the audio. I don't think he's...
Well, 90% of the time it nail me for the audio.
Yeah.
Really?
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Big time. Yeah. But yeah, so it's showing the north on one side, south on the other in that V shape.
Okay, you see the bar in the middle where the wide V and the narrow V meet? Go back a little bit so you can see the schematic.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah,
there's the schematic right there.
Okay, now pause it. You see the bar in the middle? The red and blue?
Yeah.
That's a bar magnet. So that's the moving part. And as the red on the right side, you see the little dots in blue? On the top?
I'm seeing it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And the red dots on the bottom, and you see how the blue dots are connected to the red, and the red dots are connected to the blue, so they're going to pull. So as you get down, as you go move that bar to the left, the pull gets greater and greater.
All right, well, let's see what he does.
But
You got it running?
when you get to the apex of the pull, all the way to the left there, where the two dots are closest together, you should just unmute it. But yeah,
Copyright strike. Then it copyright strikes, man. They love nailing for this stuff because they're like screw free energy.
Right.
You
And so when
can't
it gets
share
to
it.
the apex, when the bar magnet gets all the way to the left to the apex of the triangle, you have to move it a little bit away from the magnets,
Okay, so
and then bring it back again to the next triangle, but not the apex part, the wide angle part. And so you can see the magnet on the side there, how it wobbles a little bit, and plus they're magnets themselves, and they roll. That's slick. Yeah, it's smart. Where his left hand is, that thing resting vertical,
Yeah.
that is the trigger, and also the driver. So if you play it slowly, when the magnet that's on his left hand, that's a bunch of magnets, and it's basically a bar magnet. And if you see how it wobbles to the left towards his finger as it gets close to the apex of the triangle on the wheel, well, that's because you needed to move away. Otherwise, if it didn't have that wobble, the wheel would stop. That's the best way I could explain it to you. It's like other motors, they put a lever to push the bar magnet away when the wheel spins to that location. In other designs, they have a magnet that's able to wobble, and you don't have to have a lever pushing it away. You just need to push it away temporarily, right at the apex of the V array of the north and south magnets
Put it
on
on
the
a
wheel.
spring, like a
And
small.
then it keeps spinning. That's the whole operation there. So yeah, it works. I built one myself, and I didn't finish it, but I used my hand to move the magnet away and close. And you can use your hand to do it, to bring the magnet close to it and move the magnet away from it at the right time, and bring your hand back to it right away, and it'll keep spinning.
Is there a specific angle or degrees that you have to have the V at?
Yeah, I believe
45,
so.
45 or 20, whatever.
45.
Not really, because as long as it comes to a peak at apex, then at the peak, and then that would be the center of the bar magnet where the fields cancel, I think, or something like that. But whatever happens at that point, if you don't move the bar magnet away, the wheel will stop spinning. That's all I can tell you. So you need it to wobble. See how it wobbles a little bit? And it wobbles right where it gets, right when the wheel moves through the horizontal to the vertical standing magnet. You can kind of imagine that the V part, the tip of the V, is right at that point where you see it wobble when the tip of the V hits that section, when it turns right next to the vertical magnet. And the tip of the V is facing the vertical magnet. That's when the vertical magnet wobbles away a little bit, because the force there is such that it's going to push. And if that vertical magnet is stationary and it can't wobble, then it's going to push on your wheel instead and stop the wheel. So in typical V-gate designs, they have a lever on the wheel to push the bar magnet away slightly at that point, so it doesn't break the wheel. And then the lever is just a temporary lever, and the bar magnet comes back again close to the wheel for the rest of the V.
Is there a bar magnet on the inside of the white cylinder?
No, the white cylinder just has a V-shaped array of magnets facing out. One line is north, the other line is south. The line that is north is being attracted to the bar magnet section that is south, and the line that is south is being attracted to the bar section that is north. It's an attraction. But the attraction ends at the tip of the V.
And that's why Wobbles.
And it becomes a repulsion, I think.
Cool.
Because at the tip of the V, you also have the wide section of the next V. If you can see in the image there.
Yeah.
And that is a kind of repulsion force and a connection force too, once you get over that hoop there of connecting from one V to the next.
The Evo Lab says it's fake. You see that?
No, it's not, because I built one, and I told you I moved the bar magnet by hand, and it worked. You just need to be able to move the bar magnet. You can't have it stationary. It has to wobble, or it has to be moved.
So you have to have a little ticker thing designed into
Exactly.
it to move.
This is not that design of a motor. This is even better. He created a wobble system where it slightly moves just enough. And that's why it's
that's 100% right, Mike. The key aspect is that you have to have that other the small movement in it to
in
bring
between the
back.
peak of the V, the tip of the V, and the wide section of the next V. There is a push-pull effect that will create a brake on your system if your bar magnet is stationary. The bar magnet again is the vertical item you see there on his left hand pointing. That's a bar magnet. The north is, let's say the north is at the top and the south is at the bottom. And if you see the V-shaped magnets, the top line of V's would be south line facing out. So the south would pull to that north on that very bar magnet resting vertical. And the bottom line of magnets on that wheel are facing north out. So if the bar magnet has the south at the bottom, then that's also going to be a pull force. And if that bar magnet is stationary and the wheel is stationary, and you have a pull force in a V direction, the pull force is gradual. It's not, I don't know how to explain it. You just have to visualize that to understand it, or build one. And you don't have to complete it. Just use your hand to move the bar magnet. And you move the bar magnet away when you get to the tip of the V. And then you bring it back as soon as that tip passes. And it keeps rolling. I'm telling you, I've done this myself. So, I know it works. One day I might pursue it. I don't think it's got a lot of torque unless you have really strong magnets. And those are really a pain in the ass to work with. So I built mine with little miniature, tiny little magnets on a piece of PVC, just like you did in the video.
So on this one right here, we're doing a water cell.
Yeah, a hybrid water cell, and this I really want to try to replicate because
drop the PVC in water. You don't even need a bearing. Just use water. It floats.
Okay.
It's as simple as 2 jars, apparently, a connection to your alternator, and one's a splitter jar, one, I believe, I forget what electrolyte they're using, but yeah, can you turn on closed captions and then we'll get what they're saying without getting the stoppy right?
I mean, with the V-gate motor, you're going to need really strong magnets to get anywhere,
Got a big pickle jar.
Right? Just 2 big pickle jars, apparently, and water with your electrolyte, your metal plate for your electrolysis device.
With electrolysis, you can break the hydrogen off from the oxygen of the water all day long. Yeah. The better your fuel cell is, the more efficient you do that with less energy,
And apparently in here he's saying with a carburetor, you can just feed it directly into the fuel intake with the gasoline, and it works fine.
Bernie, if you're making all these, metals, you ever try, making platinum? Because that's what they make fuel cells out of. Platinum. The platinum is the most efficient way
Really?
because you need very little energy to create the electrolysis when you're using platinum.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so we got it to the alternator.
You can coat electrodes with platinum.
And then there's the spitter jar.
But platinum's not cheap, bro. That stuff is.
Yeah, it ain't cheap for show.
But what if you knew how to, mine it out of mountain rock somehow, or get it extracted somehow,
So is it just gas going in this one now?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you can get the platinum out of general mountain stone, and then you have something to make a really highly efficient hydrogen generator with low voltage. I mean, you could use a platinum probe just to break down all your other metals with your electrolysis experiments.
Here you go. He's got his tube hooked up, so he's got gas being built in one, going to the other.
He's using stainless steel, which is galvanized with chromium, So that's kind of why it works good. The chromium is a good conductor. It also protects the steel from oxidizing.
So it doesn't replace the gasoline; it works on top of it, just as in the air, right?
You got it.
Yeah, he's breaking up the water into the gases of
but then
hydrogen, right?
So you're injecting it in with gasoline, so it's
into the air take manifold, the carburetor.
It's a hybrid.
How does the engine know to change from gasoline to the gases?
It's not fuel injection; it's carburetor.
Well, I understand that, but carburetor sucks in and dumps gas directly into the intake. So it's not vapor that's going in there; it's liquid. Is it changing into vapor?
No, it's vapor.
Yeah, it's straight vapor.
It's vapor. Yeah.
See,
no, I'm asking: is the gas turning into vapor gasoline? And
no,
this is vapor
it turns
on
into
top
hydrogen from water. The water vapor that's mostly
I know what
hydrogen.
that is.
He gets that. He's saying, how is it mixing with the gasoline fuel
inside the carburetor with the air?
When
the carburetor takes the gasoline and sprays it into the chamber, it's also mixing the air from the outside. If you send that hydrogen in that air, that's how it mixes.
Ah, that's the key. Okay, that makes sense now.
Okay.
So
I'm not a mechanic, by the way. That's just I messed with a carburetor once. I stayed at Holiday Inn last night. That's the one thing I hate about myself. I just can't. I'm not any good at mechanics, bro.
I'm great at mechanics.
Unless the parts are manufactured right and I have directions how to assemble them, forget about it. I'm not going to make parts.
And here he's showing that water is part of what's coming out of your exhaust now once you have that HHO going in the carburetor with the gas.
Right. When you get that hydrogen out of the water and you kind of like extract more hydrogen out of the water that way, turn it into the mist state or whatever, the gas state, and you funnel that into your carburetor, into the intake manifold. That's air. It's sucking in air already at that point. It's going to suck it in for you, that mist,
Okay, so is it, just real quick, is it more fuel efficient that way, or what's the...
Yeah,
I think so, because you're gonna add hydrogen to the air from outside, and that hydrogen is what is being mixed with the liquid gasoline anyways. Is hydrogen. You want more hydrogen in your
30 to 50% more efficient by mixing in the hydrogen water with it.
Yeah, the more hydrogen you can add to your fuel that you get at the gas station, the more better your combustion will be.
Okay.
All right, guys. I'm gonna head out. My stream crashed twice already.
See you, Ben.
All right, Ben. Have a good night.
All right, much love, Ben.
Everybody.
Yeah,
guys.
See you, Ben.
Good night.
So I've run a lawnmower, right? And you take the fumes from the lawnmower inside the tank, and you can run them directly to the carburetor, and the thing will run. You don't even need the gasoline. You just need the fumes.
You don't. If your fuel cell is making a good enough saturation of hydrogen, it will ignite in the chamber with the spark. It just needs enough saturation of the hydrogen from the water, from the fuel cell, breaking up the water into hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen gets the oxygen gets left in liquid form. The hydrogen is broken off in gas form. Some of the oxygen goes in gas form too, but less. So it's
There's
majority
something going
of
on in the background.
It really depends on your fuel cell plate, what material it's made out of. Like I said, I mean, if it's platinum, it's way less oxygen. It's taking a lot more hydrogen and filtering the oxygen away. That's what platinum was it? Yeah, platinum. That's what they use in fuel cells. They call them PEMs, proton exchange membranes. That's what your typical fuel cell is made out of. So you can give this thing water and give it a little power, and it'll turn it into hydrogen gas.
All right, Mike, we're going to move on to this next one.
Burn.
Right. So this, I guess, was from the Walter Russell Museum or group or institute. And this guy's working it now. And he's built, I guess, the first replication of Walter Russell's 0-point energy machine design.
All right, this is going to be unintelligible. Hold on.
So Walter Russell, he's mainly focused on vortex stuff.
So stay tuned for that. And I do invite you, Neil. In fact, I challenge you and your colleagues to reproduce this experiment on your own. And if you'd like, I can provide the measurements and all the equipment that we used for this demonstration experiment. And I look forward to hearing your results, sir.
Oh.
Stupid music getting us copyright strikes.
Yep.
Be misunderstood. But to be misunderstood is not to be a genius. The work of Walter Russell, has eluded any experimental support. Science is about reproducibility. That's how science works.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there.
Such a shill.
I don't like that guy.
No, he's such a shill. So this video...
William deGrasse Tyson has never done any, replications and shown them.
Right, he's trying to claim about
you got all the credentials. Do a replication and let's see you in the lab. Let's see you perform, man.
Yeah, I don't like listening to that guy. not in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, it's proprietary. You can't see me perform. I get paid too much.
I agree with you, Nathan. I don't like that guy, Tyson deGrasse, I think, and the other one. His name is Michio Kaku, like that Oriental dude. Yeah, I don't like to listen to neither of these two people because I feel like all they do is misinform people about true things. Like they push away people from new ideas. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely, Lulu.
Yeah, I agree.
So this video was done in review of Neil deGrasse and Tyson. They're like, "F you, Neil deGrasse, and Walter Russell's stuff is real." So then they made. At the Walter Russell Institute, and they made, if you fast forward a bit, like halfway through, I think they'll start showing the actual dual vortex machine thing. There we go, that thing right there. So here they've replicated a part of Walter
So when I turn
Russell's...
the power on, you see immediately. So we're only putting a 0.5 volt through, but we got 2 amps, 2.5. And that means that amperes are flowing if they flow. I'm not saying they do, but if they flow, they're flowing through that coil now. And you can see.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you see how it's making a ball?
Mm-hmm. Nice.
It's making a sphere. And actually, even if I touch it, right, it still wants to form that spherical pressure gradient, as Russell called it.
Can you add a little more just to show how it will go to the spherical?
Yeah, it always wants to go, not toward the top of the thing. Right. It's bulging in the middle, which is Walter called oblation.
Because I'm going to show this to some flat earthers, and I don't want them to think that when you touched it with your hand, that's actually proves that the earth is flat.
Yeah, and the other thing is I can run this experiment vertically, and it still makes a sphere. So no matter
Sure.
your axis, if the axis goes in that direction or if the axis goes in that direction, it still makes a sphere because the equator of a conical magnet is not a straight line. It's a curved equipotential gradient. And we're creating it on both sides. So it's like focusing two convex lenses at each other, you create a spherical gradient.
If they're a flat bar, you have this kind of rounded, and as you shape it, it comes together as a sphere between them.
Yep. So just to prove the point that it's the electricity creating the field, if I turn the power off in 3, 2, 1, you can see the filings are no longer suspended, and we're back to 16 volts.
Yep.
So there's no current flow now.
Nathan, didn't I
And
show
you can
that
see
video?
how, if you zoom in, do you see how there's some residual
This is very
magnetism?
interesting. I forgot where I found it.
That's because of the compression. If I were to magnetize this end, there's absolutely no residual.
Right.
So there's even now flux residual magnetism in the core, but only at one end of the magnet, not at the other.
That's what concentration is.
Because of this compression
conical.
effect. And Walter said we only ever create energy by compressing from the outside in, like you pump air into your tire. You can't actually have in this universe a force of attraction that pulls from within the center, as Newton described in his concept of gravity. There is no inward pull. It's everything's being electrically compressed
from the outside
in.
Okay. So matter's frozen into place versus pulled into place.
Now, what does that mean for physics? Well, basically, you can take the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear forces and throw them in the trash can.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing forcing or overcoming the protons to slam them together with neutrons, which are nonsense because you can't have neutrally charged matter. It makes no sense to have neutral charge. All matter is positively charged relative to space. And then it negatively discharges back into space, but it's never negatively charged and it's never neutrally charged either. So
up to some.
Yeah, there's just two
basis
potentials.
of a round
Always another potential.
Yeah, sure.
So this whole concept of charged particles and fields and everything, we can basically, Russell said we have to start over, just scrap the whole thing, because it's not a field of charged particles. We actually have light at rest, which we call still magnetic light. And then there's light in motion, which we call the electromagnetic spectrum or colors.
Sure.
So essentially hot light is what we call matter. And when matter's frozen in that hot condition of concentration, it becomes the elements of matter that we have in our periodic table. But as soon as we set something on fire, as soon as we melt anything, it becomes invisible. We call it gas, and then we can't see it anymore.
Right.
We send it back to the zero.
It becomes tenuous. It's
That's interesting way you
expanded
put it,
beyond
like
our sensory range.
Right. So now I'll show you, I'll disconnect the solenoids in the pair way. And I'll just pull one of them out, just a single one.
So this is done too with toroidal magnets. They do this, and trying to do fusion.
Yeah, pinch effect that they create in a tokamak or a fusion reactor or anything like that. They're trying to create compression, magnetic confinement.
Right.
They're really, Russell said they were actually pretty close with that one because he says the whole universe is a pinch effect.
Yeah.
Even though that they're considering it to be this exotic form of, creating matter, but essentially all matter is created that way. But they're doing it in a tube,
right,
to try to get it in a cyclotron, right? Why don't you just create compression from two ends and hit each other from both sides?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to accelerate towards speed of light.
Yeah. So, a disc rolled into 3D is a cone, and that's really.
So I just have some iron filings here. Yeah, now this guy, Erwin Mueller, photographed atoms.
Okay.
And what he found, and it's quite clear in the photos, is the center of the atom is vacuum.
This is tungsten.
Yeah.
Where's the nuclei?
So they don't have protons and they don't have neutrons.
What?
And
What
that's why I say you can
photographs
throw
are
out
these?
strong nuclear force,
What
strong weak
technology?
nuclear force. There's nothing there to hold together.
So it's a lattice of atomic structure of tungsten, but you see at the center.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not like we're just pulling stuff out, but this doesn't equate to a black hole either. There's no force of attraction inside of that.
Yeah.
And the reason tungsten has a hole, Darren, is
because it's after carbon.
Right. So
carbon's the only one that we would look and that it would seem to have a nucleus.
It's be fused.
Yeah. That's the only one though. Walter said all the elements are metals, even chlorine, which is a gas, as a metal. And he said there's only one non-metal, which is carbon.
Okay.
Check that out.
Yeah, that's Erwin Mueller's work.
That's a great book to have too.
And that was published in the 60s. So why do they still teach you about putting the balls on the sticks as the atom and then putting them together into molecules? Because that's not nothing like what it really is.
No.
So now I'll turn that on, right? And I can touch this. So do you see how that end of it can pick up a lot? A big mass of filings, right? See that?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll turn it off to show you that it's the electricity, right? It's the electricity around the cone in a vortex that creates that compression. Now I'm going to flip the magnet over and turn it on. So you see how it does not pick up as much. And what we do pick up is only around the outer ring edge periphery of that base of the cone. And this is also exactly what Walter Russell said would happen, because the magnetism isn't at the center. It only appears to be at the center when it's compressed at the other end. And then you can pick up a lot more. And then I'll turn it off, and now it drops it up at either end. So there's nothing there now.
Yeah, very cool.
Oh, it's just a proof of concept.
That was
pretty
cool.
Decent, eh? Pretty cool.
I like that.
As do I. Well, I guess you've been going almost 6 hours here, so should probably let you get back to your regular life and regular experiments. Or anything else you wanted to cover here?
No, man, we're pretty much done, man. I'm just mapping out my gravity flyer. That's the last thing I'm doing, man. It's
nice.
We're working with the two different waves of transverse and the longitudinal waves, and we're getting a Mercedes out of it, a sign.
Yeah, I watched your update video yesterday on that. So it's like you're at the point where you're no longer feeling comfortable of running the experiments in your garage. You got to get out to the field now for that pop-up, right?
Yeah, it's dude, it's loading the field. The field bubbles on this, man, are just crazy. They're just everywhere, like way out there. And if you ran in your garage, you just blow your computer immediately as soon as you hit the button. And thankfully, my ZVS circuit works beautifully. This thing, man, you hit the button, it amplifies perfectly every time. It's just hard to hit that point. But when you do, man, it starts to do it. So the only thing I didn't have on was my high voltage when I'm testing right now, because I'm just mapping out the button. So I just want to see the other interaction. As soon as I put that in, man, I have a feeling we're just going to be, you know what I mean, hitting another level. So that's all I got.
I look forward to seeing it when you're ready to release it and get it.
That's going to be cool.
Right? People will be reading about it for generations to come, I think.
Yeah, well, we got to give a credit to Alexi as soon as we're done, man. And, it's not my device, it's his. I tried to keep it as much as original as I could.
For sure.
So.
Right? It's international working together on the fringe, because fuck the governments that want to start us fighting and killing each other.
Yeah, no
Instead,
kidding.
let's just work on anti-gravity and get off this planet and not have to shoot each other. Right?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, forget all that stuff. They're just starting wars everywhere now.
They really are. It's kind of scary.
Yeah. So. All right, guys. It's what?
All right. Much
5
love.
minutes, 6 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great podcast.
Thanks, guys. Thanks everybody for showing up, man. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
thanks
Mike,
for having me.
and Bernie, and Ben.
Much love, Lulu, Mike,
Hope you guys
Ben,
have a great night.
Sarah, and Gerald earlier. And much love, guys.
Bye-bye.
Talk soon.
All right, guys.
Experimentations.
Have a good night.
Later, guys.